in the previous part. Annie urgently needs a bone marrow transplant, her life is in danger. Wang Wenbin, knowing that time is running out, leaves everything his business, his affairs to save the girl. He fully dedicates himself to the fight, leaving the business management to a trusted employee. Everything is for one goal: to find a donor in time. He and Zhu Wei set up a headquarters right next to the hospital. They start by testing their employees and launch a powerful online campaign to attract public attention and find a donor. Every minute counts, and they are willing to do whatever it takes to inspire compassion in people willing to help. Financial difficulties and sleepless nights take their toll, but they don't give up. Wang Wenbin plans the next steps through the night, while Xu Wei stays by her daughter's side, supporting her. Despite all the obstacles and setbacks, their faith remains unshakable. Wang Wenbin rushed to the hospital and saw Zhang Zhangyi standing there with a dozen young people. He recognized some of them; they were teachers from Zhang Zini's school, many of whom he had met at her birthday party. Wang Wenbin personally accompanied them to the hospital to donate blood. Later that afternoon he invited them to a grand meal, playing the role of Zhang Zini's boyfriend to express his gratitude. Since he had already started the act before, he felt compelled to continue it now. During the meal, Wang Wenbin's phone kept ringing as he answered calls and managed arrangements. After eating, he informed Zhang Zini that he had urgent matters to attend to and needed to leave. "Wenbin, are you sure you don't need my help? You've already been a huge help today. Don't you see? Every additional person gives Annie more hope. These dozen people you brought represent a dozen more chances. Additionally, while we are calling for people in society to join the donor matching campaign, the costs are very high. I calculated that every additional match costs over 1,500 yuan. By bringing these dozen people, you've helped us save nearly 20,000 yuan. Of course, money isn't the most important thing; it's that even with all the money we've spent, we couldn't mobilize this many people. Your help today has been invaluable. Are there not enough donors? How many more do you need?" Zhang Zini asked nervously. "It's not about needing a specific number. Nobody knows how many we'll need. The next person could be the match we're looking for, or it could take 10,000, 20,000, or even more with no results. It's a matter of probability. Given the odds, the only thing we can do is increase the pool of donors as much as possible. The doctors estimate the probability of a match is about 1 in 10,000. Our goal is to find 10,000 potential donors within 2 months. 10 days have passed, and we've only managed to get a little over 700 volunteers. While it's a good start, we're far from our goal, and most importantly, the match we're waiting for hasn't appeared yet." Wang Wenbin sighed as he lit a cigarette. "Then what should we do? How about I reach out to the parents of my students? Maybe I can also go to my dad's company and get them to encourage their employees to join. There are a lot of people at his company; I don't know exactly how many, but I know it's a lot," Zhang Xini suggested. "Would your dad agree to that? Wouldn't he get angry if he found out?" Wang Wenbin asked cautiously. "This is about Annie's life. Who cares if he gets angry? Don't worry about it, I'll take care of it. If he gets mad, at most he'll yell at me. I'll go find some people now and figure out how to make it happen." Zhang Zini started walking off as she spoke. "Wait." Wang Wenbin reached out but didn't stop her. He was torn. On one hand, he didn't want to trouble Zhang Zini, especially when it involved her parents. His relationship with her parents had been strained, and he felt it would be shameless to seek their help. But on the other hand, Zhang Xini was right; her father's company had many employees. If she could mobilize them, it would significantly increase the chances of finding a match. In the end, Wang Wenbin didn't stop her. For Annie's sake, he chose to put aside his pride. Time passed both quickly and slowly for Wang Wenbin. Quickly, because he was so busy every day that he barely had time to eat or sleep. Over the past 2 weeks, Zhu Wei noticed that his hair was graying, and his weight had dropped from over 150 pounds to less than 140. Dark circles and bags under his eyes made him look more than 10 years older. Slowly, because every day he waited anxiously for new results. Each morning, designated staff would report the latest donor matching results from hospitals and other organizations. Every day brought new outcomes, but they were always disappointing, leaving him to wait and hope for the next day. The initial publicity campaign had generated enthusiasm, with the first week seeing high participation and widespread attention. But as time passed, public interest waned. Daily volunteer numbers dropped to fewer than 50, mostly college students recruited at campus donation drives. The prolonged lack of a successful match made the trend even more concerning, and Wang Wenbin became increasingly anxious. This anxiety left him sleepless, constantly thinking about how to find more donors. Zhu Wei noticed his tireless efforts, and though she said little, she was deeply moved. She had already made some decisions in her heart. Wang Wenbin's hard work wasn't lost on Yu Shu-wei, and Peng Mingjie also saw it. Though she said nothing and acted as if she didn't notice, her attitude toward him changed. She no longer lashed out at him and stopped doubting his sincerity. "Wenbin, are you busy?" One day, Wang Wenbin was interrupted by a call from Yu Shu-wei while he was out. "What's wrong? Is there any news from the hospital?" he asked nervously. Yu Wei knew how busy he was and rarely called him during the day. "Yes, there's some news. If you're not too busy, come to the hospital." "All right, I'll head there right away." Wang Wenbin hung up and immediately drove his van to the hospital. When he arrived, he saw Shu Wei and Peng Mingjie sitting silently on chairs in the corridor outside the ward. "What's going on?" Wang Wenbin asked. "The doctor conducted a thorough examination of Annie again today," Yi Shu Wei said to Wang Wenbin. "What were the results? What did the doctor say?" Yi Shu Wei shook her head and replied, "Not good." From Yu Shu Wei's tone, and the expressions on both her and Peng Mingjie's faces, Wang Wenbin had already guessed the outcome. Still, hearing it confirmed hit him hard. "What did the doctor say?" Wang Wenbin asked after a moment of silence. "The doctor said Annie's physical condition is deteriorating, and her illness is progressing faster than they had anticipated. Based on the current rate of deterioration, if we don't find a matching bone marrow donor within half a month, then..." Shu Wei paused. But everyone knew what she meant. Wang Wenbin's hand trembled slightly, though he tried to appear calm. "Didn't the doctor originally say we had 2 months? It hasn't even been 20 days yet. We should still have over a month left. Why is it only half a month now?" Wang Wenbin asked, unwilling to accept the reality. The doctor said that the 2-month timeline was based on the most ideal circumstances. But things have turned out much worse than expected. At her current rate of decline, she has, at most, 20 days left. After that, her body will no longer be able to undergo the transplant surgery. Attempting surgery at that point would be tantamount to killing her directly. And even before surgery, there's a need for preparatory treatment, which means we only have about half a month to find a match. If we don't find a suitable donor within this time, Annie will have, at best, another month to live, Yi Shu Wei explained. 1 month? Didn't they say 6 months before? Why has it turned into just 1 month? Wang Wenbin asked in shock. 6 months was with conservative treatment. If we weren't preparing for surgery and stuck to palliative care, Annie could live for another 6 months, and she wouldn't be in as much pain as she is now. But because we pursued an aggressive treatment plan, her condition has worsened faster, and she's suffering more. She's even lost several months of life expectancy, Peng Mingjie suddenly interjected, her eyes red as she bit her lip and glared at Wang Wenbin. Wang Wenbin saw resentment in her eyes. "Mingjie, stop talking nonsense," Yi Shu Wei scolded her sharply. Peng Mingjie turned her face away and quietly wiped her tears. Wang Wenbin sat in silence, stunned, for a long time without speaking. "Wenbin, don't misunderstand. No one is blaming you, and it's not as bad as Mingjie made it sound," Yi Shu Wei said, sensing Wang Wenbin's unease. Wang Wenbin gave a faint smile, though it was unclear what it meant, and shook his head. "No, she's right." After saying that, Wang Wenbin let out a long sigh, leaned back in his chair, and stared at the ceiling. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and quietly smoked for a few moments before saying slowly, "I was the one who insisted on the aggressive treatment plan. To date, we've spent nearly 10 million yuan. I even diverted a lot of people from the company to help, wasting so much manpower, resources, and money. And yet, we still haven't found a suitable bone marrow donor. Not only have I failed to save Annie, but I've also taken away half a year of her life and caused her more suffering." "No, Wenbin. This isn't your fault," Shu Wei started to say. Wang Wenbin shook his head and cut her off. "Don't comfort me. I should have listened to the doctor. I was too emotional. It's my irrationality that brought us to this point," he said softly. Then he stood up and walked over to stand in front of Peng Mingjie. "I'm sorry." Peng Mingjie looked up at him in surprise. In her memory, Wang Wenbin had never backed down or apologized to her. This wasn't like him at all. "What's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong. I failed Annie, and I failed all of you," Wang Wenbin said before turning to leave. "Where are you going?" Yi Shu Wei called out, grabbing his arm. "I'm going to make one last effort. There's still half a month left. Maybe a miracle will happen," Wang Wenbin replied, then hurried out almost at a run. "Wenbin! Wenbin!" Shu Wei called after him, but he didn't stop. After Wang Wenbin left, Yi Shu Wei turned and walked straight over to Peng Mingjie. Peng Mingjie, still seated, was startled to see Shu Wei standing before her, her eyes filled with anger. Nervously, Peng Mingjia stood up. She had never seen Xu Wei look at her like this. Sister-in-law, Peng Mingjia stammered anxiously. Before she could finish her sentence, Xu Wei slapped her across the face. Peng Mingjia held her cheek in shock, staring at Xu Wei in disbelief. She wasn't angry, just astonished. Xu Wei had always treated her like a younger sister, even better than a real sibling. In all these years, Xu Wei had never scolded her, let alone hit her. Peng Mingjia, I know you've always resented him because of the relationship between him and me. You see him as an enemy, and I understand that. I've never blamed you because you're Annie's aunt and my sister-in-law. I've always treated you as family. I spoiled you, tolerated you, and never said a word when you made things difficult for him. I even asked him to be patient and not hold grudges against you. But everything has its limits, and patience has its end, Xu Wei said coldly. In all the time he's been around, have you ever seen him take anything from me? Has he ever taken anything from you? Or from Annie? When Annie needed a father the most, he stepped in as a complete stranger, and played that role without asking for anything in return. Do you know how much he's done for Annie? I even offered him a job at my company to thank him. And you made trouble for him at every turn. He endured it, and never retaliated. Yes, he took some money from the company, but do you know how much he contributed? I deliberately kept his compensation low because I didn't want you to get upset. Do you even know why he left the company? It wasn't because he was unhappy or unwilling to stay, it was because of you. He knew his presence made you uncomfortable, and he didn't want me to be caught between the two of you. That's why he chose to leave. Yes, I'm in a relationship with him. But so what? Is that a crime? Do we owe anyone anything? The only reason we've been keeping it a secret is to spare your feelings, and he's gone along with it this whole time. Do you think he hasn't been hurt by this? How long has it been since he's seen Annie? He doesn't even dare visit her because he's afraid of upsetting you. I've never said a word about any of this because you're my sister, and I've tried to understand and forgive you. But today you've gone too far. You've been here since Annie was hospitalized. You've seen everything he's done. Every penny of the 2 million I gave him was accounted for under your supervision. Have you ever seen him misuse a cent? All his expenses, food, lodging, transportation, he paid for himself. Even when he treated staff to meals, he used his own money. Why? To avoid your accusations. And yet you dare to blame him and resent him? Is it his fault that Annie got sick? Is it his fault she has a terminal illness? Ask yourself honestly, have you, as her aunt, done more for her than he has? I, as her mother, haven't done as much as he has. So how can you say such things to him? My relationship with him is one thing, but basic gratitude is another. You're young, and you can be impulsive, unreasonable, even selfish. But you cannot be ungrateful, Xu Wei said icily before turning and walking into the ward. After leaving the hospital, Wang Wenbin felt terrible, consumed by self-blame. He deeply regretted the situation. He hadn't saved little Annie, and had instead shortened her life while subjecting her to prolonged suffering. If he ultimately failed to save her, Wang Wenbin knew he wouldn't be able to forgive himself. From the hospital, Wang Wenbin went straight to the office across the street, grabbed some items, and drove his van to a busy square. Wherever there were crowds, that's where he headed. Armed with printed photos of Annie and her medical diagnosis, he stopped everyone he saw, regardless of age or gender, and asked for 2 minutes to tell them about Annie's situation. He pleaded for their help in getting tested for a potential bone marrow match. "Excuse me, sir," Wang Wenbin said, handing his materials to a passing man. "I'm not interested in buying a house," the man said dismissively, pushing Wang Wenbin's hand away and walking off with a look of disdain. "I'm not selling houses." "Sir, please let me explain." Wang Wenbin followed him persistently. "I don't want to buy anything else either." "I'm not selling anything, sir. Just give me 2 minutes. Stop following me. Understand?" The man turned and pointed angrily at Wang Wenbin before storming away. Wang Wenbin sighed deeply. But after a few seconds of sadness, he put on a smile and approached another passerby, a young woman. "Hello, miss. Stay away. I don't have time for this," the woman snapped, glaring at him before quickly walking off. This happened repeatedly. Wang Wenbin felt like a rat everyone wanted to avoid. Under normal circumstances, Wang Wenbin's pride would never allow him to do something like this. But now, he endured it all. No matter how others humiliated or insulted him, he kept smiling, because he had to save Annie. Time was running out, and he had tried everything he could think of. The team at the office was still working, but his priority was to find a donor match. Even one more person willing to get tested could mean another chance for Annie. He was desperate. Wang Wenbin moved around the square, begging strangers for help. But people were colder now, more skeptical. Many dismissed him as a scammer or a salesperson. He faced countless cold stares. On average, only 1 in 50 people stopped to listen to him. Out of every 10 who listened, perhaps one kind-hearted individual would agree to go to the hospital for testing. This meant Wang Wenbin had to approach 500 people to find just one willing to help. When someone agreed, Wang Wenbin would be ecstatic. He'd drive them to the hospital himself, cover all the costs, buy them water or drinks as a gesture of thanks, and then return them to the square before resuming his efforts. Meanwhile, back at the hospital, Peng Mingjie sat in the hallway for a long time before walking into the ward. She stood before Xu Wei and said softly, "I'm sorry, sister-in-law. I was wrong. You don't need to apologize to me. The person you owe an apology to isn't me," Yi Xu Wei replied coldly. Peng Mingjie understood what Xu Wei meant. She nodded, left the hospital, and went directly to Wang Wenbin's rented office. She intended to apologize to Wang Wenbin but couldn't find him anywhere inside. "Where's Wang Wenbin?" she asked one of the young women in the office. "Oh, President Wang said he went to XX Square. If it's urgent, you can call him or go there directly," the young woman replied. "XX Square? What's he doing there?" "I don't know. He didn't say." Peng Mingjie sat in a chair, fuming. She had come sincerely intending to apologize, but after hearing that Wang Wenbin had gone to XX Square, her anger flared again. XX Square was a hub for food and entertainment, always bustling with people. She imagined Wang Wenbin eating and enjoying himself there, despite just hearing about Annie's dire situation. This made her furious. She believed she had uncovered Wang Wenbin's true nature. Unable to contain herself, Peng Mingjie drove to XX Square, determined to expose him. XX Square was one of the busiest plazas in the city, surrounded by eateries and entertainment venues. Parking her car, she began searching for Wang Wenbin, sneaking around to catch him in the act of enjoying himself. Her plan was to take photos or videos and send them to Xu Wei, revealing Wang Wenbin's true colors. After searching for some time, she finally spotted Wang Wenbin in the central plaza. Hiding behind a fountain, she watched him. To her astonishment, Wang Wenbin was not eating or relaxing. Instead, he was approaching a young woman, handing her something with a smile. "Unbelievable scum," Peng Mingjie muttered through gritted teeth, assuming he was flirting. She immediately pulled out her phone and began recording. But as she continued watching, she became confused. After being rejected by the woman, Wang Wenbin approached an older man, then an auntie, and then another passerby. He smiled at each one and handed them the same papers. Curious, Peng Mingjie stopped one of the men Wang Wenbin had just spoken to. "Excuse me, sir. Can I ask what that man said to you?" "What's the matter, young lady? I just wanted to know, what did that man tell you?" "Oh, you mean him? Probably a scammer or some salesman. These young people nowadays, always coming up with new tricks to con people out of money. It's been all over the news." "A scammer? What did he try to scam you for?" "I don't know. But he said something about a little girl with leukemia and asked me to go to the hospital for a free blood test. Claimed they'd thank me and everything." "Isn't that an obvious scam? People like that won't end well," the man said, cursing Wang Wenbin as he walked off. Peng Mingjie froze for a moment, then chased after the older man and said, "Sir, he's not lying to you. What he said is true." The man looked her up and down and then, with visible anger, said, "So you're with him, huh? You people use all kinds of tricks to target us old folks. Let me tell you, scammers like you who harm others will meet a bad end." He pointed at her, cursing, then snorted coldly and strode away. I. Peng Mingjie stammered in frustration, unable to get the words out and feeling deeply wronged. She turned to look at Wang Wenbin, who was still desperately stopping one person after another, explaining something to them. Most of the passers-by treated him with the same disdain as the older man. Based on what had just happened, Peng Mingjie now had a clearer idea of what Wang Wenbin was doing. Watching Wang Wenbin lower himself to beg for help, her heart filled with guilt. She felt remorseful for misunderstanding him earlier and for all the times she had misjudged and insulted him in the past. She realized she had been like the villain in a TV drama, always assuming the worst of a good man. Her emotions became a tangled mess as she stood there watching him. After a long pause, Peng Mingjie raised her phone again and recorded a video of Wang Wenbin. She sent it to Xu Wei, attaching a text message. "Sister-in-law, I was wrong. I was really wrong. He is a man worthy of respect. He is a noble person, and I have always been the petty one." Wang Wenbin was still pleading with people when someone suddenly appeared behind him and snatched the flyers from his hand. Startled, Wang Wenbin looked up and saw it was Peng Mingjie. Assuming she had come to make trouble for him again, his patience snapped. He had already been enduring insults from strangers all day while worrying about Annie's worsening condition, and now seeing her added fuel to his frustration. Peng Mengjia, I don't have time to argue with you. Give those back, or don't blame me for being rude, Wang Wenbin said angrily. Sir, can I have 2 minutes of your time? I need your help, Peng Mengjia said, ignoring Wang Wenbin and stopping a young man passing by. Wang Wenbin froze, confused by her sudden actions. What is it, miss? The young man asked. Compared to Wang Wenbin, who had been met with cold indifference, Peng Mengjia was treated much more warmly. The difference was striking not only because she was a woman but because she was an attractive one. Hello, sir, Peng Mengjia said with a smile. I'm a volunteer with the Red Cross. There's a 5-year-old girl, a beautiful and adorable little girl. Here's her photo. Isn't she cute? She is, the man replied, nodding as he looked at the photo. Such a lovely girl, but unfortunately she has leukemia. If she doesn't receive a bone marrow transplant, she'll only have about a month to live. We've been unable to find a suitable donor. Sir, could you please help by donating some blood for a match test? It won't take much, just a small amount, and it's not painful at all. The blood will be tested at the hospital, and if it's a match, this little girl could be saved. Saving a life is the greatest virtue. Your small act of kindness might give this child a second chance. Her family would be forever grateful. Don't worry, any cost will be covered by the family. It won't cost you a penny. All we need is a little of your time and a small blood sample. The family will even prepare a token of appreciation for you. Thank you so much, sir. Kindness will always be rewarded. Wang Wenbin was stunned. First, he was shocked that Peng Mengjia was helping him, and second, he was amazed at her eloquence. He had never heard her speak so persuasively before. What he didn't know was that Peng Mengjia had started her career as a salesperson, working her way up from the bottom. Her speaking skills were honed during those early days but had been seldom used since she moved into management. How do I get there? Which hospital? You're not scamming me, are you? The man asked hesitantly. Don't worry, Wang Wenbin said quickly, stepping forward. It's broad daylight, we wouldn't dare lie to you. She's a volunteer with the Red Cross, and I'm the family representative. Here are my ID and driver's license. We're going to a reputable hospital. If you're still unsure, I can take you to meet the child in the ward, and you can speak to the doctor yourself. I'll drive you there, and after the blood test, I'll bring you back here. All the costs will be covered, you won't have to pay anything. We just need a bit of your time. He handed over his ID and driver's license as proof. The man hesitated but was eventually persuaded. After more reassurance from Peng Mengjia, he agreed. Wang Wenbin drove him to the hospital for the test, then brought him back to the square. Before he left, Wang Wenbin gave him a small gift as a token of appreciation. When Wang Wenbin returned to the square, he found Peng Mengjia still working. She had already recruited 2 more people willing to get tested. Overjoyed, Wang Wenbin took them to the hospital. He couldn't help but admire how much more effective Peng Mengjia was. Her eloquence and appearance significantly boosted their success rate. Meanwhile, Yi Shu Wei stayed in the hospital ward, unable to leave Annie's side. Annie's condition had worsened to the point where she was in constant pain. Whenever she was awake, she cried and wailed in agony, clinging to Zhu Wei. As a 5-year-old, she couldn't bear even a moment without her mother. Watching the video Peng Mengjia had sent, Yi Shu Wei saw Wang Wenbin humbly pleading with strangers to get tested. Tears streamed down her face, partly from being moved, partly from heartbreak. Wang Wenbin and Peng Mengjia continued working together. Peng Mengjia focused on recruiting potential donors, while Wang Wenbin handled the follow-up. Though the two spent the entire day together, they didn't exchange a single word. Yet their teamwork was seamless, and both could feel the shift in each other's attitudes. Going out to recruit people on the street was Wang Wenbin's last resort, a desperate act born of hopelessness. While other efforts continued, Wang Wenbin had delegated those tasks to his team, including initiatives at schools and online campaigns, which were still running without pause. As the final days approached, he even spent another 2 million yuan to boost online outreach. Although Yi Shu Wei couldn't leave Annie's hospital room, she followed Wang Wenbin's instructions, using her connections to seek support from various organizations. With time running out, Wang Wenbin couldn't think of any better way to help than going out to directly appeal to strangers. Each additional potential match meant another glimmer of hope, and he was willing to do whatever it took. Wang Wenbin's solo efforts had yielded very few results, but with Peng Mengjia's help, the success rate more than doubled. By the end of the afternoon, they had managed to send over a dozen people to the hospital for blood testing, a remarkably high number given the circumstances. As evening approached and darkness fell, Wang Wenbin returned from dropping off another kind-hearted individual at the hospital and saw that Peng Mengjia was still tirelessly approaching people. Her voice was hoarse from hours of speaking without pause, begging one person after another. Wang Wenbin walked over, grabbed her by the arm, and led her to a nearby bench. "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" Peng Mingjie snapped, angrily shaking off his hand. She was frustrated after an entire afternoon of being ignored, insulted, and stared at, despite her appearance. "There's food over there," Wang Wenbin said simply, pointing to some takeout he had brought earlier. He sat down, opened a box, and began eating voraciously. Seeing the food on the bench, Peng Mingjie realized she had misunderstood Wang Wenbin again. Feeling guilty, she quietly sat down and began eating slowly. "Eat, then head home. I won't be taking you back," Wang Wenbin said flatly, chewing as he spoke. "You're not going back?" Wang Wenbin didn't respond and continued eating in silence. Seeing that he wasn't going to answer, Peng Mingjie stopped talking too, eating her meal quietly. "There's water here," Wang Wenbin said, placing a bottle next to her. Peng Mingjie took the water, wanting to say thank you, but her usual arrogant attitude toward Wang Wenbin made the words hard to utter. Wang Wenbin finished his meal in large bites. He was starving, having skipped lunch, and it was already evening. After eating, he gulped down the water. He had been so busy all day that he hadn't even had time to drink. "There's a pharmacy over there. Go buy some throat lozenges and then head home. Don't come back tomorrow," Wang Wenbin said after finishing his water. He lit a cigarette and spoke while staring at the fountain ahead, avoiding eye contact with her. "Why not?" Peng Mingjie asked, finally understanding his intent. "There's no reason. This isn't your job," Wang Wenbin said simply. He stood up, grabbed the flyers from the bench, and started walking away. "Wang Wenbin, I'm sorry," Peng Mingjie called out. Wang Wenbin froze mid-step, turned around, and walked back to sit on the bench again. He smoked a few puffs before asking, "What are you apologizing to me for?" "I'm the one who should apologize to you, to Zhu Wei, and most of all, to Annie. It was my fault. I've misunderstood you all along. I hated that you were with my sister-in-law, and always looked at you with prejudice, always finding ways to criticize and make things difficult for you. I sincerely apologize for my behavior." "I'm sorry," Peng Mingjie said hoarsely, her tone sincere. "But this doesn't mean I approve of you being with my sister-in-law. That's a separate issue," she added, as if afraid he might misinterpret her apology. "Go home early. You still have work tomorrow," Wang Wenbin said, not acknowledging her apology. He stood up and resumed approaching passers-by with his flyers, bowing and pleading. Peng Mingjie didn't leave. Instead, she took the flyers from Wang Wenbin's hand and continued helping him recruit volunteers. Without speaking, they worked side by side until past 1 a.m., when the square was nearly deserted. Exhausted, they finally parted ways, each heading to their cars. However, Wang Wenbin discreetly followed Peng Mingjie's car in his van, only turning back after watching her safely enter her apartment complex. He didn't go home himself. He hadn't been home in a long time. Instead, he drove to the hospital, quietly checked on Annie in her ward, and had a long conversation with Zhu Wei. Then he returned to his rented office, where a pile of documents requiring his signature awaited. Wang Wenbin worked at his desk until dawn, finally unfolding his camp bed to catch less than 2 hours of sleep. He woke when his staff arrived, held a meeting to assign tasks, encouraged his team, and updated them on Annie's condition, urging them to work even harder. Then he checked the latest results from the hospitals. Once again, there were no matches. Disappointed, Wang Wenbin drove back to the square to resume his desperate search. In the late morning, Zhang Zini called him to say she had brought more than 30 people to the hospital for testing and asked him to arrange the logistics. Overjoyed, Wang Wenbin quickly made arrangements. This was Zhang Zini's 6th time bringing a group, each time numbering in the dozens. Altogether, she had brought several hundred people, many of them employees from her father's company. How she managed to persuade so many people, Wang Wenbin didn't know, but given her status, it wasn't surprising. At noon, Wang Wenbin hosted a meal for Zhang Xini and all the volunteers on behalf of Annie's family, as a gesture of gratitude. They filled 4 tables. After the meal, Zhang Xini asked about Annie's condition. Wang Wenbin told her the truth. Emotional, Zhang Xini gave him advice on what to do, but he shook his head, explaining that all he could do now was continue pulling in as many donors as possible. As for the outcome, they could only leave it to fate. He also shared that he had been recruiting people at the square. Zhang Xinyi insisted on joining Wang Wenbin at the square to help recruit people. She said she wanted to do her part for little Annie. No matter how much Wang Wenbin tried to dissuade her, Zhang Xinyi was determined to go. In the end, Wang Wenbin had no choice but to let her. Similarly, Peng Mingjie also started joining him. In the mornings she handled company affairs since Yu Xiu-wei couldn't leave Annie's side and had entrusted everything to her. But in the afternoons she would rush to the square to help Wang Wenbin recruit people. With Zhang Zhangyi also joining the effort, it became a team of 3. The city had many large squares, and they moved to different locations each day, targeting crowded areas. With 2 women helping, the efficiency skyrocketed. Both Zhang Zini and Peng Mengjia worked tirelessly, each covering one end of the square. Wang Wenbin's van couldn't keep up with the demand for transporting volunteers, so they had to involve another staff member to assist. Wang Wenbin still slept only 2 hours a night. After more than a week he was emaciated, barely skin and bones, and his face looked utterly haggard. Despite this he pushed on. However, he became increasingly disappointed and desperate. There was still no suitable bone marrow match. Over 4,000 people had been tested, yet not a single one was compatible. Meanwhile, the doctor's deadline loomed closer and closer. As the end approached, everyone's despair deepened. Though they all secretly knew there was little hope left, no one dared to voice it. They continued working tirelessly, unwilling to confront the inevitable outcome, even though their hearts had already prepared for it. Annie's condition visibly deteriorated with each passing day. While Wang Wenbin was still recruiting alongside Zhang Zhangyi and Peng Mengjia, his phone rang. It was Xu Wei calling. Seeing Xu Wei's name on the screen, Wang Wenbin grew extremely anxious. Recently, Xu Wei rarely called him. When she did, it usually meant there was news about Annie's condition, and it was either very good or very bad. Wang Wenbin took a deep breath and answered, "Hello, Xu Wei. What's the matter? Where are you?" Xu Wei asked calmly. "I'm at XX Square," Wang Wenbin replied, giving his location. He carefully analyzed her tone, trying to discern whether it was good news or bad. After a brief silence, Xu Wei spoke again in the same calm voice, "Come back. There's no need to keep searching." Wang Wenbin didn't immediately understand what she meant. Just as he was about to ask, he heard her choked voice say, "The doctor just ran more tests on Annie. He told me Annie's body is no longer fit for surgery. In other words, Annie can't be saved." With that, Xu Wei broke down into uncontrollable sobs, crying so hard it sounded as though her heart was being torn apart. Hearing this, Wang Wenbin's hand holding the phone dropped to his side. He slowly squatted down and then sat in the middle of the square, as if in a daze, staring blankly into the distance. The phone lay on the ground, still connected, and Xu Wei's heart-wrenching cries could be heard through the receiver. Wang Wenbin remained seated, motionless, drawing the curious gazes of passers-by. Zhang Zini and Peng Mengjia, stationed at opposite ends of the square, noticed the unusual scene and walked over. "Wang Wenbin, what's wrong with you? Why are you sitting on the ground? Don't you care about hygiene?" Peng Mengjia scolded. "Wenbin? What's the matter? Why are you sitting here?" Zhang Zini asked gently, reaching out to help him up. Wang Wenbin stopped her, shook his head, picked up the phone, and put it in his pocket. He tried to stand, but his legs felt weak. Struggling, he braced himself on the ground and slowly got up. "What's going on?" Peng Mengjia asked, noticing something was off. "Pack up. Let's go back. Everyone's worked hard these past few days," Wang Wenbin said hoarsely. "Go back? What's going on? Why are we leaving so early today?" "Yeah, Wenbin, are you sick? If you're tired, let me take you to the hospital," Zhang Zini offered, concerned. Wang Wenbin shook his head again and said faintly, "The doctor said Annie can't undergo the transplant anymore. She's beyond saving." After speaking, Wang Wenbin turned and walked toward the edge of the square, step by step. Both Ving Xinyi and Peng Mengjia stood frozen in shock. Moments later, tears streamed down Peng Mengjia's face as she broke into sobs. Zhang Zini, watching her cry, and then glancing at Wang Wenbin's retreating figure, also began to cry. She ran to catch up with him. When Wang Wenbin arrived at the hospital, the room was deathly silent. Annie lay in bed, tubes connected to her fragile body, surrounded by several machines that occasionally beeped. Bags of IV fluids hung overhead, slowly dripping into her veins. It was hard to tell if she was asleep or unconscious. Xu Wei stood by the window, staring out, motionless. Even when Wang Wenbin entered, making enough noise to be heard, she didn't react. Wang Wenbin glanced at Annie before walking over to Xu Wei and hugging her tightly from behind. As soon as he embraced her, Xu Wei turned around and buried herself in his arms, wailing uncontrollably, her cries filled with grief and despair. Not long after, Peng Mengjia and Zhang Xingyi arrived at the hospital in their cars and entered the room. They found Wang Wenbin holding Xu Wei as she sobbed inconsolably. Neither woman felt anger or discomfort at the sight of their embrace. Instead, hearing Zhu Wei's sorrowful cries, both Peng Mengjia and Zhang Xingyi were overcome with emotion and began to cry as well. Peng Mengjia sat beside Annie, staring blankly at the little girl, her face wet with tears. Zhang Xingyi sat silently in a corner, overwhelmed. Zhu Wei cried for a long time, soaking Wang Wenbin's jacket. He held her tightly, his red-rimmed eyes filled with helplessness and sorrow. His fists clenched, but he could do nothing to ease the pain. Zhu Wei cried for a long time, and the oppressive atmosphere in the ward made it hard for anyone to breathe. After a while, Zhu Wei finally stopped sobbing, though tears still streamed down her face. She had always been a strong woman, but over the past few days she'd been unable to hold back her tears. Part of it was the impending loss of her daughter, and part of it was finding a shoulder to lean on, a place where she could let her guard down and cry. Sometimes, a woman's strength doesn't come from being inherently strong but from having no one to rely on in moments of vulnerability. What exactly did the doctor say? Wang Wenbin asked after Zhu Wei had calmed down. Her eyes red and swollen, Zhu Wei stepped out of Wang Wenbin's embrace. She glanced at Zhang Xingyi and Peng Mengjia in the ward, then took a tissue to wipe her tears. "Let's talk outside. I don't want her to overhear," she said. The group stepped out into the corridor. Wang Wenbin leaned against the wall. Zhu Wei sat down on a bench, with Zhang Xingyi beside her, holding her hand to comfort her, though unsure of what to say. This morning, the doctor conducted a routine check-up. All the test results came back this afternoon. The conclusion was that Annie's body is no longer fit for a transplant, Zhu Wei said simply. That one sentence said it all. Silence. A deathly silence enveloped everyone. "How much longer does she have?" Wang Wenbin asked, smoking a cigarette, taking one drag after another. "A month, maybe a month and a half at most. But her condition will deteriorate rapidly. According to the doctor, from here on, living will be no different from dying. She will only experience more pain," Zhu Wei said, her eyes red. Wang Wenbin didn't say another word, silently smoking his cigarette. "It's all my fault. This situation is my doing. I failed Annie," Wang Wenbin said after finishing his cigarette, exhaling deeply. "No, Wenbin. This isn't your fault. Don't take all the blame and punish yourself. Annie's illness wasn't something that happened overnight. We've known for years that there was no saving her, it was only a matter of time. The decision to try and save her was made by me and Mengjia after careful discussion. I'm her mother. If there's blame to bear, it's on me, not you. Besides, the doctors said her body had developed resistance due to prolonged treatment, and her condition and response to treatments were unpredictable. Even with conservative treatment, it would have been difficult for her to live beyond 3 months. The only difference is that it might have been less painful. So you don't need to blame yourself. This is fate, not your fault. You've done more than enough. Earlier, when Annie woke up, she asked me where her daddy was. I told her you went to buy her a toy. She said you're the best, and that you're her favorite person," Zhu Wei said, trying to console him. Hearing this, Wang Wenbin, who hadn't cried until now, couldn't hold back his tears anymore. Everyone fell into a deep sadness again, engulfed by silence. "That's enough. Let's not dwell on sadness anymore," Zhu Wei said after a while. "As I said before, Annie's illness isn't something new. The doctors told us 2 years ago that her time was limited. The fact that she made it this far is a blessing for both of us. We've done everything we could for her. I've done everything I could as her mother, and so have all of you. We couldn't change the outcome, but at least we can say we have no regrets. Wenbin, thank you. And thank you, Xingyi, for everything you've done for Annie. All I can say is thank you," Zhu Wei said with a smile, holding Zhang Xingyi's hand. She looked calm and composed, a stark contrast to the woman who had just been sobbing uncontrollably. "Zhu Wei. Zhang Xingyi didn't know how to respond, her voice trembling. "It's time for everyone to move on," Zhu Wei continued. "You've all worked hard these past few days, especially Wenbin. Look at you, your skin and bones. There's no point in staying here and making yourselves miserable. Go home and rest. Mengjia, return to the company. I haven't been able to manage it lately, and you've been out running around all this time. Now that everything is settled, go back to work and get things in order. There's no need to come here unless absolutely necessary. Focus on the company." Then Zhu Wei turned to Wang Wenbin. "Wenbin, you've been here for over a month. Your 2 stores have been neglected all this time. Those stores are your hard work, your blood and sweat. Don't let them fall apart because of Annie's situation. Go home, rest for a couple of days, and then focus on your stores. Don't come here unless it's urgent." Wang Wenbin listened silently, cigarette in hand. After Zhu Wei finished speaking, he stood up and said, I'm going to gather the staff from the operations office, dismiss them, and shut the place down. Let's see how much money we have left. He walked away, smoking as he headed for the elevator. Halfway there, 2 nurses passed by and scolded him loudly. Hey, you can't smoke here. This is a hospital. Oh, sorry. I'll put it out now, Wang Wenbin said, quickly extinguishing the cigarette in a trash can. What kind of person smokes in a hospital? So uncivilized, one nurse muttered, rolling her eyes as they walked away. Wang Wenbin stepped into the elevator and rode it down to the first floor. He walked to the small plaza in front of the hospital and sat by a flower bed. Alone, he lit another cigarette and stared into space, lost in thought. Don't be sad. Zhu Wei just said you've already done your best. Zhang Xingyi's voice suddenly broke the silence. She had followed him, and now sat beside him, her eyes filled with concern as she tried to comfort him. Don't sit here. It's dirty, Wang Wenbin said, glancing at her. If you can sit here, so can I, Zhang Xingyi replied stubbornly. Please don't be sad, okay? Zhang Xingyi shook his arm lightly, unsure how else to console him. I'm not sad, Wang Wenbin said, shaking his head. I'm just reflecting. Just regretting a little. He paused, then asked, what do you think is the purpose of life? Huh? Why are you asking that all of a sudden? Zhang Xingyi was caught off guard by his question. Have you ever gotten lost? Wang Wenbin suddenly turned to Zhang Xingyi and asked. Lost? Zhang Xingyi was momentarily confused by his question. After thinking for a moment, she replied, I'm terrible with directions. I get lost all the time. I've never been lost. My sense of direction is very strong, Wang Wenbin said, gazing up at the sky. But right now I feel lost. What? I'm lost on the road of life. I don't know which direction to take anymore, or even why I'm still alive. The ancients said, man can conquer nature. Books taught us that as long as you work hard, there's nothing you can't achieve, and every effort will be rewarded. But reality? For Annie's illness, for that damned bone marrow donor, I've done everything I could possibly think of. The only thing I haven't done is trade my life for hers, and if that were an option, I'd gladly do it. But the result? Annie still has to go. And not just that she's going sooner, after enduring so much more pain. I've started questioning the beliefs and values I've held for over 20 years. I feel lost. It's like standing at a crossroads with countless paths before me but not knowing which way to go, confused, uncertain, Wang Wenbin said slowly. Zhang Xingyi called his name softly, wanting to comfort him but unable to find the right words. She could only hold his arm and look at him with a pained expression. Wang Wenbin lit another cigarette and smoked quietly. Bin, didn't Zhu Wei just say that even though we tried our best but couldn't change the outcome, at least we can face ourselves with no regrets? Isn't that true? We've done everything we could. Don't feel bad anymore, okay? Zhang Xingyi pleaded, shaking his arm gently. Coming to this city taught me a lot. It also revealed many truths. Maybe this is what it means to grow up, Wang Wenbin said in a low voice. From his tone, Zhang Xingyi could sense his sadness, weariness, and helplessness. She thought of all he had experienced in this city: Zhu Min, Lu Jihao, and now little Annie. At that moment, Zhang Xingyi's phone rang. She looked at the screen, then stepped aside to take the call. A few minutes later she returned to Wang Wenbin and said, Bin? It's my dad's birthday today. Wang Wenbin turned to her. It's your dad's birthday? What are you doing here then? Go home. I thought I could help pull in one more donor. That's why I stayed. I'll head back now. Are you going to be okay? I'm fine. What could possibly happen to me? Life's already beaten me into submission. Go home, and if it's convenient, wish your dad a happy birthday for me. If it's not, then forget it, Wang Wenbin said with a nod. As Zhang Xingyi walked away, she kept glancing back at Wang Wenbin, clearly worried about him. Wang Wenbin sat there alone for a long time before brushing the dust off his clothes and heading to the rented office across the street. Inside, the staff was still busy, unaware that everything had already come to an end. Everyone, put your work aside for a moment. Xiao Ling, call everyone back from outside and tell them we're having a meeting. Finance, tally all the accounts, and bring me any unsubmitted receipts for approval, Wang Wenbin said, sitting at his desk. Though surprised by his instructions, the staff followed his orders without question. An hour later, everyone gathered in the office. I have an announcement, Wang Wenbin began. Effective immediately, this office is being shut down. Finish up any outstanding tasks today. Starting tomorrow, you don't need to come here anymore. Return to your regular duties at the company. I want to thank you all for your hard work these past few weeks. After this, head to the finance office to collect your salaries. Additionally, Each of you will receive a bonus of 3,000 yuan as a token of gratitude from Annie's family. Wang Wenbin stood and bowed deeply to the staff. President Wang, why are we shutting down? One employee asked, clearly puzzled. The hospital just informed us that Annie's body is no longer capable of undergoing the transplant. Even if we find a match now, it won't matter. Our work here has lost its purpose, Wang Wenbin explained with a forced smile. Thank you for everything. Finish your tasks and collect your payments. That's all. He left the office immediately after speaking. Driving his van, Wang Wenbin roamed the city aimlessly. He stopped at countless toy and doll shops, spending the entire afternoon searching all over Shanghai. By the time night fell, his van was filled with over a dozen different Barbie dolls. He returned to the hospital and carried the dolls into Annie's room. Annie was awake but crying in pain. It hurts. It hurts so much, she whimpered. Seeing her suffer broke Wang Wenbin's heart, but he forced a smile as he approached her with the toys. Knock, knock. Look, what do we have here? Wang Wenbin said cheerfully, hiding behind the pile of dolls. Dolls. Barbie dolls. My favorite Barbie dolls. Annie exclaimed, momentarily forgetting her pain. Her face lit up with joy. Wang Wenbin sat by her bed and helped her play with the dolls. For a short while, Annie seemed to forget her suffering, but even so, her fragile body could only hold on for about an hour before she fell back into what seemed like sleep or perhaps unconsciousness. Outside the room, Wang Wenbin and Xu Wei sat together on a bench in the hallway. Wang Wenbin smoked silently, while Xu Wei leaned against his shoulder, neither of them saying a word. Bin. Xu Wei said suddenly. Yeah? What is it? Wang Wenbin replied. Let's get married, Xu Wei said calmly, as if she were suggesting something as mundane as eating a meal. Wang Wenbin froze, thinking he had misheard. He turned to look at her. What did you say? I said. Let's get married. After Annie's gone, let's get married. What do you think? Xu Wei asked, her tone steady. Wang Wenbin stared at her, dumbfounded. After a long pause, he finally asked, Are you sure? Have you thought this through? I've thought it through. For years I've lived for this family, for my child. Now that Annie is leaving, I have no reason to keep going. If I hadn't met you, I might have chosen to go with her. But now I have you. From now on, I want to live for myself, Xu Wei said softly, leaning against his shoulder again. Wang Wenbin held Xu Wei tightly without saying a word. Under normal circumstances, hearing her say something like this would have made him very happy. But at this moment, he couldn't feel any joy. Do you still want to marry me? Xu Wei asked. I do. I've been waiting for you to say those words. Would you despise me? Xu Wei continued. Despise you for what? For being an unlucky woman. I lost my husband, and now I'm losing my daughter. For you, I'm not even afraid of death. Why would I fear some supposed bad luck? Wang Wenbin replied calmly. Hearing his words, Xu Wei sat up slightly, looked at Wang Wenbin, and then, without saying anything, leaned back into his arms. Wang Wenbin remained silent, holding her tightly. In normal times, this moment might have been sweet and romantic for them. But now, neither of them could feel happy or affectionate. They simply leaned on each other, silently sharing warmth and comfort. That night, Wang Wenbin didn't leave. He stayed at the hospital with Xu Wei, the two of them sitting together on a bench all night. Wang Wenbin draped his jacket over Xu Wei, and cigarette butts littered the floor around them. The two sat in silence through the night, leaning against each other. When dawn broke, they looked as though they had aged 10 years overnight. You should go home. You've been with me all night. Get some sleep, Xu Wei said as the hospital began to stir with the new day. She sat up, draping Wang Wenbin's jacket back over his shoulders and adjusting it as she spoke. What do you want to eat? I'll get you something, Wang Wenbin asked, shaking his head. I don't want to eat anything, Xu Wei replied, shaking her head. You need to eat something. I really can't eat. You should go home, you're exhausted. I'm not leaving. Even if I went home, I wouldn't be able to sleep. Let me stay with you, Wang Wenbin said, shaking his head again. Bin. Xu Wei called his name suddenly. Yes? Come with me somewhere later, Xu Wei said. Sure. Where do you want to go? I want to buy her a burial plot. Somewhere spacious. She likes to play, and she wouldn't like a cramped place, Xu Wei said softly, her voice catching as she spoke. Wang Wenbin nodded. Even though Xu Wei said she didn't want to eat, Wang Wenbin still went out, had breakfast himself, and brought some back for Xu Wei. He insisted that she eat, and she reluctantly finished the meal. After the doctor's routine rounds, Xu Wei stopped the doctor to ask again, hoping for a miracle. But there was none. After a long silence in the ward, Yu Xiuwei and Wang Wenbin left the hospital together. They didn't take Xu Wei's car instead. Wang Wenbin drove his van with Yu Xiuwei in the passenger seat. Wang Wenbin took Xu Wei to 3 different cemeteries, but none of them satisfied her. It wasn't that the cemeteries were bad, her standards were just incredibly high. First, the plot couldn't be too far away, as Yu Wei wanted to visit Annie often. She said Annie would feel lonely if it was too far. Though Wang Wenbin understood it was Yu Xiuwei who didn't want to be far from her. Second, it needed to have good landscaping with flowers, grass and plenty of sunlight because Annie loved flowers and sunshine. Third, it had to be spacious so Annie could play freely. Wang Wenbin knew that Xu Wei's meticulous requirements were more about finding emotional solace than anything else. As a highly educated woman, she didn't truly believe in such superstitions. At the 4th cemetery, Yu Xiuwei finally found a plot she was satisfied with. However, when they were told the price, Wang Wenbin was taken aback. It was his first time realizing that burial plots were far more expensive than houses by a significant margin. A small plot of just a few square meters cost several 100,000 yuan. While Xu Wei handled the payment and signed the contract, Wang Wenbin stepped outside for some air. Buying a house is a joyful event, but buying a burial plot felt suffocating, especially knowing it was for little Annie. At that moment, Wang Wenbin's phone rang. Seeing the number, he recognized it as belonging to one of the staff from the now closed office. He wasn't sure why they were calling. "Hello, what is it?" Wang Wenbin answered. "President Wang. I just got a call from the 5th hospital. They said they found a perfect bone marrow match. I told them we don't need it anymore since it's too late. But I thought I should still tell you about it." "What did you say?" "Say that again." Wang Wenbin interrupted, practically shouting. The employee was startled by Wang Wenbin's sudden outburst. After regaining composure, they said, "I told them we don't need it anymore. Isn't the surgery no longer possible?" "That's not what I'm asking. What exactly did the hospital say?" Wang Wenbin demanded. "Oh right. The person in charge of our cases at the 5th hospital called to say that a blood sample from one of the people tested a week ago is a complete match for Miss Yisu's daughter. They mentioned some technical terms I didn't understand, but that's the gist of it." Before the employee could finish, Wang Wenbin hung up and dashed back inside. "Wait." Wang Wenbin called out to Xu Wei, who was entering her payment details into the POS machine. "What is it?" Yi Xu Wei asked, puzzled by his urgency. Without a word, Wang Wenbin yanked her card from the machine and grabbed her hand, pulling her toward the door. "Hey sir. Ma'am." The cemetery staff, shocked by their abrupt departure, tried to follow but quickly gave up. Yi Xu Wei, panting and confused, asked as they reached the van bin, "What's going on?" Wang Wenbin didn't answer. He jumped into the driver's seat, started the engine, and urged her, "Hurry up, get in. We don't have time." "Bin, what is happening?" Yu Xiuwei repeated, still baffled. "They found it. They found a match." Wang Wenbin exclaimed. "A match? For what?" Yu Xiuwei asked, still not understanding. "A matching bone marrow donor. They found a match." "Get in the car," Wang Wenbin shouted, his voice shaking with excitement. "They found a bone marrow match?" Xu Wei froze, her eyes wide as she looked at Wang Wenbin. "Yes, they found it. I just got the call, the match result came back, and it's a complete match," Wang Wenbin said, his voice filled with joy. "Finally they found it. Finally." Yi Xu Wei smiled, tears streaming down her face as she spoke. "Yes, they finally found it." But then, Yi Xu Wei's smile suddenly vanished. She stood still, her expression stiffening. "What's wrong?" Wang Wenbin asked, confused by her sudden shift. "But it's too late. The doctor said she can't undergo surgery anymore," Yi Xu Wei said softly. Wang Wenbin froze as well, his expression turning despondent. He muttered, "You're right. The doctor already said that even if we found a match now, it wouldn't matter. Annie's condition has progressed too far for surgery." What should have been joyous news now only deepened their sorrow. "Maybe it's still possible," Wang Wenbin said after a moment, lighting a cigarette and taking a drag. "It's only been a day. Her condition couldn't have worsened that much. And if we don't try, there's no chance at all. But if we do, there might still be a sliver of hope. Don't you think so?" He tossed the cigarette halfway through and looked at Xu Wei. Yi Xu Wei stared at Wang Wenbin, her thoughts racing as she processed his words. "You're right. It must still be possible. There has to be hope. Let's go now." Xu Wei suddenly said, her voice rising with excitement. She ran to the other side of the van, opened the door, and climbed in. Wang Wenbin drove as fast as he could, heading straight for the hospital. When they arrived, the two of them rushed directly into the doctor's office. The office already had another patient's family inside. The doctor looked up as they entered and said, "Excuse me, but I'm with another family right now. Could you please wait outside? Doctor, we have something extremely urgent to ask. It'll only take a moment." "I'm so sorry," Yi Xiu Wei said apologetically to the other family. "It's okay. We're almost done here," the family member said graciously. "Thank you. And I'm sorry," Wang Wenbin said, quickly pulling out cigarettes to offer as an apology. Once the other family left, the doctor turned to them. "What's going on? Is there an update?" "Doctor, we found a bone marrow match," Yi Xiu Wei said immediately. "You've found one?" "Yes, a perfect match," Yi Xiu Wei confirmed, nodding. The doctor paused, sighed deeply and said, "I'm afraid it's too late." At those words, both Wang Wenbin and Xiu Wei's expressions darkened. "Doctor, are you saying there's absolutely no way to do the surgery anymore?" Wang Wenbin asked anxiously. "Well," the doctor hesitated. Seeing his hesitation, Wang Wenbin grew hopeful. "There's still a chance, isn't there?" he pressed. After a long pause, the doctor finally said, "Let me put it this way medically. According to the guidelines and hospital regulations, your daughter's condition no longer meets the safety criteria for the procedure. Her current state makes the surgery very risky." "Risky means it's still possible, right?" Wang Wenbin latched onto the implication. The doctor nodded. "Yes. Her condition has deteriorated and is below the safety threshold we require for surgery. However, it hasn't deteriorated so much that the surgery would guarantee immediate fatality. There's a probability of success, and also a risk of failure. That's the reality. So let's do it. Doctor, if we don't, she'll die for sure. But if we try, she has a chance. Please, I'm begging you, help us do this surgery," Wang Wenbin pleaded, grabbing the doctor's hand. "You're correct. If we don't do the surgery, there's no hope at all. If we do, there's a chance," the doctor admitted. He stood up and added, "I've known Miss Yu Shu for several years now, so I'll say something as a friend, not as a doctor. Medically, I cannot recommend this surgery, and the hospital can't officially approve it because we would be held accountable for any consequences. But as a friend, I think you should do it. The probability of success is around 60 to 70%. If it fails, it would result in immediate death. But a 60 to 70% chance is still significant." Hearing this, Wang Wenbin and Zhu Wei exchanged glances. Both of them smiled, though tears streamed down Zhu Wei's face. "Let's do it. Doctor, we want to proceed. What do we need to do now?" Zhu Wei said quickly. "Your daughter's condition is worsening rapidly. The sooner we operate, the better the chances of success. Time is critical. Normally there's a week-long preparation period for surgery, but since we've already been treating her with surgery preparation protocols, we can skip it. If you're certain about going ahead, I'll schedule a full examination for your daughter right away to reassess her condition and risks. You need to ensure the donor arrives at the hospital by tomorrow morning or arranges for bone marrow extraction elsewhere. We can perform the surgery tomorrow afternoon. The bone marrow must reach the hospital within 3 hours before the procedure begins. The earlier the better," the doctor explained in detail. "Got it. I'll find the donor immediately and make sure they're at the hospital as soon as possible," Wang Wenbin said, nodding vigorously. "Very well. If you're certain, come back later to complete the paperwork," the doctor said, nodding. "Thank you, doctor," Xu Wei said, gripping the doctor's hand tightly. As they left the office, Yi Xiu Wei burst into tears again, throwing her arms around Wang Wenbin. But this time her tears were different. They were tears of hope and joy instead of despair. "Bin, Annie can be saved, right? Tell me, she can be saved?" Xu Wei asked, her voice trembling with emotion. "Yes, she can be saved. I told you, Annie will be okay. She'll be okay," Wang Wenbin replied firmly. "What should we do now? What needs to be done?" Yu Xiu Wei's mind was in chaos. She had always been clear-headed and rational, a strong woman. But during this time with Wang Wenbin by her side, she found herself unable to think straight. Whatever happened, her first instinct was to turn to him for guidance. "You handle things at the hospital, process the paperwork, arrange for Annie's tests, and follow the doctor's instructions. I'll head to the 5th hospital and contact the bone marrow donor, asking them to come to the hospital tomorrow for extraction. The sooner we arrange this, the better," Wang Wenbin said after thinking it over. "All right. Thank you. It's so good to have you here," Yu Xiu Wei nodded. "I'll always be by your side," Wang Wenbin said, brushing a stray lock of hair from her forehead. I'll go check on Annie first and then head to the 5th hospital. The two headed toward Annie's ward, their moods much lighter than before. As they neared Annie's room, they suddenly saw a man walking out. He was wearing a baseball cap and a mask, covering his entire face. The man hesitated when he saw Wang Wenbin and Xu Wei, but quickly lowered his head and hurried past them. Wang Wenbin and Xu Wei exchanged puzzled glances. Xu Wei, feeling uneasy, rushed into the room, while Wang Wenbin glanced in the direction the man had gone, debating whether to follow. But the man had already disappeared in the blink of an eye. Wang Wenbin, concerned about Annie, turned and ran into the ward. Inside, Xu Wei was standing by Annie's bed. Annie was sound asleep, completely unharmed. Is everything okay? Wang Wenbin asked. Everything's fine, Xu Wei replied. Did anything go missing? Wang Wenbin asked again. I don't think so. There's nothing valuable here anyway. Even if something's gone, it's just minor stuff not worth worrying about, Xu Wei said casually. Just then, a nurse entered the room. This nurse had been assigned by the hospital to care for Annie. She was holding a new IV drip to replace the one Annie was using. Earlier, Xu Wei had sent the family's nanny home to rest, as the nanny had been working tirelessly around the clock and dealing with personal issues. Since then, Xu Wei and this nurse had been taking care of Annie together. Nurse. Did you see a man wearing a cap and a mask in the ward earlier? Wang Wenbin asked. Yes, I've seen him. He's been coming almost every day recently. Why? Isn't he a friend of yours? The nurse asked curiously. Hearing this, Wang Wenbin and Xu Wei exchanged surprised looks. Xu Wei asked, when was this? I've been here every day. How come I've never seen him? You haven't? I don't know then. I've seen him a few times. I even asked him once because I thought his outfit was strange. He said he was a family member of the child, so I didn't press further. He didn't do anything suspicious, just sat by the bed watching the child. Is something wrong? The nurse asked. No, nothing happened. It's just strange, that's all. Please keep an eye out in the future. We don't know who this person is, Wang Wenbin said after thinking for a moment. Not finding any clear answers, he decided to let it go for now. He checked on Annie one more time, and then left the ward, heading to the 5th hospital in his van. Given the large number of volunteers involved in their bone marrow donor campaign, the equipment and staff at Annie's hospital alone couldn't handle it. Xu Wei had pulled some strings, and Wang Wenbin had also reached out to other hospitals in the city for support. The 5th hospital was one of those helping with the donor tests. At the 5th hospital, Wang Wenbin went straight to the doctor overseeing the bone marrow testing. Doctor, I got word that a matching donor has been found. Is that true? He asked. The doctor, who recognized Wang Wenbin, nodded. Yes. Among the blood samples submitted 5 days ago, one was a complete match. The compatibility level is extremely high. Your recipient and the donor have perfectly matched HeLa types across all 5 genetic markers. This donor is fully suitable for a bone marrow transplant, and the likelihood of success is very high. Really? That's fantastic, Wang Wenbin said excitedly. Which sample is it? You have their contact information, right? Since the campaign was privately organized, Wang Wenbin had insisted that all donors leave basic personal details and phone numbers for follow-up contact. Here's the logbook. All the donor information is recorded. Match your sample's ID number with the entries in this book, the doctor said before turning back to other tasks. Wang Wenbin started flipping through the logbook, matching the sample ID to find the donor's details. I have to say though, the doctor remarked while working on his computer, it's strange that the child's father is only now doing a match. With all the effort, money, and manpower you've spent on this campaign, wouldn't it have been easier if the father had been tested first? Typically, the highest success rates for matches are with close blood relatives, siblings, or parents. Shouldn't the father have been tested right away? Wang Wenbin froze for a moment, confused by the doctor's comments. After thinking it over, he smiled and said, the doctors at Annie's hospital told us to test family members first. I was tested, but I wasn't a match. That's why we had to go to these lengths. I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about the child's father, the doctor emphasized. I am the child's father, Wang Wenbin replied, still flipping through the logbook, puzzled as to why the doctor seemed so hung up on this point. You're the father? Not the biological one, right? The doctor asked. What makes you so sure I'm not the biological father? Have you seen the child? Do we not look alike or something? Wang Wenbin replied jokingly, assuming the doctor was teasing. I haven't seen the child, but I can be certain you're not the biological father. Because the donor who matched is the child's biological father. Didn't you know that? The doctor looked at Wang Wenbin with some confusion. Wang Wenbin stopped flipping through the logbook and raised his head sharply to look at the doctor, stunned and speechless. What's wrong? The doctor was startled by Wang Wenbin's reaction. You said he's the biological father? Wang Wenbin asked, holding up the logbook. Yes, the donor who matched is the child's biological father. Didn't you know that? Aren't you? The doctor trailed off, completely bewildered. Doctor, you must be mistaken. Or you're joking, right? How could that be possible? Wang Wenbin said, forcing a laugh. I'm not joking, and I can't be mistaken. This is science. Bone marrow matching is an extremely rigorous process, and the tests are conducted by highly advanced instruments, not manually. I can tell you with absolute certainty that the donor is the biological father. There's no mistake, the doctor said firmly. You've got to be kidding. I'm telling you, this must be wrong. Now I'm even doubting the reliability of your matching results. Can we run the tests again? Wang Wenbin demanded. Why do you think it's wrong? It's simple. While I'm not the biological father, the child's biological father has been dead for years. How could a dead person suddenly reappear as the biological father? There has to be a mistake in your process somewhere. This isn't a trivial matter, it's about saving a life. If something goes wrong, it's a matter of life and death, Wang Wenbin said, his voice rising. There's no mistake. This is a hospital, and we fully understand the significance of these results. We wouldn't make such an error. I can responsibly tell you that the donor is the child's biological father. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Frankly, I shouldn't have brought it up. It's none of my business, the doctor said, clearly annoyed by Wang Wenbin's doubts. Meanwhile, Yu Wei was deeply involved in getting Annie ready for surgery. After completing the necessary paperwork, she worked closely with the doctors to ensure Annie underwent comprehensive pre-surgery examinations. Given the urgency, the hospital assembled a team of experts to evaluate Annie's condition and assess the risks. The conclusion was grim. Annie's condition was deteriorating rapidly, and she was in the final stages. The surgery carried significant risks, with a high chance of failure or even death during the procedure. If Yi Wei insisted on going forward, she needed to sign a waiver accepting full responsibility for the outcome. Without hesitation, Zhu Wei signed. Once the paperwork was complete, the hospital began preparing for the surgery. Annie was transferred to a sterile ICU unit for specialized care, where no visitors were allowed. Sitting alone in the now empty ward, Yi Wei felt a deep void. Without her daughter by her side, her heart felt hollow. She sat silently, alternating between praying and staring blankly, pleading with the heavens for a good outcome. She was willing to give everything for Annie's survival. As she sat there, Wang Wenbin walked in, his face somber and distant, as if his mind were elsewhere. Yu Wei's heart sank. Her first thought was that something had gone wrong with the donor. She knew exactly what that would mean. Standing up quickly, she asked anxiously, "What's wrong? Is there a problem with the donor? Did they refuse to come?" Wang Wenbin looked at her, his expression complicated, his thoughts even more so. Shaking his head, he said, "No, there's no problem. Everything is fine. The match is perfect, absolutely flawless. And I've found the donor's information." He handed Zhu Wei a piece of paper with the donor's details written in his handwriting, including a phone number. "That's good to hear," Yi Wei said, finally exhaling in relief. But seeing the tension on Wang Wenbin's face, she couldn't help but ask, "Is the donor unwilling to help? Did you try contacting them?" Wang Wenbin shook his head mechanically. "I haven't contacted them." Yu Wei looked at him, puzzled. Something about Wang Wenbin's behavior felt off. "I think it would be better if you made the call," Wang Wenbin said softly. Yu Wei took the paper from him and looked at the unfamiliar name and personal details. Then she turned back to Wang Wenbin, her confusion deepening. "What's going on, Wenbin? Tell me. What happened? Where's Annie?" Wang Wenbin asked, avoiding her question. He glanced around the empty room and the bed. The doctors completed a full examination, and after consulting with experts, they concluded the surgery is risky but still possible. They recommended doing it as soon as possible. Annie's condition is critical, so they moved her to the ICU for special care. "We're not allowed to go in," Yi Wei explained. Wang Wenbin nodded, walked to the bed, and sat down. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and began smoking slowly. Yu Wei watched him closely. His every action and expression only deepened her concern. She sat down beside him, took his hand, and asked softly, "Wenbin, what's wrong? Please, just tell me." Wang Wenbin pulled his hand away and stood, walking to the window to look outside. Yu Wei was even more shocked. His behavior was so deliberate, so avoidant, that it felt like he was trying to distance himself from her. This was something he had never done before. Yishu Wei stood up, deeply shaken. She had no idea what was suddenly going on with Wenbin. Confused, she watched him stand a few meters away, smoking by the window. She didn't push him for answers but waited for him to speak on his own. Wang Wenbin smoked silently by the window. Only after finishing his cigarette did he slowly turn around to face Yishu Wei and say, "Time is of the essence. You should call him right away." "Why don't you call him?" Yishu Wei asked, sensing something unusual. She knew Wang Wenbin's character. If it were something he could handle, he would have already done it instead of leaving it to her. "It's more appropriate for you to make the call," Wang Wenbin replied calmly. "Why? Why is it more appropriate for me to call?" Zhu Wei pressed him further. "Because you're Annie's mother," Wang Wenbin said, pausing for a moment before continuing. "And he is Annie's father." "Father? What do you mean?" Zhu Wei froze, not comprehending what Wang Wenbin meant. "Yes, Annie's biological father," Wang Wenbin said again. "Biological father? What nonsense are you talking about?" Yishu Wei frowned at him, her frustration boiling over. It was the first time she had spoken so harshly to Wang Wenbin. "Nonsense? Ha!" Wang Wenbin laughed coldly, his tone dripping with irony, confusing Zhu Wei even more. "I wish I were talking nonsense. I wish more than anyone that I were just spouting nonsense. Zhu Wei, do you really not know? You lied to me, treating me like a fool. And now you're still lying. How long are you planning to keep deceiving me?" Wang Wenbin suddenly erupted, his anger spilling out as he practically growled through clenched teeth. His eyes burned with fury as he shouted at her before storming out of the room. Yishu Wei was left completely stunned, unable to process what had just happened. She replayed Wang Wenbin's words in her mind, and then her eyes widened in sudden realization. She hurriedly chased after him. When she stepped out, she saw Wang Wenbin sitting on the familiar bench in the hallway, smoking. "Wenbin, what do you mean? Explain yourself clearly," Yishu Wei demanded, holding the paper in her hand as she confronted him. "Don't you already know what it means?" "I don't know. If I knew, would I be asking you?" "Wenbin, I don't care about anything else for now. We'll deal with those things later. Right now, you need to explain why you're saying the person on this paper is Annie's biological father," Yishu Wei said, her tone serious and resolute. "You think I'd say that for no reason? This is what the doctor told me. The doctor said this person is Annie's biological father. This is a fact determined through blood testing, -100% accurate. No mistake," Wang Wenbin said, jabbing his finger at the paper as he spoke through gritted teeth. "Impossible. Impossible. How could it be? He's dead. He's been dead for years. How could this happen?" Zhu Wei shook her head as she mumbled to herself. Suddenly her eyes filled with panic as a thought struck her. Could it be? Her hands, holding the paper, began trembling uncontrollably. Wang Wenbin said nothing, his mood sinking further. He stood up, leaned against the wall opposite, and lit another cigarette, staring at the ceiling. Zhu Wei stared blankly at the paper in her hand, her expression one of shock and fear. Her trembling hands and panicked gaze betrayed the storm raging inside her. Shakily, Yishu Wei pulled out her phone and dialed the number on the paper. She made several errors entering the digits due to her trembling fingers before finally getting it right. She hit the call button and turned on the speakerphone. The phone rang, the beeping sound echoing in her ears. Yishu Wei's heart pounded with each tone, her unease growing with the long wait for the call to connect. "Hello, who's this?" A man's voice answered on the other end. On hearing that voice, Yishu Wei's pupils dilated. She knew that voice all too well. Her hand holding the phone shook so violently that it nearly fell to the ground. "Hello? Hello? Why isn't anyone speaking?" The man spoke again after a few moments of silence. "My name is Zhu Wei," Zhu Wei finally said, biting her lip as she forced out the words. There was silence on the other end. The call remained connected, but no one spoke. Wang Wenbin, standing nearby, continued to smoke and stare at the ceiling. "I don't know you. What do you want?" The man finally broke the silence. Tears streamed down Yishu Wei's face. From the moment she heard his voice and his lengthy silence after hearing her name, she already had her answer. "But I know you. Peng Xiang," Yishu Wei said, her voice trembling with suppressed anger and emotion. You've got the wrong person. I'm not whoever you said, Peng Xiang. You've called the wrong number," the man stammered in panic before abruptly hanging up. Yishu Wei's face was covered in tears. She redialed the number. This time it rang for a long time before the man finally picked up again. "I already told you, you've got the wrong number. I'm not who you're looking for." the man said as soon as he answered. I don't care if you admit it or not. I don't care who you are now. I'm telling you, Annie's life is hanging by a thread. She needs a bone marrow transplant urgently, it's her only chance. Every second counts, and if we wait any longer, she may lose even the chance to have the surgery. Your bone marrow is a perfect match. We need you to donate it for her transplant immediately. If you still acknowledge Annie as your daughter and don't want her to die, be at the hospital within 30 minutes. First Hospital, 17th floor, room 35. Yu Shu-wei's voice was cold and determined. She hung up the phone immediately after speaking. Tears streamed down her face as she stared blankly at her phone. To her, everything that had happened felt like a surreal dream. After a moment, Yu Shu-wei made another call, this time to Peng Mengjia. Hello, sister-in-law? How did the tests go? Has Wang Wenbin contacted the bone marrow donor yet? Peng Mengjia asked anxiously as soon as the call connected. Earlier, Yu Shu-wei had told her about finding a matching donor and preparing for Annie's surgery. Hearing the news, Peng Mengjia had rushed to the hospital after handling an urgent matter at work. Yu Shu-wei forced herself to sound calm as she spoke to Peng Mengjia. Where are you now? I'm downstairs at the hospital. What's wrong, sister-in-law? Have you been crying? Peng Mengjia could hear the tremble and sobs in Yu Shu-wei's voice. Come upstairs. I'll wait for you here, Shu-wei said before hanging up. Wang Wenbin had overheard the entire conversation. By now, he fully understood that Annie's biological father was alive, and this fact had been confirmed. His heart was filled with rage, convinced that Zhu Wei had been deceiving him all along. Yi Shu-wei meanwhile was in utter turmoil. Her mind was blank as she struggled to process everything. It felt like a dream, and she couldn't make sense of what was happening or figure out what to do next. She sat there, lost and helpless. What's going on, sister-in-law? What happened? Where's Annie? Didn't you say the bone marrow donor was found? Didn't you say she could have the surgery? Isn't Annie going to be saved? Peng Mengjia ran down the hallway toward Zhu Wei, immediately noticing her tear-streaked face and Wang Wenbin, standing by the window, silently smoking. She sensed that something was wrong. Even before reaching Zhu Wei, she started bombarding her with questions. The donor was found, and the surgery is possible. The hospital transferred Annie to the ICU for specialized care, considering her condition and the upcoming surgery, Yi Shu-wei replied robotically. Her tone was flat, and she seemed utterly detached. Hearing this, Peng Mengjia felt somewhat relieved. But as she looked at Zhu Wei's tear-streaked face and Wang Wenbin's expressionless yet clearly angry demeanor, her unease returned. She quickly turned to Wang Wenbin and demanded, Wang Wenbin, did you bully my sister-in-law? Let me tell you something, I might not be able to stop you from being with her, but I will never let you bully her. Together? Wang Wenbin suddenly laughed. It was a bitter, hollow laugh that didn't stop. What's wrong with you? Have you gone mad? Peng Mengjia was unnerved by his laughter. I wish I were mad. If I were crazy, I wouldn't know anything. But no, I'm perfectly sane, Wang Wenbin said through gritted teeth before turning and striding out of the room. Wenbin, where are you going? Yu Shu-wei stood up quickly, her emotions in disarray. Everything had happened so suddenly that she couldn't even sort out her feelings. I'm going where I belong. Do you think I have any place here? Why should I stay and watch your family reunion? What am I, a third wheel? Wang Wenbin turned back and said coldly before walking toward the elevator. Just as he took a few steps, someone appeared at the other end of the hallway. It was the mystery man whom Wang Wenbin and Zhu Wei had seen in the room earlier that morning, the man wearing a hat, a mask, and the same outfit. Seeing him again, Wang Wenbin froze. His suspicions from earlier resurfaced. The man's reappearance felt even more suspicious, and Wang Wenbin stopped in his tracks, worried for Zhu Wei and Peng Mengjia's safety. Yu Shu-wei also noticed the man. She stared at him with a puzzled expression. The man walked toward them but stopped abruptly when he was still 5 or 6 meters away. He stood there, motionless, staring at Zhu Wei. Wang Wenbin thought this behavior was even stranger. Yu Shu-wei, too, found it odd. She started carefully examining the man's features. Then, her gaze shifted, becoming more intense and filled with fire. Slowly she began walking toward him. Wang Wenbin saw her approach the man and followed, concerned for her safety. But as he saw the way their gazes locked, something clicked in his mind. He stopped in his tracks, realization dawning on him. Yu Shu-wei reached the man and stood directly in front of him, staring intently. She said nothing, made no moves, but her eyes burned with a mix of emotions. The man looked at Yu Shu-wei and began to cry silently. He lowered his head, avoiding her gaze. Yu Shu-wei stretched out her hand and yanked off his hat, letting it fall to the ground. The man didn't resist. She then pulled off his mask, revealing his face. When she saw his face, tears streamed down Zhu Wei's cheeks. Her gaze burned with anger, grief, and 1,000 unspoken emotions. "Brother!" Peng Mengjie suddenly cried out from behind. She rushed forward, pushing past Wang Wenbin and running to the man. She reached out to touch his face, asking, "Is it you? Brother, is it really you?" "Dreamjie." The man choked, tears streaming down his face. "You. Are you human or ghost? Brother. Are you not dead?" Peng Mengjie looked at him in shock and fear. I. The man hesitated, unable to finish his sentence. "Brother." Peng Mengjie threw herself into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. "Where have you been? All these years, where were you? We thought you were dead. We all thought you were dead. Do you know what it's been like for us?" Zhu Wei stood to the side, silently watching, her expression icy and unreadable. Her emotions were complex, an unreadable storm raging in her eyes. Peng Mengjie pulled away from the man, her face wet with tears but also lit with a relieved smile. "I knew it. I always felt that you weren't dead. Even after all these years I couldn't believe it. I just knew you couldn't be gone." "Dreamjie, the man began, but his words were interrupted when Zhu Wei slapped him hard across the face. "Sister-in-law." Peng Mengjie gasped in shock. The man, however, remained calm, his expression showing no anger or resistance. "To me you might as well have been dead," Zhu Wei said coldly, her voice trembling with anger. "All these years, where were you? If you were alive, why didn't you come back? Why did you hide from me? Why? Do you know what I've been through? Do you know what Annie has been through?" Wang Wenbin stood off to the side, trembling with emotion. He felt like his entire world had crumbled. The scene before him was a family reunion, and he was nothing but an outsider, a painfully irrelevant outsider. The woman he thought was his was, in reality, someone else's wife. Wang Wenbin couldn't describe the feeling in his heart. He only knew that at this moment, he felt like a fool. Unable to bear the sight any longer, he turned and strode toward the elevator. As he passed the three of them, he kept close to the wall, avoiding eye contact. Zhu Wei noticed him leaving and suddenly snapped out of her daze. She called after him, "Wenbin." Hearing her voice, Wang Wenbin felt his heart twist in pain. He didn't turn back or stop. He kept walking, his steps firm and resolute. Zhu Wei watched him enter the elevator, disappearing from view. She wanted to chase after him but hesitated. "Sister-in-law, where are you going?" Peng Mengjie called out, confused by Zhu Wei's actions. She understood what was happening, even if the man did not. Hearing Peng Mengjie's voice, Zhu Wei froze in place. She watched the elevator doors close, her expression one of despair. She knew she couldn't chase after Wang Wenbin now. Zhu Wei stood there blankly, staring at the spot where Wang Wenbin had disappeared, tears blurring her vision once again. It seemed her entire life was destined to be accompanied by tears. She gazed in the direction Wang Wenbin had left, while Peng Mengjie and Peng Xiang stood silently, watching Zhu Wei. Peng Mengjie's expression was a mixture of anger and anticipation, while Peng Xiang's eyes were filled with deep complexity. The three of them stood frozen for 3 minutes. Finally, Zhu Wei slowly turned around and looked at Peng Xiang, who lowered his head in silence. Step by step, Zhu Wei walked toward him. She stopped in front of Peng Xiang, staring coldly at him without saying a word. Peng Xiang dared not meet her eyes and kept his head bowed. 5 years. 5 whole years. "Give me an explanation," Zhu Wei said coldly, her gaze never leaving him. Without waiting for a response, she turned and walked into the empty hospital room. Standing by the window, she could see Wang Wenbin in the hospital parking lot. He had gotten into his van but hadn't driven off, he simply sat there. "Brother, what happened? What really happened in that car accident? Where did you go? What have you been through all these years? Why didn't you come back? Tell me, why didn't you come back?" Peng Mengjie cried as she clung to Peng Xiang's shoulder. Peng Xiang looked at her, his lips trembling as if to speak, but no words came out. "Say something. Why won't you speak?" Peng Mengjie became more frantic, her voice shaking with emotion. "I don't want to talk about it. Just think of me as truly dead." Peng Xiang finally sighed after a long silence. "What's wrong with you?" Peng Mengjie was stunned by his words, and her emotions surged uncontrollably. "Brother, you don't have to tell me what happened. I can forgive you, no matter what you've been through or done. But can sister-in-law forgive you? Do you know how she's lived all these years? After the accident, she completely collapsed. We searched along the river for you for over a month every single day. Do you know how hopeless it felt when everyone gave up and thought you were gone? If it weren't for Annie, if I hadn't stopped her, sister-in-law would have taken her own life to join you. Over these years, she worked tirelessly to grow the company from a small business to what it is today. Not because she wanted to, but because you weren't there. She had to hold the family together, to provide for me and Annie. Do you know how much she's endured as a single woman supporting a family and a business? And that's not even the worst of it. When Annie was diagnosed with leukemia, a terminal illness, she ran all over the world looking for experts and solutions. She's endured unimaginable suffering, all of which should have been your burden to bear, not hers. Now you're back in her life, and all you have to say is you don't want to talk about it. How can you expect her to forgive you? Ping Mingjia demanded, her voice rising with each word. Ping Xiang's face was streaked with tears by the time she finished. I'm sorry. I failed her. I failed all of you, he said, his voice shaking. What good does it do to say that to me? Peng Mingjia shot back angrily. What difference does it make for you to tell me? Meanwhile, Yi Shu-wei stood at the window, her eyes fixed on Wang Wenbin's van. It hadn't moved an inch. She knew he was sitting inside, probably smoking. Whenever he faced something difficult or heartbreaking, he would find a quiet place to smoke alone, as if retreating into his own world, a wounded wolf licking its wounds in solitude. At that moment, the door to the room opened. Peng Xiang walked in and stopped, seeing Xu Wei standing with her back to him. His face was filled with hesitation and conflict. Xu Wei heard the door open but didn't turn around. Peng Xiang stood there for a long time before quietly closing the door. Now, the empty room held only Xu Wei and him. I'm sorry, Xu Wei. I had no idea so much had happened over these years. I didn't know how much you suffered, or that Annie was sick. Peng Xiang began. Enough. Yu Xu Wei abruptly turned and cut him off, her voice tinged with irritation. I don't need your apologies. Do you think I'm sorry can erase the pain of the past 5 years? Peng Xiang, I need an explanation, a proper explanation, Yu Wei said through gritted teeth, her eyes burning with fury. Peng Xiang took a deep breath, and after a long pause he said, the car crash. The car flew off the road. I jumped out and fell into the river. After that I don't remember anything. When I woke up I was in a small clinic. An old man who had saved me from the river was taking care of me. I was badly hurt, but I survived. I don't need to know that. I know you're alive. What I need to know is why you didn't come back. 5 years. You abandoned your wife and child for 5 years. Why? Xu Wei pressed. My leg was badly injured, my thigh. It was a severe injury. But more importantly, Peng Xiang trailed off, his face contorted with pain, his cheeks flushing. Xu Wei stared at him, waiting for an answer. I am no longer a man, Peng Xiang finally said, his voice trembling. Tears poured down his face as if he had just used up every last ounce of strength to utter those words. Yi Shu Wei's eyes widened in shock. This was the last thing she had expected. You don't understand. I'm not a man anymore. That part of me, it's gone. My thigh injury was bad, but that was worse. It wasn't just injured, it was gone, Peng Xiang said, his voice breaking. His whole body trembled as he spoke, the anguish in his heart erupting into the open. Yu Shu Wei opened her mouth, but no words came out. I'm a man, but I'm not. Do you know what that means for someone like me? You wouldn't understand, you can't. When the doctor at the clinic dressed my wounds and suggested taking me to a major hospital, I fled. I couldn't face anyone. I hid in the mountains, waiting to die. I wanted to die. But fate wouldn't let me. Even with such severe injuries, I survived. I was ashamed, utterly humiliated, but I didn't have the courage to end my own life, he confessed. I was afraid to face you again, and I didn't want you to live as a widow at such a young age. I didn't want to ruin your life. I know your personality. If I had come back, you would have stayed by my side no matter what. So, I chose to hide, to let you believe I was dead. I didn't want to drag you down, Peng Xiang said, his face streaming with tears. These years I've lived aimlessly. After the accident, I was terrified of people. The only times I left were to work, but even then, I avoided contact with others. The busier and more crowded the place, the more terrified I felt. Whenever I interacted with anyone, I had this unbearable sense that they could see through me, that they knew I was no longer a man. I felt like the whole world was mocking me. I became weak, sensitive, reclusive. I know my mind is deeply twisted, that I have serious psychological issues. I missed you. And I missed Annie and Mingjia. But I didn't want to return to face you. I couldn't bear the thought of dragging you down with me. For 5 years, I stayed in that small town, completely disconnected from the world. I never came back, not even once. But then, a few days ago, I saw a report on my phone. It said Annie was sick and needed a bone marrow transplant to save her life. I looked it up online and found that a biological father's bone marrow has a high chance of matching. That gave me the courage to rush to the hospital. The report included the name of Annie's hospital and her room number, so I came here. For the past few days, I've been at this hospital, watching from the shadows. I didn't dare let you see me. I only entered Annie's room when I knew you weren't there. I went to get tested for a bone marrow match. But I didn't do it at this hospital, I went to another one listed in the report. My plan was to anonymously donate the bone marrow to save Annie. I gave false information on the forms, except for the phone number, which was real so you could contact me. I never expected the test to reveal paternity, nor did I expect the doctor to tell you. Peng Xiang explained in detail, bit by bit. Yi Shu Wei stared at him, her face also covered in tears. The anger and hatred in her eyes gradually softened, replaced with a complex mix of emotions. Yi Shu Wei, I'm sorry. I know I've been running away. I know I'm irresponsible. It's not that I didn't want to come back to you, but I just didn't have the courage to face all this. I couldn't. Seeing you would remind me of what I've lost, of what I am now. It makes me want to take a knife and end it all. I can't handle being around people, I repel contact. Anytime I'm around others, I feel overwhelmed and want to escape. Only in isolation can I feel a little relief. But more than anything, I didn't want to burden you. I wanted you to think I was gone so you could find someone else, a normal man, and live a happy life, Peng Xiang said, looking at Zhu Wei with trembling sincerity. Yi Shu Wei laughed, tears streaming down her face as she laughed. To you, what is happiness? Do you think happiness is just sex? I can understand that you were injured, that you were sick. I can even understand that you were traumatized, that you were afraid to face me or others. But Peng Xiang, everyone has responsibilities. You could abandon me, but what about your child? You're a father. Do you know how much Annie has longed for her father all these years? How badly she's needed you. Do you know the pain she's endured without you? If you had decided to stay gone, then you should never have let me find out you were alive. Why weren't you more careful? Why let me know now? I've been waiting for you, missing you all these years. Do you know how hard I've worked to forget you? It took everything I had to climb out of the shadow you left and start to build a new life with someone I love and who loves me back. Just when I finally gathered the courage to let go and move forward, you show up. Why now? Tell me. Peng Xiang, what am I supposed to do now? What do you want me to do? You've ruined my life. Do you know that? You've ruined everything, Yi Shu Wei screamed at him, her voice filled with despair. I'm sorry, Yi Shu Wei. I only came back to save Annie. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have disrupted your life. I know the whole world thinks I'm dead. After the bone marrow transplant tomorrow, I'll leave. No, I'll leave right after the donation. You'll never see me again. Just treat me as if I truly died, Peng Xiang said, his voice heavy. But you're not dead. You're standing here in front of me, Yi Shu Wei interrupted. Don't forget, we're still married, and you're still Annie's father. And now, in this state, how can I possibly ignore you? I'm not like you, Peng Xiang. I can't just walk away. I know you'll feel obligated to help me. Yi Shu Wei, I'll disappear on my own. You'll never have to see me again. You can move on, Peng Xiang replied. How can I move on? Do you think your disappearance will fix everything? It won't. Not now, not ever. Peng Xiang, let me make this clear, if you try to run away again, I will never forgive you. Not in this life, not in the next, never. If you leave, I'll end my life. I've suffered enough guilt and pain. I refuse to endure it any longer, Yi Shu Wei said with finality, her voice trembling with fury. After Annie's surgery, you will go to the hospital for a full medical examination. Then, you'll start therapy with a psychologist. Do you understand me? She shouted. Yi Shu Wei. Peng Xiang's voice faltered as he looked at her. Zhu Wei turned and opened the door, only to find Peng Mingjie crouched outside, eavesdropping. Startled, Peng Mingjie blushed in embarrassment. Sister-in-law, take your brother home. Watch him. Take care of him. Tell the housekeeper to come back to work, Yi Shu Wei instructed coldly. Okay. What about you, sister-in-law? Peng Mingjie asked. I'll stay here and wait for updates from the hospital. I also need some time alone to think, Yi Shu Wei replied, her tone flat. All right, brother, let's go. You need to rest, Peng Mingjie said, pulling at Peng Xiang. Yi Shu Wei, Peng Xiang started, but the words caught in his throat. Listen to me carefully, Peng Xiang. You've already owed me enough. Don't add more to the debt. Since you're back, stay. Everything will eventually pass. If you disappear again, I will end my life. I refuse to go through this pain any longer, Yi Shu Wei warned him. Turning to Peng Mengjia, she added, hire the best psychologist in Shanghai to work with him 24/7. Spare no expense. With that, Yi Xiu-wei walked out of the room and headed for the elevator, leaving them behind. Yi Xiu-wei entered the elevator and exited the hospital building. By now, the sky had grown dark. She walked toward the spot where Wang Wenbin had parked, only to find it empty. His van was nowhere to be seen. She realized that Wang Wenbin had already left. Without hesitation, Yi Xiu-wei drove toward Wang Wenbin's home. Standing at the door, she knocked repeatedly, but no one answered. Taking out a key she had for his place, she unlocked the door and stepped inside. The house was pitch black. She turned on the lights and found the place eerily quiet and covered in a layer of dust. It was clear no one had lived there for some time. Yi Xiu-wei knew that, during the past few weeks, Wang Wenbin had been staying in his office as he worked tirelessly to find a bone marrow donor for Annie. Yi Xiu-wei sat down on the couch and called Wang Wenbin's phone. The call went through to a message informing her that his phone was turned off. She sighed deeply and decided to wait for him to return. Meanwhile, Wang Wenbin had left the hospital with a heart full of anger and bitterness. The feelings were far worse than when Yi Xiu-min had abandoned him. As he sat in his van, he felt suffocated, his chest tight with frustration and pain. Sitting in the van, he lit cigarette after cigarette, trying to calm his emotions, but it was futile. After sitting there for what felt like an eternity, Wang Wenbin finally started the engine. He didn't return home. Instead, he drove to the back of the university where he had studied and parked his van. He got out and walked to a secluded spot by the lake, sitting on a stone bench under the trees. It was the dead of winter, and the biting wind cut through the air, numbing his ears until they turned bright red. But Wang Wenbin welcomed the sting. It made him feel alive. The more it hurt, the more awake he felt. The cold wind seemed to dull the ache in his chest. Wang Wenbin had only told Zhang Xingyi that this was where he and Xu Min had often gone during their college days. He hadn't mentioned that it was also where he came to heal when he was heartbroken. He switched off his phone and sat there, smoking in silence. He didn't know how long he had been sitting, only that the initial trembling from the cold had turned into complete numbness. His body felt stiff, his movements mechanical. The temperature by the lake had dipped to near freezing, and in the southern region, freezing temperatures were especially unforgiving. Yet Wang Wenbin didn't feel like moving. A dark thought crossed his mind: if he stayed here and froze to death, all his anger, sorrow, and pain would finally end. Yi Xiu-wei was right. He was like a lone wolf. Whenever he was wounded, he withdrew to a quiet, solitary place to lick his wounds, refusing to let anyone see his pain until he healed. Proud and stubborn, he bore his suffering in isolation. Wang Wenbin sat on the bench all night, replaying the events of his life in his mind. He thought about his relationship with Xu Wei, from the day they met to the present moment. He thought about his journey since coming to Shanghai as a university student, and he reflected on his entire life. By the time dawn broke, he realized he hadn't frozen to death. Instead, he felt lightheaded and weak, his limbs stiff and unresponsive. When you're truly unlucky, not even dying comes easy, he muttered to himself with a bitter smile. His unshaven face had grown rough overnight. Yi Xiu-wei had spent the entire night sitting on Wang Wenbin's couch, waiting for him. When morning light streamed through the windows, she finally got up. Looking around at the dusty room, she walked to the bathroom to freshen up before heading out to the hospital. No matter what happened, nothing was more important than Annie's surgery. To her, her daughter was the most important thing in her life, even more important than her own survival. Wang Wenbin, too, noticed the morning sun. The winter sunlight felt warm and comforting, a rare pleasure. On any other day it would have lifted his spirits, but today his heart remained heavy. As he left the campus, his condition worsened. His head throbbed, and his legs felt like they might give out. He realized he had caught a fever. Stopping at a pharmacy near the back gate, he walked inside. "Sir, how can I help you?" asked the pharmacist. "I need something for a cold," Wang Wenbin replied, leaning on the counter. "Is this for you or someone else?" the pharmacist asked, glancing at Wang Wenbin's pale face. "For me. It's just a slight cold," Wang Wenbin said, coughing as he spoke. "Sir, you don't look well. Your symptoms seem severe. I recommend you go to a hospital immediately. Medicine alone might not be enough," the pharmacist advised. "It's not that serious. Just give me the medication," Wang Wenbin insisted. "This is no joke. Severe colds can be fatal without proper treatment." "I understand. I'll go to the hospital later this afternoon. I have something urgent to do this morning. Please just give me something to help for now. And a mask. I don't want to infect anyone," Wang Wenbin said, trying to reassure the pharmacist. Reluctantly, the pharmacist handed him the medication and repeated the warning to seek medical attention as soon as possible. Wang Wenbin took the medicine, put on the mask, and staggered out of the pharmacy before driving off in his van. Yi Shu-wei arrived at the hospital and immediately sought out the doctor to check on Annie's condition and the preparations for the surgery. The doctor explained that Annie's unstable health had prompted the hospital to start preparing for the surgery overnight to maximize its chances of success. Everything was now ready, and they were only waiting for the bone marrow to begin the procedure. However, the doctor cautioned Zhu Wei that the success rate was only 50% and urged her to be prepared for the possibility of failure. The bone marrow transplant was quick and relatively simple. The donor's matching bone marrow was extracted and infused into Annie's body, much like a blood transfusion. The success or failure of the procedure hinged on whether Annie's body would exhibit severe rejection to the new bone marrow. If the rejection was intense, it could accelerate her decline. While the actual procedure was brief, the preparation took a long time. Outside the operating room, Yi Shu-wei, Peng Mingjie, and Peng Xiang, who kept his head lowered and avoided making eye contact, sat in silence. Yi Shu-wei, especially, was visibly tense, trembling as she waited. The corridor outside the operating room was quiet as always. Since this was the only surgery scheduled that morning, the hallway was nearly empty save for the three of them. Occasionally, Yi Shu-wei faintly heard a man coughing from the other end of the hallway. She didn't think much of it, it was a hospital, and coughing was hardly unusual. Besides, her mind was entirely preoccupied with Annie. Wang Wenbin had arrived at the hospital early in the morning. However, he didn't go to the operating room. Instead, he stood at the far end of the hallway, peering at Zhu Wei and the others from a distance. He was waiting anxiously for news of Annie's surgery, but refused to approach them. He didn't want to see Yi Shu-wei and that man together. The sight repelled him, and he didn't want to intrude on what he perceived as a family moment. In his heart, Yi Shu-wei, Peng Xiang, and Annie were a family, and he felt like an outsider. To him, Annie wasn't his daughter, so why should he worry about her? The thought of Zhu Wei being with Peng Xiang filled him with pain, and every glance in their direction was like a stab to his chest. His severe cold caused him to cough repeatedly. His head throbbed painfully, and he felt miserable. He knew his condition was worsening this time, the illness was serious. Time crawled by, and the silence in the corridor was punctuated only by Wang Wenbin's intermittent coughing. Finally, around midday, the surgeon emerged from the operating room. "Doctor, how did it go?" Zhu Wei and Peng Mingjie immediately rushed forward, their voices trembling with anticipation. Peng Xiang hesitated, taking a few steps toward the doctor before retreating to a corner, unwilling to face anyone. "For now, it looks promising. Based on our observations, we would consider it a success," the doctor said. The moment those words were uttered, Yi Shu-wei broke down in tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Peng Mingjie joined her, and the two hugged each other tightly, crying tears of relief. They knew all too well what this meant: hope. The doctor made his way down the corridor toward the elevator but was stopped at the corner by Wang Wenbin. "What are you doing here?" the doctor asked, surprised to see him. "I'm sick, didn't want to spread it." "Doctor, did you say the surgery was successful?" Wang Wenbin asked anxiously. "It's too early to say definitively. It will take 1 to 2 weeks to monitor the bone marrow's ability to regenerate blood. Generally, this observation period is around 2 weeks. If hematopoiesis resumes normally, the surgery can be deemed successful. The most critical and dangerous stage was the procedure itself, and fortunately, everything went smoothly. We monitored her condition closely all morning, and the outlook is optimistic. Based on her current status and past cases, there's a high likelihood of success. I can also tell you some good news: your daughter is no longer in immediate danger. However, she must remain in the ICU's sterile ward for observation until the observation period concludes," the doctor explained in detail. "Thank you, doctor. Thank you so much for your hard work," Wang Wenbin said, unable to hide his relief and gratitude. The doctor studied Wang Wenbin for a moment. "You don't look well. Are you unwell? It seems like you have a serious cold. You should go downstairs and get yourself checked." "I will. Thank you," Wang Wenbin nodded. Just as he was about to say more, he heard footsteps approaching from the corridor. "I'll head down now." "Thank you again, doctor," Wang Wenbin said hurriedly, shaking the doctor's hand before quickly heading to the elevator. As the elevator doors closed, Yi Shu-wei appeared in the hallway. Overwhelmed with joy after hearing the initial news of the surgery's success, she hadn't asked further details at the time. Now that she had calmed down, she wanted to ask the doctor for more information. Thinking the doctor had gone to his office, she walked toward the corridor and found him standing at the corner. "Doctor, I forgot to ask earlier when you said the surgery was successful. Does that mean Annie is saved? Will she recover fully? Is she out of danger now?" Xu Wei asked urgently. The doctor repeated the explanation he had just given Wang Wenbin: the need for observation, the high likelihood of success, and the importance of ICU care. Finally, the doctor added, I already went over everything in detail with your husband earlier. You can ask him if you have more questions. I'm a bit tired and need to rest. My husband? Yu Wei hesitated, glancing toward Peng Xiang, who was standing silently at the end of the corridor. Then, she realized who the doctor had mistaken for her husband. Doctor, you're saying my husband was just here? Xu Wei asked, surprised. The doctor found Xu Wei's reaction strange but replied, Yes, your husband was just here. He stopped me to ask detailed questions about the surgery and your daughter's condition. I explained everything clearly to him. You can ask him for more details. As the doctor turned to leave, Xu Wei anxiously asked, Where did he go? Where is he now? He seemed unwell, likely a severe cold. I told him to go downstairs to the clinic for treatment. He just took the elevator down, the doctor replied, heading to his office. Xu Wei was filled with worry upon hearing that Wang Wenbin was sick. She rushed to the elevator, descending to the first-floor outpatient clinic. Frantically, she searched for him, scanning the lobby and nearby offices, but Wang Wenbin was nowhere to be found. She dialed his phone again, but it was still turned off. After leaving the elevator, Wang Wenbin had considered seeing a doctor but quickly changed his mind. He didn't want to risk running into Xu Wei at the same hospital. Reluctantly, he left and drove to another hospital despite his worsening condition. By the time he arrived, he was barely able to lift his head, and his body felt increasingly weak. Gripping the walls for support, he made his way to the emergency room, knowing that his condition now required urgent care. The condition is quite severe. A serious case of the flu. How long have you been sick? Why are you only now coming to the hospital? Where is your family? Are they not with you? The doctor asked Wang Wenbin while arranging for a nurse to assist. I'm alone. I don't have any family, Wang Wenbin replied weakly. Doctor, if there's anything, you can just tell me directly. No family? What about friends? Let me contact one of your friends to come take care of you and handle the paperwork and payments. I don't have any friends either. They've all left this place. Doctor, just give me an injection to alleviate this for now. I'll handle the paperwork and payments myself. I have money on me, don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. You can see that I'm in no state to run off, right? Wang Wenbin forced a weak joke, though only he knew the bitterness behind his words. The nurse helped Wang Wenbin to a hospital bed, where he was given an injection and started on IV fluids. Exhausted and burning up with fever, Wang Wenbin quickly slipped into a half-conscious state, barely aware of his surroundings. He had no idea how long he'd been asleep when he woke up feeling parched. His head still felt heavy, and he was slightly dizzy, but he sensed that his condition had improved somewhat. Struggling to sit up in bed, he looked around the room. Still attached to the IV drip, he got up, unhooked the IV bottle, and carried it with him. One hand holding the bottle and the other still connected to the drip, he shuffled over to the water dispenser on the wall. When he got there, he realized he didn't have a cup. Still holding the IV bottle aloft, he made his way to the nurse's station. What are you doing out here? If you need something, you can press the call button, a nurse exclaimed upon seeing him. She quickly grabbed a stand for the IV bottle and hooked it up. I was just looking for some water, but I don't have a cup. Do you have any disposable cups here? Could you please give me one? The nurse went inside, filled a cup with water, and handed it to him. Where's your family or caregiver? She asked. I'm a bachelor, no family to speak of. Can I trouble you for another cup of water? Wang Wenbin said, gulping down the first cup. The nurse obliged, handing him a second cup. If you don't have family, you must have friends. You should notify someone to come help you with the paperwork and payment, the nurse reminded him. Okay, by the way, nurse, did the doctor say how many days I need to stay? No. We're just nurses, we don't have that information. Got it. Thanks, Wang Wenbin replied as he carried the IV stand back toward his room. However, instead of returning to his bed, he got into an elevator and headed down to the hospital's payment counter. There, he queued up to pay his medical bills, an unusual sight, a man with one hand holding an IV stand, waiting in line to pay. Many people in the area gave him curious looks. Wang Wenbin stayed in the hospital for 2 days. On the afternoon of the second day, he insisted on discharging himself. After completing the discharge paperwork alone, he drove his van back home. By the time he reached the apartment, it was already evening. Opening the door and turning on the light, he was startled to see Xu Wei sitting on the sofa. He stared at her in surprise. She looked back at him, neither of them speaking for a long time. What are you doing here? Wang Wenbin finally broke the silence. After 2 days in the hospital, he had managed to calm his emotions somewhat. I've been waiting for you here for 2 days, Zhu Wei said, standing up to face him. Wang Wenbin's hand trembled slightly. He turned away and walked to the chair on the balcony, sitting down. You shouldn't be here. This isn't a place for you, he said. You're wrong. This is your home. If anyone shouldn't be here, it's me, Zhu Wei replied, her voice soft but resolute. After a pause, she added with a bitter smile, Wenbin, I'm here to apologize to you. I want to explain everything. What's the point of explaining now, Zhu Wei? Wang Wenbin asked, his tone heavy with sarcasm. Do you think an explanation changes anything? I just have a few questions for you. First, is he Annie's biological father? Yes, Zhu Wei admitted. Second, are you divorced from him? No, she said, shaking her head. Then what's the point of explaining? What good does it do? Can your explanation make it so we can be together? You're someone else's wife, Zhu Wei. Do you know what the cruelest joke in the world is? It's not knowing whether I'm the one being cheated on or if I'm the one who's the cheater. Tell me, am I the one who made your husband wear a green hat, or did he put one on me? I thought I'd lost my wife, that she had left me for someone else, but I end up feeling like I'm the one at fault, like I'm the scum who seduced another man's wife. I'm not just in pain, I feel dirty and despicable. His voice rose into a roar, the composure he had tried to maintain over the past 2 days shattering. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Wenbin. Zhu Wei said through her own tears. I didn't know things would end up like this. I didn't know. You have to believe me, I didn't lie to you. You didn't lie? Wang Wenbin scoffed. Then what do you call telling me that he was dead? Zhu Wei, I loved you, I gave you my heart, my everything. I dreamed of marrying you, of growing old with you. And just when I thought I'd found my future with you, he shows up, alive, and you tell me he's your husband. You say you didn't lie to me? Then tell me, what is a lie? I feel like the village idiot. Zhu Wei said nothing, waiting for Wang Wenbin to finish venting his anger. After a moment of silence, she spoke. Wenbin, let me tell you a story, she began quietly. 5 years ago, he got into a car accident. His car flew off the bridge over the river. Zhu Wei began to recount the entire story in detail, explaining everything to Wang Wenbin. After hearing what she had to say, Wang Wenbin was shocked. The anger he had harbored toward Zhu Wei turned into heartbreak, and his resentment toward that man shifted into sympathy and pity. Wang Wenbin hated himself for his soft heart. He felt he should be furious, not sympathetic. So that's the whole story, Zhu Wei said. Wenbin, I didn't lie to you. I didn't know. I thought he was already dead. Whether it was a lie or not doesn't matter anymore, Wang Wenbin said flatly. He turned his gaze toward the window. I'm sorry, Zhu Wei said softly. What are you apologizing for? I promised you that once things with Annie were resolved, we would get married. But now, I can't marry you. I'm sorry, Wenbin. If he were dead, I could have forgotten him, but he's alive. As long as he's here, he's my husband. I can't abandon him, especially now that he's ill. And he's Annie's father. For the sake of my child, I can't divorce him. Morally and rationally, I just can't. I'm sorry. Zhu Wei mustered her courage to speak, her tears flowing once more. Wang Wenbin had already anticipated this outcome. Knowing Zhu Wei's character, this was no surprise to him. Even if Zhu Wei had chosen to divorce Peng Xiang and be with him, Wang Wenbin wouldn't have accepted it. He would have been tormented by his conscience forever. Yet anticipating it was one thing, hearing Zhu Wei say it out loud was another. When she spoke, it still felt like a knife twisting in his heart. Wang Wenbin silently took out a cigarette, lit it, and started smoking, using it to mask his inner pain. He didn't turn around. He didn't want Zhu Wei to see how much he was hurting. He tried his best to act indifferent. You don't need to feel sorry for me. This isn't your fault. The fault lies with fate. Damn, fate loves to play cruel jokes, and it doesn't know when to stop, he said with a bitter laugh. How's Annie? How's her recovery going? Wang Wenbin asked after a moment of silence. She's recovering well. The new bone marrow has started to regenerate blood cells. The doctors say the results are promising, Zhu Wei replied. That's good. That's good, Wang Wenbin said, repeating himself as if to reassure himself. What about your illness? What's wrong with you? Zhu Wei asked, standing behind him. How did you know I was sick? The doctor told me. It's nothing. Just a cold. I've taken some medicine, and I'm fine now, Wang Wenbin said dismissively. You need to take care of yourself. You need to learn to look after your health, okay? Zhu Wei said with concern, particularly as she noticed how much weight Wang Wenbin had lost recently. It's late. You should go home. Staying here this late isn't appropriate, Wang Wenbin said calmly. then realized his mistake and added, "Actually, I'm the one who should leave. This isn't your place to leave." Wang Wenbin pulled out 2 keys from his pocket, one for the apartment and one for the car, and handed them to Zhu Wei. "What are you doing?" Zhu Wei asked, startled. "The apartment is yours, and so is the car. I'm returning them to their rightful owner," Wang Wenbin replied. "Why?" Zhu Wei asked, her voice trembling. "You know why. Before I could accept these things from you because you were my woman. Even though I didn't want to seem distant from you. But now, are you still my woman? You're someone else's wife. Tell me, what reason do I have to accept these things from you now?" Wang Wenbin asked. Zhu Wei stood still, nodding after a long silence. Her face showed her pain. "If we can't be lovers, we can at least be friends." "How? How can we be friends? You're someone else's wife and I still have feelings for you. Tell me, how can we just be friends? Would it even be moral for us to meet again? I don't want to see you again because every time I do, it hurts. I believe it's the same for you. So rather than live in pain, let's just forget about each other," Wang Wenbin said flatly. Zhu Wei remained silent. She didn't refuse his words. "Where will you go? It's so late. Even if you're leaving, you should wait until you've found a place to stay," Zhu Wei said finally. "No, the sooner I leave, the better. Every second I stay here, I feel worse. There are plenty of places to stay. I'll just find a hotel. The car is parked in the lot. You can sell it whenever you want. As for the money I owe you, I'll calculate my store's accounts tomorrow to determine how much I can repay immediately. I may not be able to pay it all at once, but I'll pay it back as soon as possible. And for the money you covered for suppliers and rent, I'll pay that back too." Zhu Wei was surprised that Wang Wenbin knew about these things. "There's no rush. You can pay me back whenever you're able." Wang Wenbin shook his head. "No, I'll pay it back quickly. Zhu Wei, given our situation, it's better if we sever all ties. You're a rational person. You know this is the right thing to do." Zhu Wei opened her mouth but ultimately nodded in pain. Wang Wenbin disappeared into the bedroom, and soon returned with a single backpack containing all his belongings, 2 sets of his own clothes. He didn't take any of the clothes Zhu Wei had bought him. He stood in the living room, staring at Zhu Wei from 4 or 5 meters away. She stared back, both of them unable to hide their sorrow and helplessness. Zhu Wei slowly walked toward Wang Wenbin but stopped a meter in front of him. "Are you leaving?" she asked. "Yes," he replied. "Did you take everything?" "Everything except you," Wang Wenbin said. Hearing this, Zhu Wei, who thought she had no more tears to cry, began sobbing again. She wanted to stay strong and watch Wang Wenbin leave, but she couldn't hold it in. "Can I hug you one last time?" Zhu Wei asked through her tears. Wang Wenbin's lips trembled. In the end, he shook his head. "Let's just shake hands." He extended his hand toward her. Zhu Wei, her face streaked with tears, reached out as well. Their hands clasped tightly together. But in that moment, Wang Wenbin couldn't control himself. He pulled Zhu Wei into his arms and held her tightly, while she wept against his chest. "Ultimately, it's just Zhuangzhou dreaming of a butterfly. You're both my blessing and my curse. Without Zhuangzhou, without the butterfly, there would be neither blessing nor curse," Wang Wenbin murmured as he held her. "For the rest of my life I hope we never meet again. May I be free, and may you be happy," he said at last, gently pushing her away. Slinging his backpack over his shoulder, he left Zhu Wei's apartment without looking back, closing the door behind him. Wang Wenbin left decisively, stepping into the elevator without looking back. He didn't head to the parking lot. When the elevator reached the first floor, he walked out of the complex with his backpack. He neither took a taxi nor a bus, he just walked down the road aimlessly. Wang Wenbin didn't know how long he had been walking or where he had ended up. All he could feel was an increasing pain in his heart, so painful it was suffocating. Eventually, he walked into a small convenience store, bought 2 packs of cigarettes and a large bottle of Chinese baijiu, and headed into an underground passage. He wanted to drink strong liquor. Never in his life had he felt such an overwhelming desire to drink. Inside the underpass, Wang Wenbin found a spot, sat down on the ground, and placed his backpack beside him. He smoked and drank heavily. The fiery liquor burned his throat and stomach, bringing tears to his eyes. Yet, he felt exhilarated, as the burning sensation dulled the pain in his heart. As Wang Wenbin drank, he noticed a street performer at the other end of the passage, strumming a guitar and singing passionately. A few crumpled bills lay scattered in the open guitar case in front of him. Wang Wenbin got up and walked over, standing silently in front of the performer. The street performer continued singing, but seeing a man standing in front of him with a cigarette in one hand, a bottle of liquor in the other, and a backpack on his back, he stopped mid-song and asked, "Do you need something? Have you ever had your heart broken?" Wang Wenbin asked directly. Huh. The performer thought he must have misheard. No one had ever asked him such a question before. "Do you know how to play for you? I endure the cold wind?" Wang Wenbin asked again. "I do." "Do you want to hear it?" The performer replied. Wang Wenbin pulled out his wallet, took out all the cash inside, about 2,000 yuan, and placed it in the performer's guitar case. "Sing that song for me. Keep singing until I'm drunk," Wang Wenbin said as he sat down beside the performer, still smoking and drinking. The performer's eyes lit up at the sight of the money. He quickly gathered the bills and stuffed them into his pocket. Then he adjusted his guitar and began to sing. "For you, I endure the cold wind's bite. Tears fall in my loneliness. When asked what's right or wrong, what's truth or lies, who truly cares?" As the performer sang, Wang Wenbin gulped down the liquor. Tears began streaming down his face, whether from the lyrics or the high alcohol content, he wasn't sure. Sitting on the dirty ground with his back against the wall, Wang Wenbin smoked, drank, and cried. He mumbled to himself, "This world is a good place, but in my next life, I don't want to come back. Don't console me, there's no need to care. Let's say I'll close my heart to everyone. I'll try to let go of the past, no matter how beautiful it once was. I'll try not to think about how you surrounded me with love. That deep, profound love. I hope I can let go of the past. Forget how beautiful it was. Don't hope for kindness after love ends. Though I once believed. Yes, I truly believed." The singer repeated the song over and over. Occasionally he glanced at Wang Wenbin, this strange man sitting beside him, waiting for him to drink himself unconscious so he could call it a night. At the far end of the passage, standing silently near the stairs, was a woman. Tears streaked her face as she watched Wang Wenbin from a distance. The woman was Yishu Wei. Yishu Wei had followed Wang Wenbin. Afraid something might happen to him, she left after he did. She went to the underground garage, got into her car, and drove to the complex's entrance, where she waited for him to emerge. Then she tailed him at a distance, keeping her headlights dim. Yishu Wei watched as Wang Wenbin entered the underpass, then stood at a distance, observing everything. She saw the street performer's songs pierce Wang Wenbin's heart. She saw the way Wang Wenbin drank recklessly, as if he didn't care whether he lived or died. The sight made her ache so much she could barely stand. But she didn't go to him. She knew she couldn't. After some time, Yishu Wei pulled out her phone and dialed a number. It was almost 11 p.m., but the call was answered quickly. "Hello, Zhu Wei? Is something wrong?" Zhang Xini's voice sounded surprised. "Xini, are you busy right now?" Xu Wei asked, forcing herself to sound calm. "No, I'm free." "What's up?" Zhang Xini replied, curious. "I'll send you a location. Could you come here? Wenbin's drunk and I need you to take care of him," Yishu Wei said. Zhang Xini was puzzled. Wasn't Xu Wei supposed to be with Wang Wenbin? Why was she asking someone else to take care of him? But hearing that he was drunk, she didn't think further and quickly agreed. She grabbed her coat and prepared to leave. As Zhang Xini left her house, her mother called after her. "Where are you going this late?" I have a student who's sick in the hospital. I need to check on them," Zhang Xini lied as she rushed out the door. Her mother followed her outside, confused. "You're a dance teacher. What does a sick student have to do with you after hours?" By the time she stepped out, Zhang Xini was already gone. Her car sped off into the night. Following the location Xu Wei sent, Zhang Xini parked her car nearby and searched for Wang Wenbin. She didn't see Xu Wei or Wang Wenbin at first, but eventually, she found her way to the underpass. There, she saw Wang Wenbin slumped against the wall, passed out, with an empty liquor bottle beside him. The street performer had packed up and left, satisfied with his earnings. Seeing Wang Wenbin in that state, Zhang Xini was startled. She hurried to his side. The strong smell of alcohol hit her as she crouched down to shake him gently. "Wenbin, wake up! What are you doing here drinking so much?" she called out, trying to rouse him, but he was already too far gone. From her hidden spot near the underpass entrance, Yishu Wei watched as Zhang Xini approached Wang Wenbin. Once she saw Zhang Zhangyi take over, Yishu Wei turned and walked back to her car. She got in, started the engine, and drove off alone into the night, tears still streaming down her face. Wang Wenbin opened his eyes slightly, his head pounding. As he looked around, he found himself in a room decorated in a girlish style, filled with a sweet and enchanting fragrance. Most notably, the place was completely unfamiliar to him. His mind went blank, unable to recall what had happened. Slowly, he tried to remember the events of the previous night. The last thing he could recall was drinking while listening to a street performer in the underpass. After that, his memory was a blur. Lifting the blanket to get out of bed, Wang Wenbin was shocked to find that he was wearing only a pair of boxers, nothing else. Where are my clothes? Who took them off? Wang Wenbin was even more confused. As he prepared to get up and look for his clothes, he heard footsteps approaching. Zhang Xingyi walked into the room. Seeing her, Wang Wenbin jumped in surprise, quickly leaping back onto the bed and wrapping himself tightly in the blanket. Zhang Xingyi noticed Wang Wenbin's flustered state. Her face turned red, but only slightly. After all, she had already seen everything last night. She was the one who had removed his clothes. "You're awake. How are you feeling? Anywhere uncomfortable?" Zhang Xingyi asked, walking closer. "You. Why are you here? Where is this? How did I end up here?" Wang Wenbin blurted out a series of questions, his head spinning with confusion. "You don't remember anything?" Zhang Xingyi asked. Wang Wenbin shook his head. "You got drunk last night in the underpass. I found you and brought you back here. What happened to you? Why were you in the underpass, and why did you drink so much?" Zhang Xingyi asked, concerned. "My clothes. Did you take them off?" Wang Wenbin asked, still trying to process everything. "Yes," Zhang Xingyi admitted, her face reddening. "Why did you take them off?" Wang Wenbin asked in disbelief. "I didn't mean to," Zhang Xingyi explained quickly, flustered. "You threw up in the car everywhere. Your clothes were completely dirty. I had no choice but to take them off. But don't worry, I didn't take off your underwear. And, well, I couldn't find any clean clothes for you here, so this was the best I could do." Wang Wenbin sighed, still bewildered. "Where's my bag?" "It's outside," Zhang Xingyi replied. "There are clothes in my bag," he said. "Oh. I didn't think to check your bag. Can you bring it to me? And can you step out for a moment? I'll get dressed." "This isn't very appropriate," Wang Wenbin said, trying to assert some control over the situation. "Okay," Zhang Xingyi said, blushing as she quickly left the room. She returned moments later with his bag, set it down, and closed the door behind her. Wang Wenbin opened the bag, found his clothes, and put them on. He still felt a dull ache in his head, but otherwise much better. Dressed, he stepped out of the room and realized they were in Zhang Xingyi's apartment, the one she had bought for herself. He had been there once before. "How are you feeling? Still uncomfortable? Should we go to the hospital?" Zhang Xingyi asked, clearly worried. "No need. I'm fine," Wang Wenbin replied, shaking his head and sitting on the sofa. Out of habit, he pulled out a cigarette and lit it. "Don't smoke," Zhang Xingyi exclaimed. "You drank so much last night, and your stomach must be empty. Smoking now is terrible for your health. You're probably hungry, right? There's nothing to eat here. Let me order some food for you. What would you like?" Wang Wenbin shook his head. "I'm not hungry." He took a long drag of his cigarette, and then asked, "How did you know I was there? You didn't just stumble upon me by coincidence, did you?" "No, it was Zhu Xiu Wei who called me," Zhang Xingyi admitted. Wang Wenbin looked at her in surprise. "She called you and told you I was there?" "Yes, she called around 11 p.m. and said you were drunk and needed someone to look after you. Then she sent me the location. I drove over and found you lying there drunk. Was she there?" Wang Wenbin asked. "I didn't see her," Zhang Xingyi replied. Wang Wenbin nodded thoughtfully, a bitter smile forming on his face. "Must have been a lot of trouble getting me here last night," Wang Wenbin said, changing the subject to avoid thinking about Xu Wei. "How did you manage it?" "It was. You're really heavy. I couldn't move you on my own, so I had to ask a passerby in the underpass to help me get you into the car. Then, when I got here, I had to ask the building security guard to help me bring you upstairs. Wenbin, what's going on with you? Why did you drink so much and end up in the underpass? Did something happen?" Zhang Xingyi asked, her concern evident. Wang Wenbin took a few puffs of his cigarette and smiled faintly. "Nothing. I just drank too much during dinner and passed out on my way home." "You're lying. When I found you, you were holding an empty bottle," Zhang Xingyi retorted. "Just take my word for it," Wang Wenbin said, unwilling to elaborate. Zhang Xingyi studied him for a moment, then hesitated before asking, "Did you and Xu Wei have a fight?" "A fight? No. She doesn't fight," Wang Wenbin said, shaking his head. "Then, did you two break up?" Zhang Xingyi asked cautiously. "Break up?" Wang Wenbin repeated, chuckling bitterly. "We were never really together, so how could we break up?" "Then what happened?" "Something must have happened. You and Xu Wei have always been strange. What's going on between you two?" Zhang Xingyi pressed. Wang Wenbin took a deep drag on his cigarette, exhaled slowly, and said, "Fine, if you must know. I'll tell you the truth. I had an affair. I got involved with a married woman. Her husband was away, and we thought he wouldn't be back for a while, so we got together. Just when things were going well, her husband came back, beat me up, and warned me to stay away from his wife or he'd kill me. That's why I was drinking heartbroken over my scandalous affair. Do you believe me? You're making that up. You're not that kind of person. You're just trying to mess with me," Zhang Xingyi protested. "This time I'm telling the truth. Even I didn't think I'd do something so low, but that's exactly what I did." "Alright, you're right, I wasn't being honest. Yes, Yu Wei and I ended things. Completely," Wang Wenbin admitted at last. "Why? You and Xu Wei were so good together. Why break up?" Zhang Xingyi asked, confused. "Because." Wang Wenbin paused, then smiled faintly. "Because we don't love each other anymore, that's why." "I don't believe it. I can tell you love Xu Wei, and she loves you," Zhang Xingyi said firmly. "That was in the past. I don't love her anymore," Wang Wenbin replied flatly. "How is that possible? How can someone stop loving another person just like that? Love is supposed to last a lifetime," Zhang Xingyi argued. Hearing this, Wang Wenbin laughed, nodded, and said, "Yes, love is indeed a deep and unforgettable thing. But girl, let me share something with you. Love is like scratching off a lottery ticket. Once you reveal the word thanks, you should let go. There's no need to scratch off the entire thank you for participating before you stop. Some things, when you know they won't work out, are better off being abandoned." Zhang Xingyi stood there, stunned, processing his words. After a moment she asked softly, "Can you do it? Can you really let go of Yu Xu Wei?" "Whether I can or not doesn't matter. I have to," Wang Wenbin said, his tone even. "Not every encounter has a perfect ending, but every encounter has meaning. Some people are meant to help you grow, and some stories are only meant to be cherished as memories." "Do you still believe in love?" Zhang Xingyi asked, her voice filled with concern as she looked at Wang Wenbin. "Love? Yes, I believe in it. I just don't believe I'll ever experience it again," Wang Wenbin replied, his head bowed as he smoked quietly, his voice low and somber. Just as Zhang Xingyi was about to say something more, Wang Wenbin stood up. "Thank you," he said. "Once I'm no longer radiating negative energy, I'll treat you to a meal. But for now, stay away from me. I don't want my negativity to rub off on you." As he spoke, he walked into Zhang Xingyi's bedroom, grabbed his backpack, and came back out. Standing by the door, putting on his shoes, he said, "I'm leaving. I know you're sad and hurting, but please take care of yourself. Don't ever do what you did last night again, it's bad for your health. Next time you're feeling this down and want to drink, call me. I'll keep you company and take care of you," Zhang Xingyi said, standing at the door as Wang Wenbin stepped out. Wang Wenbin paused, her words catching him off guard. For a brief moment, a small warmth flickered in his otherwise frozen heart. He turned back, smiled at her, and said, "All right, but I won't get drunk again. Last night is over. And so is everything else. Take care. Bye." He waved to Zhang Xingyi before striding into the elevator. Wang Wenbin boarded a bus and headed to the back street near the university. His first stop was the small eatery he owned, a place he hadn't visited in over a month. By the time he arrived, it was already past noon, during the lunch rush. Walking in, he was taken aback by the scene. The eatery was bustling with activity, more so than he had ever seen before. Even outside, delivery drivers were lined up, waiting for orders. Inside, the kitchen and front counter were staffed with several new faces. Yang Hong, the manager, was darting between the kitchen and dining area, a walkie-talkie in hand, shouting instructions. She was so busy she didn't notice Wang Wenbin's arrival. Wang Wenbin quietly observed for a moment before leaving without interrupting her. He then headed to his barbecue restaurant, which was less busy. In fact, business seemed to have declined compared to before, but Wang Wenbin wasn't surprised this was expected. He was content, nonetheless. The staff was busy, so he stood outside watching for a while and didn't interfere. From there, Wang Wenbin wandered to a cluster of old residential buildings not far from the backstreet. These were aging, low-rise units built in the 1970s or 1980s. While conditions were poor, they were better than the overcrowded tenements he had lived in before. Most of the original residents had moved out, and the units were now rented out to people working in the backstreet businesses, like the employees at Wang Wenbin's eateries. The cheap rent made it a practical choice for those looking to save money by sharing accommodations. Wang Wenbin scoured the walls for rental notices, called a few numbers, and visited several apartments. After viewing 4 or 5, he settled on a modest one-bedroom unit with a small living room, kitchen, and bathroom. At around 50 square meters, It was cramped, but it had all the essentials. Wang Wenbin was satisfied it wasn't luxurious, but it was close to the backstreet and affordable at 2,000 yuan a month, the cheapest option he could find. After finalizing the lease, he moved in. With no belongings aside from his backpack, he went to a convenience store downstairs to buy basic necessities. Once settled, he walked back to his eatery, a mere 10-minute stroll away. By the time Wang Wenbin returned, it was 4 p.m. Surprisingly, the eatery was still half full, and a few delivery drivers were waiting for orders. "Boss, you're back," Yang Hong exclaimed, spotting him. She seemed genuinely surprised Wang Wenbin had been absent for over a month. "Yeah, I'm finally done with everything. You've worked hard during this time. I can see the business is doing really well," Wang Wenbin said. "It's all right. Business has been steadily growing, but we've nearly hit our limit. We've been keeping things fresh with occasional promotions and new activities to maintain customer interest," Yang Hong explained. "Good. Let's head to the office," Wang Wenbin said after a brief tour of the eatery with Yang Hong. He also called Xiao Guo, asking him to join them in the office. In the office, which was now coated in a layer of dust, Yang Hong quickly called a staff member to clean up. Wang Wenbin spent over an hour with Yang Hong and Xiao Guo, reconciling accounts and reviewing operations from the past month. To his relief, there were no discrepancies in the financials, despite his prolonged absence. Every yuan was accounted for, reaffirming his trust in the two managers. After Yang Hong and Xiao Guo left, Wang Wenbin carefully reviewed the accounts of the two restaurants. Last month, the snack shop's revenue exceeded 1 million yuan, while the barbecue restaurant's revenue had dropped significantly to just over 400,000 yuan. The decline in the barbecue restaurant's performance was something Wang Wenbin had observed earlier on the backstreet. Xiao Guo explained the reason as well, seeing that the barbecue business was profitable. More competitors had entered the market. A month ago, apart from Wang Wenbin's barbecue restaurant, there were only 2 others on the street. Over the past month, 3 new barbecue restaurants had opened. Although their business was not as good as Wang Wenbin's, the increased competition in a limited market had diluted everyone's share. When Wang Wenbin first opened the restaurant, he had anticipated this situation. It was a common issue in the market. The root cause was the barbecue restaurant's lack of unique, non-replicable features. In contrast, the snack shop had unique offerings that were difficult to imitate, making it the only establishment of its kind in the area. This uniqueness was a key factor in the snack shop's continued success. After calculating the figures, Wang Wenbin determined that the snack shop had earned a revenue of 1.06 million yuan last month. After deducting all expenses, the net profit was over 150,000 yuan. Since he had promised Yang Hong 10% of the net profit as a bonus, the remaining profit was 140,000 yuan, a very impressive result. Meanwhile, the barbecue restaurant's net profit was less than 50,000 yuan, and after giving Xiao Guo his bonus, only 40,000 yuan remained. Overall, the two restaurants generated a total net profit of 200,000 yuan for Wang Wenbin last month, a result he was very satisfied with. After reviewing last month's performance, Wang Wenbin checked the restaurant's bank account, which held over 500,000 yuan. This amount included the 200,000 yuan in profit from the previous month. Rental funds for both restaurants accounted for in the profits, but already prepaid when the businesses opened, and the current month's operating income, net of supplier payments. Wang Wenbin added the cash brought in by the two managers from recent operations, totaling 600,000 yuan. He did some calculations on paper, then picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Hello? What do you want?" The voice on the other end sounded anything but friendly. "I need to settle something with you. Come to my restaurant on the backstreet," Wang Wenbin said calmly. "What is it?" "You'll know when you get here. I'll explain in person." "You think I'll just come because you told me to?" "I'm busy. If you don't come, I'll have no choice but to go find your sister-in-law," Wang Wenbin replied bluntly. "You dare." "Wang Wenbin, let me make this clear. Before my brother came back, I tolerated you. Now that he's here, they're husband and wife. My sister-in-law is my brother's wife. If you dare to have any contact with her again, I'll kill you," Peng Menjia shouted angrily. "Suit yourself. Here's the deal, come find me, or I'll have to go to your sister-in-law in person. Head to University City's backstreet. Look for the snack shop sign. It's large and easy to find. Once inside, ask a staff member where my office is. They'll direct you." "That's all." Wang Wenbin finished speaking and hung up. After hanging up, Wang Wenbin leaned back in his chair. When he was busy, it was manageable. But as soon as he had free time, memories of Zhu Wei flooded his mind, and his heart ached deeply. Sitting alone, overwhelmed by thoughts of Zhu Wei, Wang Wenbin found the feeling unbearable. He opened the door and wandered into the restaurant. Even though there wasn't much that required his attention, he kept moving around the store, looking for a distraction in the hustle and bustle. As he walked, he instinctively found himself in front of the Guan Yu statue displayed in the restaurant. Seeing it again brought a sharp pang to his chest. The shrine had several burnt incense sticks, evidence that Yang Hong had continued to offer prayers during his absence. Wang Wenbin stood before the shrine, smoking and staring at it in a daze. After a long sigh, he opened the cabinet beneath the shrine and lit an entire bundle of incense sticks, placing them all on the altar. He bowed to the statue and murmured, "I'm sorry." Then, Wang Wenbin called Yang Hong over and said, "After closing tonight, get a few chefs to help move this statue out." "Move it where?" Yang Hong asked. "Anywhere. If you can't find a place, take it to the garbage dump," Wang Wenbin said casually. "Huh? You're throwing it out?" Yang Hong was stunned. "People usually say move out of respect." "Respect? You're throwing it away. How respectful is that?" Yang Hong chuckled but then said seriously, "Boss, it's been here, and the business has been good since we started burning incense. I'd suggest leaving it here. Even if it doesn't work, why take the risk? What if something bad happens? You're young. Since when did you become so superstitious?" "I'm not superstitious. You're the one who brought it here. I just think, why take a chance? If it really has some effect, throwing it out might bring bad luck." Wang Wenbin pointed at the shrine and said, "There used to be someone in here, which made it effective, but that person is gone now. What's the point of keeping it? Get rid of it. Leaving it here just makes the place feel eerie. After closing, have someone take it out." As he spoke, he walked away. "Someone inside? What are you talking about?" Yang Hong muttered as she leaned closer to examine the shrine, suddenly feeling spooked and quickly stepping away. Wang Wenbin walked to the entrance of the snack shop, lit a cigarette, and stood there smoking. The bustling scene on the lively street only heightened the emptiness in his heart. He wandered aimlessly along the crowded street, feeling like a lonely spirit among the sea of people. Despite the vibrant activity around him, he was overwhelmed by a deep sense of isolation and fear, an oppressive loneliness he couldn't shake. As Wang Wenbin wandered aimlessly along the street, his phone rang. He picked it up. It was Peng Mingjia calling. "Hello," he answered. "I'm at your office." "Where the hell are you? Are you messing with me?" Peng Mingjia snapped angrily. "Wait there for 2 minutes," Wang Wenbin replied before hanging up. At that moment he had no energy to argue, not even to express his frustration. When Wang Wenbin walked into the office, he saw Peng Mingjia standing there with an angry expression. "What do you want? Calling me here so late at night?" she demanded irritably. Wang Wenbin didn't respond to her question. Instead, he sat down at his desk, opened a drawer, and pulled out a piece of paper, handing it to Peng Mingjia. "Take a look at this. See if it adds up, and let me know if there's any mistake." Peng Mingjia took the paper and glanced at it. It was filled with figures and numbers that made no sense to her. "What's all this supposed to mean?" she asked. "These are the amounts I owe your sister-in-law. Every item is listed here. These 20,000 yuan were the first loan I got from her when I was being hounded by creditors. Then there's 100,000 yuan she lent me to start my business." Wang Wenbin explained slowly. "This total of 400,000 yuan includes the money she advanced when I opened this shop. And then additionally, there's the rent for staying in her house for about 2 months. Adding everything together, including interest and the other items she bought for me, it comes to roughly 600,000 yuan, he continued, listing the details for each figure on the paper. "And why are you telling me this?" asked Peng Mingjia, looking puzzled. After a moment her expression darkened. "Wait. Are you trying to ask for more money?" "Wang Wenbin, enough already. I don't know what tricks you used to get all this money from my sister-in-law, but she gave it willingly. I've let those things slide. But now that my brother is back..." Wang Wenbin cut her off. "Give me your bank account number," he said curtly as he powered on his computer. "My bank account number? Wang Wenbin, what exactly are you trying to do?" Wang Wenbin looked at her briefly before pulling 5 bundles of 100 yuan bills out of his drawer and placing them on the desk in front of her. "Here's 50,000 yuan in cash. I'll transfer the remaining 550,000 yuan to your account. Now, give me your bank details." It took a moment for Peng Mingjia to process what he had said. When she finally understood, she asked, "You're saying you're repaying the money?" "I'm paying back what I owe your sister-in-law, not you." "Then why not give it to her directly? You already warned me to stay away from her, didn't you? How could I hand it to her in person? I'll give the money to you, and you can pass it on to her. This list includes all the details of what I owe. She'll understand when she sees it. If anything's missing, Let me know, and I'll make it up later. Now, tell me your bank account number, Wang Wenbin said firmly. Peng Mengjie sat silently, staring at Wang Wenbin. Her expression had softened considerably. Are you planning to cut ties with my sister-in-law completely? She asked hesitantly. Wang Wenbin noticed her hesitation and leaned back in his chair, lighting a cigarette. You can doubt my character or my morals, but don't question your sister-in-laws. Whatever happened between us was because everyone thought your brother was dead. If I had known he was alive, I wouldn't have had anything to do with her, not even a glance on the street, no matter how much I liked her. And if she had known, she wouldn't have given me any chance either. In fact, even when she thought he was gone, she never took things to the level of a true marital relationship with me, for your sake. Don't act like I owe you or your brother anything. If anything, your brother owes me. If he hadn't played this childish, cowardly game, I wouldn't have gotten involved. I wouldn't be in this much pain. And the person who suffered most is your sister-in-law. Her pain is beyond your comprehension, and your brother caused all of it, Wang Wenbin said, his voice rising with emotion. Peng Mengjie sat quietly, not arguing back. I met your sister-in-law because of a car accident. Annie was sick, and she was rushing to the hospital. She hit me with her car, and that's how we met. What happened afterward was all because of a misunderstanding while discussing compensation. When I went to the hospital to ask for money, Annie mistook me for her father and kept calling me dad, crying her heart out. Your sister-in-law saw how much Annie missed her father and, thinking I resembled him, asked me to play the role to comfort the child. That's how it started. The rest, you already know. Both your sister-in-law and I have told you this before, but you never believed it. Now, I'm telling you again. What you think of me doesn't matter. I just want you to know that your sister-in-law and I truly loved each other. It wasn't as sordid as you think, and she isn't the person you've made her out to be, Wang Wenbin said passionately. Fine. Why am I even explaining this to you? He muttered. From the moment your brother reappeared, your sister-in-law and I were finished. From now on, there will be no contact between us. You can rest assured. Now, can you give me your bank account number? He asked again. I'm sorry, Wang Wenbin, said Peng Mengjie, standing up and bowing deeply. I know now that you truly love my sister-in-law, and I know you didn't do it for the money. I misunderstood at first, but I've seen through your actions, especially how much you've done for Annie's illness. It touched me deeply. But I couldn't control my emotions, and I couldn't stop myself from resenting you because you were involved with my sister-in-law. I know you're a good man. I truly apologize. How's Annie doing? Wang Wenbin, not wanting to continue discussing with Peng Mengjie, shifted the topic to what he truly cared about. She's recovering well. The doctor is quite optimistic, Peng Mengjie replied. Wang Wenbin nodded, lit another cigarette, and remained silent. Wang Wenbin, I can't take this money, she said firmly. Your attitude has changed quite a bit. Before, you kept saying I was scamming money. Now that I'm returning it, you don't want it, Wang Wenbin replied with a faint smile. Not only will I refuse it, but my sister-in-law will also never accept this repayment. Plus, you've added things like interest and rent. She won't take that, Peng Mengjie insisted. No, you're wrong. She will accept this money, Wang Wenbin said, shaking his head. Impossible, Peng Mengjie retorted, confident in her understanding of Zhu Wei's character. You don't believe me? Go back and try. See if she takes it, Wang Wenbin said confidently. Why would she? Wang Wenbin paused, took a few drags of his cigarette, then smiled bitterly before saying, because now, she's your brother's wife. To me, she's a stranger. What? Peng Mengjie was momentarily stunned, not fully grasping what Wang Wenbin meant. All right. It's late. Give me your bank account details. A few minutes later, Peng Mengjie left Wang Wenbin's small restaurant. Alone in his office, Wang Wenbin leaned back in his chair, quietly smoking. For him, returning this money was a way to sever ties completely. It felt like waking up from a roller coaster of a dream once awake. Everything from the dream ended. After she left, Wang Wenbin also stepped out of the restaurant. He wandered through the bustling back streets, slowly heading to his newly rented apartment. The livelier the surroundings, the more acutely he felt his loneliness. He realized that loneliness had little to do with one's environment, and everything to do with the heart. When Wang Wenbin returned to his new apartment, the unfamiliarity of the space left him unsettled. Despite being only about 50 square meters, the place felt too big, too cold, and too empty. With nothing to occupy himself, he lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Wang Wenbin wasn't one to dwell on emotions, but life had pushed him to the brink, leaving him feeling almost unhinged. At that moment, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he wasn't surprised to see it was Zhang Xini calling. By now, she was the only person who occasionally remembered to reach out to him, as everyone else in his life seemed to have drifted away. Hello, Wang Wenbin answered. Hey Wenbin! What are you doing? Sleeping. Taos? Sleeping? Why are you sleeping so early? Just tired. Come out and hang out, Zhang Xini suggested. Hang out? No thanks. I'm really not in the mood. Come on, please? I've already told everyone you'd be there. Don't make me look bad, Zhang Xini pleaded. Everyone? Who's everyone? Wang Wenbin asked. My colleagues. We planned a night out, and everyone's bringing someone. I don't have anyone, so I told them you're my boyfriend. If you don't show up, they'll know I lied and... well, he'll start pursuing me again. You know I don't like him. Please come? Zhang Xini begged. Wang Wenbin genuinely didn't want to go. He disliked loud, social settings and wasn't in the mood to fake enthusiasm. But Zhang Xini's persistence left him no choice. Reluctantly, he got dressed and headed out. Catching a cab, Wang Wenbin arrived at the bar Zhang Xini had mentioned. As he got out and paid, he noticed her waiting by the entrance. Why did you take a cab? Where's your car? Zhang Xini asked. You told them I was a big shot boss. Imagine if I showed up in a van. Wouldn't that embarrass you? Wang Wenbin quipped, avoiding further explanation. When did I ever say you'd embarrass me? Even if you drove a tractor, I'd still feel proud, Zhang Xini said, displeased. This it? Wang Wenbin gestured toward the bar. Yeah, everyone's inside. Then why are you standing out here? I was waiting for you. It's freezing. Why didn't you wait inside? You told me the location. I would have found my way. What's the fun without you? Zhang Xini smiled. I don't get you young people. What's so great about bars? Wang Wenbin remarked as he walked toward the entrance. Don't all men like places like this? Zhang Xini muttered. Not all. And I doubt many bring their plus ones here, Wang Wenbin countered. It took a moment for Zhang Xini to understand his implication. Then she exclaimed, pervert? Inside, Zhang Xini's colleagues were having a great time, the energy palpable. Wang Wenbin, however, sat alone, smoking quietly and observing the crowd. His discomfort was evident. Zhang Xini, too, seemed out of place, awkwardly navigating the unfamiliar environment. Why aren't you joining them? Zhang Xini asked him. Watching pretty girls is enough for me, Wang Wenbin joked. You don't like this place, do you? Zhang Xini pressed. Do you? Wang Wenbin shot back. It's your first time here, isn't it? How did you know? It's obvious. You're not used to this environment. Yeah. My parents never let me go to places like this, and honestly, I don't like them either. This is my first time, Zhang Xini admitted. Bars can be fine places, depending on the type. Some are chaotic but others are decent. Still, girls like you are better off avoiding them, Wang Wenbin said lightly. If you don't like it here, let's leave, Zhang Xini suggested. Wouldn't it be rude? You agreed to come with them, Wang Wenbin hesitated. It's fine. Let's go, Zhang Xini insisted. She informed her colleagues before pulling Wang Wenbin out of the bar. Thank you, Wang Wenbin said as they left. What for? You know why. Zhang Xini observed him closely. You're having a hard time, aren't you? Wang Wenbin sighed. I'm upset, sure. But not as much as you think. Life has beaten me down so much that I've grown immune to its poison. He laughed bitterly. Zhang Xini knew that Wang Wenbin and Zhu Wei had separated, and she was worried that Wang Wenbin might be upset. She thought bringing her friends along to play together might cheer him up, which was why she planned tonight's outing. Are you really okay? Do I look like something's wrong? Wang Wenbin smiled faintly. All right, if you don't feel like staying, head home early. I'm going back first. He turned toward the street to hail a taxi. It's still early. How about we go somewhere else? We could. Wang Wenbin shook his head, cutting her off. No, I just want to go home and sleep. I know you're doing this for me. You're worried I'm feeling down and don't want me to be lonely. I won't deny it, I'm not in the best mood these days. But unlike most people, when I'm upset, I prefer to be alone. You don't need to worry about me. Give me a couple of days. I'll be fine. Go on home. I'm heading out. Then. All right, I'll take you back, Zhang Xini said quickly as she saw Wang Wenbin about to hail a cab. Shortly after, Zhang Xini was driving, with Wang Wenbin sitting in the passenger seat, as they headed toward the backstreet area. The new year is just around the corner. Are you staying here for the holiday? Zhang Xini asked. Her question caught Wang Wenbin off guard, bringing him back to reality. He murmured, yeah, it's almost New Year's. This year really flew by. Are you going back to your hometown for the holiday? Zhang Jingyi asked again. Wang Wenbin thought about it and gave a bitter smile. I haven't thought about it. I don't know. I've already resigned from my job, Zhang Jingyi said, her mood noticeably low. Resigned? Why? Did someone bully you or is it not going well? Wang Wenbin asked. Zhang Jingyi shook her head. No, I actually really like the job. I love working with kids and I love dancing, so this was the perfect job for me. The school's leadership and my colleagues are all very kind. Then why resign? Your job doesn't even sound that tough. My dad doesn't allow it. He wants me to go work at the family company. It was something we agreed on long ago. After I graduated college, he wanted me to join the company and learn management. But I wanted to live independently, so we struck a deal. He gave me 2 years to do whatever I wanted, but after that I had to go back to the company. This year, the deadline is up. My dad is firm about this. He's lenient with most things, but not with this. I know that if I don't resign on my own, he'll find a way to force me back. So, I resigned myself. Once this semester ends, I won't be teaching anymore. After the new year I'll start at the company, following my dad's arrangements, Zhang Jingyi explained softly. Wang Wenbin nodded, understanding her father's perspective. You should try to understand your dad. You're his only child. He spent his whole life building up the company naturally. He hopes his child can inherit it. Honestly, I think you shouldn't resist so much. At least try it out. Who knows? You might end up liking that kind of life. And even if you don't, you should at least try it for your dad's sake, Wang Wenbin said, attempting to encourage her. Yeah. But I'll miss teaching so much. I don't know how you see it. We're from different worlds with different values and perspectives. But in my opinion, work and hobbies are separate. Work is for survival, hobbies are just the icing on the cake. Life is like a battle you can't win. If you can't resist, you might as well learn to enjoy it. At least it won't feel as bad. What nonsense are you talking about? You're such a scoundrel. Zhang Jingyi exclaimed, her face flushing. I'm not joking. Maybe the analogy was a bit colorful, but it's the truth. Nobody in this world can live exactly the way they want to. Life is full of compromises. We have to learn to accept that. Dreams and reality were never meant to coexist peacefully, Wang Wenbin said, leaning back in his seat and staring out at the city lights. What was your dream? Zhang Jingyi asked, her eyes full of concern. She knew Wang Wenbin had gone through too much over the years and had endured unimaginable pain. My dream. Wang Wenbin paused, then smiled bitterly. I've already forgotten. Zhang Jingyi was about to ask another question when Wang Wenbin interrupted her. Back in college, my dream was to have a stable, well-paying job in one of these fancy office buildings, own an apartment in this city, marry the woman I love, and bring my parents here to live with me. I wanted to have a car and a home, have my parents help with the kids, and live a peaceful, happy life picking the kids up from school, working with my wife, and enjoying family life. His gaze lingered on the towering skyscrapers outside as he spoke, lost in thought. Was that woman's sister Xu Min? Zhang Jingyi asked softly. Wang Wenbin fell silent, lowered his head, and after a moment nodded. Yes, it was her. And it was her who tore that dream apart. Zhang Jingyi regretted bringing up Xu Min. She quickly changed the subject. What was your dream after that? After that? My dream was just to survive, Wang Wenbin said with a bitter laugh. And if I could pay off my debts while staying alive, that would have been a bonus. Zhang Jingyi wasn't surprised by his words. She knew exactly how hard and miserable that period of his life had been. And now? What's your dream now? My dream now. Wang Wenbin let out a dry laugh. Now, I just want to sleep. Sleep and wake up to find out that everything I've experienced in these past years was just a bad dream. Turn right here. Alright, stop here. I live in the building up ahead. I just moved in today. It's empty and simple inside, there's not even water to offer. I won't invite you up. You should head back quickly. Don't get out of the car, just drive off. Some of the people living around here are complicated. Wang Wenbin got out of the car and spoke through the open window. Are you really okay? Zhang Jingyi asked, her voice trembling as she fought back tears. I'll be fine after a good sleep. Don't worry about me. Head back safely, Wang Wenbin said with a light smile, trying to appear at ease. If you ever feel overwhelmed, call me. I'll come to keep you company, Zhang Jingyi said, her voice breaking with emotion. She couldn't stop the tears from falling as she watched Wang Wenbin walk away, her heart aching for him. The one who's heartbroken is me. I haven't even cried. Why are you crying? Wang Wenbin smiled gently as he noticed the tears in Zhang Zini's eyes. Reaching out, he wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. I don't know, Zhang Zini said, tears streaming down even faster. Actually, I should be really happy that you and Sister Xu Wei broke up. But seeing you so sad makes me feel terrible. I'd rather you were still with her. Her sudden confession caught Wang Wenbin off guard, warming his heart and moving him deeply. So, you have to cheer up quickly. Otherwise I'll keep feeling this way too, Zhang Zhangyi said, pulling out a tissue to wipe her tears as she spoke. Wang Wenbin didn't know how to respond. Finally he just smiled and said softly, all right, go home, it's getting late. He watched as Zhang Zingyi drove away before heading upstairs to his small rental room. Back inside, he washed up again and lay down on the bed. The room was sparsely furnished, just a bed, a table, and a few chairs. There were no appliances or decorations. There was nothing to do in the room except sleep, and all Wang Wenbin wanted was to sleep. Only when he was asleep could he stop thinking. But reality often defied expectations. Loneliness was like a chronic ache. When the sun was shining during the day, you could ignore it. But when night fell, and the air turned cold and damp, it became unbearable, gnawing at him. As Wang Wenbin lay in bed lost in thought, his phone buzzed. It was a message from Xu Wei. I've received the money, the message read. Just 5 words, but they carried so much weight. Wang Wenbin stared at the message for a long time before replying with a simple, okay. Are you doing well? Xu Wei asked. I'm doing fine. It took a long time for Xu Wei to reply again. I've deleted your number. Reading this message, Wang Wenbin felt his heart ache even more deeply. Still, he replied, that's the right thing to do. I was going to do the same. No matter what happens, come to the company or my home if you need anything. I'll always be here. Okay, he responded. Take good care of yourself, and don't be so stubborn anymore. I will, Wang Wenbin typed back. All right then, I'm deleting it now. With trembling fingers, Wang Wenbin finally replied, okay. And just like that, everything ended. Wang Wenbin sat holding his phone, staring blankly at the screen. After a long while he slowly deleted Xu Wei's number and removed her from every contact and messaging app. He erased every trace of her from his phone. Though he deleted her from his phone, he couldn't delete her from his heart. Wang Wenbin knew it would take time. Time was the best medicine, capable of healing everything. It had taken him 3 years to try and forget Xu Min, though even 3 years hadn't fully been enough. How long would it take to forget Xu Wei? A month? A year? Perhaps a lifetime. That night, Wang Wenbin didn't sleep at all. The pain in his heart tormented him, and loneliness clung to him like a shadow that refused to disperse. 3 years ago, he might have drowned his sorrow in alcohol, but now, he wouldn't do that anymore. Even though the pain was unbearable, he knew he could endure it. Like someone who had grown used to an old illness, he had learned to coexist with the ache. The wounds didn't hurt as much anymore, they were simply part of him now. Those who seem impervious to pain are often covered in scars. Those who can smile through storms have been battered by them countless times. And those who appear indifferent to love have often loved with all their heart before. Wang Wenbin felt he was nearing the point of no return in his love story, a point of unyielding despair. He could endure pain, but he couldn't endure regret. The regret of life, of love. When he thought of love, all he could associate with it were exhaustion, frustration, disappointment, and helplessness. The dawn finally broke. Wang Wenbin, who hadn't closed his eyes all night, let out a long breath. Finally, morning had come. Only he knew how torturous and endless the night had felt. He was caught in a contradiction, wanting to be alone but also dreading the solitude. After washing up, he headed to his shop. There was a mountain of work waiting for him. He had been away for over a month, and his employees hadn't received their salaries during that time. While he had returned briefly twice to settle accounts with his suppliers, this time, payments had been delayed for another month. He had already set aside money for this the day before. Now that he was back, he had to resume the responsibilities he had left to his 2 store managers. If he kept delegating everything for too long, problems were bound to arise eventually, a principle Xu Wei had once explained to him about management. Wang Wenbin threw himself into work at the shop. On one hand, he wanted to make his 2 stores more successful and earn enough money to repay the large debt he owed Zhang Zhangyi as quickly as possible. On the other hand, he wanted to keep himself busy. The busier he was, the less time he had to dwell on other thoughts, and the better he felt. When he was busy, time flew. Before he realized it, evening had come, the busiest time for the shop. Normally, Wang Wenbin would have left by this hour since most of his work as the owner would already be done. Staying any longer would only get in the way of his employees. But tonight he didn't leave. He dreaded going back to his cold, empty room, where solitude would overwhelm him and bring back painful memories. As he sat in a daze, his phone rang. It was Zhang Xiangzini. "Hello Zhang Xingyi? What's up?" Wang Wenbin answered. "Why aren't you home yet? I've been waiting outside your place for over an hour," Zhang Xingyi said. "What? You're at my place?" Wang Wenbin asked, surprised. "Yes. Why? Why are you at my place? I told you the area isn't safe, especially at night. Wait there, I'll be right back." Wang Wenbin hung up and hurried out of the shop, concerned about Zhang Xingyi's safety. About 10 minutes later he reached his apartment building and saw Zhang Xingyi standing outside. Beside her were 2 large plastic bags with a supermarket logo on them. "What are you doing here? I told you yesterday this place isn't some fancy residential area. It's an old neighborhood for migrant workers. The people here come and go, their backgrounds are complicated. There are all kinds of folks here. You're a young woman wandering here alone at night. Do you know how dangerous that is? What if something happened? You've been through enough to know better, why don't you listen?" Wang Wenbin scolded Zhang Xingyi as he spotted her standing at the door. "You're worried about me." Zhang Xingyi wasn't upset by his tone. Instead, she looked a bit shy and even happy. "You, don't give me that playful grin. I'm being serious, are you listening to me or not? This is not a joke." Alright, I got it. Next time I'll come to your shop first and go back with you. Does that work?" Zhang Xingyi pouted. "How did you even know I lived here?" Wang Wenbin asked, puzzled. "When I left yesterday I stopped for a moment outside. I saw you going upstairs, and then the light on this floor turned on, so I figured you lived here." "Smart, huh?" Zhang Xingyi said, grinning. "Very smart. You're amazing. Why don't you become a detective?" Wang Wenbin replied sarcastically as he pulled out his keys to unlock the door. Then he glanced at the 2 plastic bags on the ground and asked while carrying them inside, "What did you buy?" "Groceries. I went to the supermarket," Zhang Xingyi said as she followed him inside. She frowned as she looked around the bare, almost empty room. "Wenbin, your place has nothing. No TV, no sofa, nothing. I told you yesterday there's nothing here. It's very basic. There isn't even a proper place to sit. I have no idea why you came here. And what's with all these groceries? Oh my god, meat, fish, shrimp, you really bought everything." "Zhang Xingyi, what's this for? Are you planning to cook here?" "Yes. I went to the supermarket just to get groceries so I could cook a meal for you. Look at you, do you even realize how much weight you've lost recently? I've been watching you for 2 days, and you haven't eaten a proper meal. If you keep this up, your health will give out. I brought all these ingredients to make you something good and nutritious," Zhang Xingyi said earnestly. "What? You're cooking for me?" Wang Wenbin couldn't believe his ears. This was Zhang Xingyi, the pampered young lady of the Zhang family. "Yes. What, you think I can't cook? It's not that I'm underestimating you, but let's not joke around. I can really cook. I spent the whole day watching cooking videos online, and I remember the steps perfectly. It's not that hard. Trust me," Zhang Xingyi said, slightly anxious. Alright, I believe you. But, big sis, how do you plan to cook? We can't exactly light the vegetables on fire with a lighter, can we?" Wang Wenbin asked. "What do you mean?" Zhang Xingyi didn't understand. "You don't get it? Check out the kitchen yourself." Wang Wenbin pointed toward the tiny kitchen. Zhang Xingyi went into the small kitchen and quickly realized the problem. While the apartment had a kitchen, it was completely empty, no pots, no pans, no oil, no seasonings, nothing. "I run a restaurant, so I usually eat staff meals there. If I miss those, I just grab fast food outside. I've never cooked at home, I don't need to. I'm a single guy, I'm not that particular about food. Let's go out to eat if you're hungry. I'll treat you, and it'll count as me keeping my promise to take you out for dinner," Wang Wenbin suggested. "But I already bought all these groceries. I spent so much time learning today just to cook you a meal. Look at you, you've lost so much weight. There's no one around to take care of you, and you don't even take care of yourself," Zhang Xingyi said, looking at him with concern. "Well, what now? I really don't have the setup to cook." "That's fine, wait here," Zhang Xingyi said and stormed out. "Where are you going?" "To the supermarket. I'll buy whatever's missing. Tonight, I'm cooking you a meal no matter what," Zhang Xingyi declared stubbornly. "You, really? You're not bothered by the hassle? Fine, wait for me. I'll go with you." Wang Wenbin sighed and followed her out. He was worried about Zhang Xingyi's safety. In his eyes, she was like a little girl who needed protection and lacked the survival skills to handle herself. He just couldn't leave her alone. Together they went to the supermarket and bought an entire set of kitchen supplies. For Wang Wenbin, this was a waste of money. As a single man, cooking at home seemed like too much trouble. He usually grabbed whatever was convenient. Plus, he'd always been a drifter in the city, never staying in one place for long. Buying kitchenware only to leave it behind seemed pointless. But Zhang Xinyi insisted, and he gave in, paying for everything himself despite her protests. Back home after setting up the kitchen, Wang Wenbin asked, "Are you sure you know how to cook? Let's just go out to eat, it's easier." "No. I'm cooking tonight." "I'm definitely making you a meal," Zhang Xinyi said firmly. Fine. Do you need help? I can wash the veggies or?" "No. Go outside. I'll handle this myself." "Just wait for the food," Zhang Xinyi said, shooing him out of the kitchen. "I think I'd feel better staying here to watch. That way, I won't worry as much," Wang Wenbin muttered as he stood by the kitchen door, genuinely concerned that Zhang Xinyi might accidentally burn the place down. Zhang Xinyi tied on an apron and immediately pulled out her phone. She placed it on the counter and played a cooking tutorial video, following its instructions step by step. Add a pinch of salt. How much is a pinch? Wenbin, how many grams is a pinch? Soy sauce, what's the difference between light and dark soy sauce? I didn't buy dark soy sauce, only regular soy sauce. And this? Zhang Xinyi muttered, her confidence wavering as she navigated the kitchen for the first time. Wang Wenbin stood by the kitchen door, watching Zhang Xinyi as she busied herself inside. He could already predict how things would turn out. He felt a little sorry for his rumbling stomach, especially since Zhang Xinyi wouldn't let him step in to help. "Ah! Oh my god, ah!" Zhang Xinyi suddenly screamed, and Wang Wenbin saw the pan tip over in the kitchen. Oil splashed onto the stove and flames flared up instantly. Terrified, Zhang Xinyi bolted out of the kitchen. Wang Wenbin's heart nearly stopped. He rushed in without hesitation, turned off the burner, and grabbed a wet towel nearby to smother the flames. The fire was quickly extinguished, but the kitchen was a disaster. The pan lay on the floor, the fish meant for frying was scattered, and oil was splattered everywhere. It looked like a crime scene. After putting out the fire, Wang Wenbin let out a long sigh of relief, though his heart was still pounding from the shock of it all. He turned and saw Zhang Xinyi standing frozen at the kitchen door, clearly in a daze from the scare. "Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Let me see, did you get burned?" Wang Wenbin walked over and gently took Zhang Xinyi's hand to check. Zhang Xinyi finally snapped out of it. Seeing Wang Wenbin's concern, she burst into tears. "It's okay now, it's okay. The fire is out, and everything is fine," Wang Wenbin comforted her. I don't know what happened. I followed the instructions on my phone to fry the fish in oil, but as soon as I put it in, the oil splattered everywhere. I was so scared. I panicked, and somehow the pan tipped over and then the fire started. It was so frightening." Zhang Xinyi, still trembling, explained tearfully. "It's fine. It's over. As long as you're not hurt, that's all that matters," Wang Wenbin reassured her again. "I'll clean this up and try again. Just wait a little longer, I promise I'll have the food ready soon," Zhang Xinyi said, looking at the messy kitchen as she prepared to go back in. But Wang Wenbin stopped her. "That's enough, Zhang Xinyi. I know you mean well. You're afraid I'll feel lonely or miserable on my own, and that's why you're doing this, right? But it's really not necessary. Just having you here to talk to is already enough for me. You don't need to push yourself. I'm so useless I can't even cook a meal," Zhang Xinyi said, deeply frustrated. "Not being able to cook doesn't make you useless. How many young women these days can cook? And besides, with the kind of family you come from, it's not exactly something you'd need to do." "But." "No buts. Stay here and don't go back into the kitchen, okay?" Wang Wenbin smiled as he gently but firmly told Zhang Xinyi. He then walked into the kitchen himself. Wang Wenbin quickly tidied up the mess in the kitchen and got to work, expertly prepping vegetables and cooking with practiced ease. "Wenbin, you know how to cook?" Zhang Xinyi asked in surprise as she watched him. "What's so surprising about that?" "I've been cooking since I was 7, Wang Wenbin said casually while chopping vegetables. "Since you were 7? That's amazing. I grew up in the countryside, and life was tough back then. We barely had enough to eat. The adults were always busy with endless farm work, so kids like me had to fend for ourselves. Cooking and doing laundry were basic skills. And we didn't have fancy gas stoves like these. We used firewood, which we'd chop ourselves from the mountains. After cooking, we'd take the food to the fields for our parents to eat before coming back to eat ourselves. It wasn't just me, most rural kids of my generation grew up this way," Wang Wenbin explained as he cooked. Before long, Wang Wenbin had whipped up 4 or 5 dishes and placed them on the table. By then it was already past 9 p.m., as so much time had been wasted earlier. Alright, dinner's ready. It's been years since I last cooked, so the seasoning might be off. Just bear with it, Wang Wenbin said. I'm sorry, Wenbin. I wanted to make a meal for you, but in the end, you had to cook for me, Zhang Zini said apologetically. The fact that you even thought of doing this for me is already touching enough, but don't push yourself like this again. I know you care about me and want to keep me company because I'm not feeling great, but you don't need to force yourself to do things you're not used to. I just thought. You've lost so much weight lately, and you're always eating staff meals or fast food, which can't be nutritious or hygienic. I wanted to cook something healthy for you. Also, I read online that people who've gone through breakups feel lonely, and the best way to comfort them is to make them feel warmth. I figured cooking a homemade meal would bring that sense of home, Zhang Zini explained. Where did you read that? Sounds like some nonsense from a fake expert, Wang Wenbin said, laughing. And isn't there a saying that to win a man's heart, you have to win his stomach? I want to win your heart, Zhang Xini said boldly, her face flushing as she looked straight at Wang Wenbin. Wang Wenbin was momentarily stunned. Avoiding her gaze, he placed a piece of food on her plate and replied, What kind of nonsense is that? I thought cooking was simple. It always looks so easy, just oil, vegetables, seasonings and a few stirs. So I spent the whole day watching videos, but it turns out it's completely different when you try it yourself. Watching and doing are two entirely different things. I feel like such a failure, Zhang Xingyi said, her frustration growing. Not knowing how to cook doesn't make you a failure. I can't dance, does that mean I should go hang myself? Wang Wenbin joked to lighten the mood. Don't worry, I'll learn. Tomorrow I'll practice at home. Once I've mastered it, I'll come here every day to cook for you. How about that? Zhang Zini said enthusiastically as she ate. Wang Wenbin hesitated for a moment, looking at Zhang Xingyi. He then said, Xingyi, you should keep some distance from me. Why? Before, when you were with Yixiu Wei, I stayed away because I understood. But now you've broken up with her, why are you still pushing me away? Zhang Xini asked, her voice rising with emotion. No, you misunderstand. I'm not trying to push you away, but we shouldn't get too close. You need to think about your parents. If they found out we were spending so much time together, they'd worry, Wang Wenbin said gently, reminding her of her family. After thinking carefully, I realize they're my parents, and they love me. If I truly love you, they might not accept it at first, but if I persist, they'll eventually give us their blessing, Zhang Zini said stubbornly. Wang Wenbin opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. He had to admit that Zhang Zini's reasoning was correct. What parents didn't love their children? If they really won't accept us being together, then I'll elope with you. Wenbin, I love you. In this lifetime I only want you. I want to be with you, and I want to marry you, Zhang Zini said shyly, her face flushed, but her tone was firm. Wang Wenbin frowned deeply upon hearing her words. Xini, you're a good girl, but we're not suited for each other. I've always seen you as a younger sister. Besides, my heart is dead. I can't love anyone anymore, and I'll never pursue romantic relationships again, Wang Wenbin said, trying his best to gently let her down without hurting her. I can wait. If not in this lifetime, then in the next. No matter how long, I'll wait for you. Wenbin, it doesn't matter whether you love me or not. As long as I know I love you, that's enough. I used to not understand what love was or how deeply I loved you. But during the time you were with Yixiu Wei, I realized just how much I cared for you. Do you know how much I suffered? I would wake up crying in the middle of the night, thinking about you. My mind was filled with you, and just imagining you with Yixiu Wei made me feel unbearable pain. That period showed me how much I love you. I understand you've just broken up with Yixiu Wei and need time to heal, but I can wait no matter how long it takes, Zhang Xini said persistently. Wang Wenbin looked at Zhang Xini in surprise. She had changed. She was much stronger than before, though still just as stubborn and unyielding. Perhaps everyone grows in their own way over time. Xingyi, I think it's best if we stay friends. Friendship suits us better. My heart died a long time ago, Wang Wenbin said as he set down his chopsticks and lit a cigarette. Don't rush to reject me. I just wanted to tell you I like you and love you. I'm not asking you to be with me. If you say we're friends, then we'll be friends, Zhang Xingyi replied, her tone unwavering. Let's eat. Don't just talk, you must be starving this late. How does the food taste? Is it to your liking? Wang Wenbin quickly changed the subject. It's delicious, really delicious. Wenbin, I never thought you'd be such a good cook, Zhang Xingyi said, eating happily. After dinner, Wang Wenbin walked Zhang Xingyi to the door and saw her off. Once she left, he returned to his apartment alone and tidied up the kitchen. He couldn't deny that Zhang Zini's visit had lifted his spirits considerably. Being alone too long often led to overthinking and overwhelming negative emotions. Having someone around made time pass quickly and brightened his mood. Zhang Zini's attempt to cook dinner, even though it didn't go as planned, gave his cold, empty home a feeling of warmth and comfort. Wang Wenbin's life became increasingly routine. Every morning, he went to work on time, pouring all his energy into his 2 stores. Under his and the 2 store managers' management, the businesses thrived, becoming a legendary success in the university town. He also made it a point to leave work on time, heading to the market to buy groceries and cooking dinner at home. Cooking gave him a sense of warmth, turning his cold, lonely apartment into something more like a home. Though he ate alone most of the time, it still felt fulfilling. However, Zhang Xini often showed up uninvited for dinner. No matter how much Wang Wenbin tried to send her away, she refused to leave. Eventually, he gave up. Deep down, he appreciated her company. After enduring so much loneliness, he found relief in having someone to talk to even if they just bickered. Zhang Zini was the only person in the city he could truly call a friend, so he didn't resist her presence. Wang Wenbin's only concern was Zhang Zini's parents. He didn't want to interact with her too much, fearing they might cause trouble again. While he wasn't afraid of them, he disliked unnecessary drama. Still, he reasoned with himself his relationship with Zhang Zini was purely platonic. What was there for her parents to worry about? Zhang Zini, worried about Wang Wenbin's heartbreak, made time to visit him almost every evening, even during her busy winter break. She enjoyed being around him and loved the feeling of their time together. Even if Wang Wenbin complained about her, she took it all in stride. Time flew by. And soon the new year was around the corner. With just a few days left until the holiday, Zhang Zini had to move back home. Her family insisted, and sneaking out at night was no longer an option. Though she hadn't visited recently, she kept in touch with Wang Wenbin through frequent calls and messages. Wang Wenbin, however, was too busy to respond much. With the new year approaching, there were countless tasks to complete for his 2 stores. The winter break meant most students had left town, leading to a significant drop in foot traffic. Only a handful of students and some locals remained, leaving the stores much quieter. 10 days before the new year, Wang Wenbin decided to close the barbecue shop and give the employees an early holiday. While the snack shop fared better, its profits barely broke even, so 5 days before the new year, he also closed it and sent the staff home for the holiday. With the stores closed, Wang Wenbin had to handle all the final tasks himself. He settled employees' salaries, distributed year-end bonuses to the 2 managers, and cleared all outstanding payments with suppliers. It was exhausting, but by the 4th day before the new year, everything was finally sorted out. After calculating his earnings for the year, Wang Wenbin found he had saved over 200,000 yuan. This was all his hard-earned savings after clearing every debt, except for the massive amount he still owed Zhang Zini. His New Year's resolution was clear: in the coming year, he would work tirelessly to repay her in full. Wang Wenbin worked tirelessly for an entire week and finally finished all the necessary tasks. He personally locked the door of the snack shop and slowly made his way back to the apartment he rented. The usually crowded streets were now desolate, not a soul in sight. The students had left for their winter break, and all the business owners and workers had returned home to celebrate the new year. As he walked, he noticed a long line ahead. Curious, he approached and realized it was a ticket agency. It made sense: these were people who hadn't managed to buy train tickets in time. It was spring festival travel season, and at this point, tickets were almost impossible to get. Seeing this, Wang Wenbin's heart filled with longing for home. He missed his father deeply. He stood by the roadside, lit a cigarette, and dialed his father's number. This time, however, the phone was turned off. Disappointed but not surprised, Wang Wenbin sighed deeply. He called every few days, but his father never answered. Now the phone was simply off. After a long pause, Wang Wenbin turned back and joined the line at the ticket agency. He waited nearly an hour before it was his turn. "One ticket to Yunyang, the soonest available," Wang Wenbin said, naming his hometown. "Let me check." "Sorry, there are no tickets left," the ticket seller replied. "Not even standing tickets?" "No, nothing. All the tickets are sold out. At this time of year, it's nearly impossible to get long-distance tickets," the seller explained. "Then, how about a ticket to the provincial capital?" Wang Wenbin asked. "Also sold out. There are no tickets heading in that direction before the new year." Wang Wenbin left the counter, visibly disappointed. As he turned the corner, someone grabbed his arm. "Looking for tickets?" a middle-aged man asked. "Yes, of course. Why else would I be standing here?" Wang Wenbin replied. Let me tell you, long-distance tickets are basically impossible to find right now. But I can get one for you. Interested? Wang Wenbin glanced at the man and quickly realized he was a scalper working with the ticket agency. In the end, Wang Wenbin paid an extra 300 yuan to secure a ticket for a train departing for his hometown at midnight. After purchasing the ticket, Wang Wenbin's restless heart finally settled. He was filled with anticipation about going home. Although he knew there was a good chance he wouldn't even be allowed through the door, he couldn't wait to return. Thinking about home lifted his spirits considerably. Back at his apartment, he packed a small bag, which only took a few minutes since he owned so little. With hours to spare before his midnight departure, Wang Wenbin decided to head to a shopping mall he was familiar with. This mall held many memories. He had visited it several times with Yi Xiu Wei. It wasn't that he chose this mall specifically, he simply didn't know any other high-end shopping centers. Wanting to buy something nice for his father, he decided to get a new outfit for the new year. He entered the same store Zhu Wei had once taken him to, which specialized in clothing for middle-aged and older men. Last time, it was Yi Xiu Wei who helped him pick out clothes to send to his father. Wang Wenbin purchased a full set of clothes for his father, spending nearly 20,000 yuan. He didn't buy anything for himself. As he stepped out of the store, shopping bag in hand, he suddenly froze and quickly stepped back inside, hiding in a corner. Sir, do you need help with anything else? A sales assistant approached him enthusiastically. No, I'm just browsing, Wang Wenbin replied, peeking outside nervously. From his position he saw a man, a woman, and a child walk by. The child was holding the hands of both adults, and they looked like a happy family. But the sight of this family made Wang Wenbin's heart ache, so much so that it became hard to breathe. The family was none other than Zhu Wei, her husband, and their child. Wang Wenbin stood at the store's entrance, staring blankly as Yi Xiu Wei's family disappeared into the distance. Slowly he exited the store and made his way to the escalator. The joy of going home completely extinguished. Outside the mall, Wang Wenbin found a nearby ashtray and lit a cigarette. He had often imagined what it would be like to run into Yi Xiu Wei again. He thought he would be calm, composed, and even smile. But he hadn't expected it to happen so soon and so unexpectedly. Nor had he anticipated how unprepared he would feel. He had overestimated his own resilience. As he smoked, leaning against the wall and staring at the dazzling lights of the building across the street, he sensed someone standing beside him. He turned and was shocked to see Zhu Wei. The woman who had broken his heart was as beautiful as ever, breathtakingly so. Wang Wenbin looked at Zhu Wei, and she looked back at him. Neither spoke, but their eyes conveyed everything they couldn't say aloud. Fancy seeing you here, Wang Wenbin said with a forced smile. Why did you hide? Yi Xiu Wei asked quietly. Wang Wenbin was caught off guard by Yi Xiu Wei's question. Turning his head slightly, he said, You saw it. It's not that I wanted to hide, he added after a pause, extinguishing his cigarette on the edge of a trash bin. I just didn't know how to face it. How about them? Wang Wenbin asked. I told him I ran into a friend and came out to say hello. He's with Annie, helping her look at clothes, Yi Xiu Wei replied. Wang Wenbin nodded. Annie's out of the hospital? No, she's still there. But there's no major risk anymore. I finished work early today, so I brought her out for some fresh air and to buy some new clothes for the new year. Kids love new clothes, Yi Xiu Wei explained. That's true, Wang Wenbin agreed, though he had nothing more to add. After a moment of silence, Yi Xiu Wei asked softly, The new year is coming. Where will you spend it? I bought a ticket for tonight. I'm going back to my hometown, Wang Wenbin answered. Did uncle forgive you? She asked. Wang Wenbin shook his head. No, but no matter what, I want to go back and see him. Yi Xiu Wei hesitated before asking, And how are things with Sini? Wang Wenbin took out another cigarette but stopped when Xiu Wei reminded him, Don't smoke so much. It's bad for your health. Looking at the cigarette in his hand, Wang Wenbin extinguished it without lighting it. I see her as a younger sister. My heart has already died. I don't have the courage to start another relationship. I'm sorry, Yi Xiu Wei said, her own heart aching as she listened to his words. Don't say sorry. Nobody owes anyone anything. Even though it didn't work out, at least you gave me beautiful memories. Let's not dwell on the past, it's over now, Wang Wenbin sighed. Wenbin, you should open your heart and find someone to be with. Find someone who can take care of you. Being alone is too lonely. Being alone is fine. I eat alone, sleep alone, laugh alone, and cry alone. I like this life, no surprises, no accidents. It's peaceful. I like it this way, Wang Wenbin said with a faint smile, though the bitterness was unmistakable. Yu Xiu-wei gazed at Wang Wenbin silently, her emotions churning inside. Both of them fell into silence. They instinctively avoided certain topics. Words that used to be sweet in the past had now become forbidden. No matter how much they thought about those things, they couldn't bring themselves to speak them. I need to catch my train. I should go, Wang Wenbin finally said, breaking the tense atmosphere. All right, safe travels, Yu Xiu-wei replied. Thank you. Goodbye. Wang Wenbin nodded, then walked away, carrying his backpack and shopping bag. He made his way to a bus stop, boarded the first bus that came without caring about the route, and sat down. Yu Xiu-wei stood there, watching him leave. Even after he boarded the bus, she remained, staring blankly in the same direction. Sitting at the back of the bus, Wang Wenbin turned his head to glance at Zhu Wei one last time. Rain began to fall, streaking the windows and blurring his view. The bus moved farther and farther away, Yu Xiu-wei's figure growing smaller and harder to see until it disappeared completely, swallowed by the rain. The rain blurred not only the glass but also Yu Xiu-wei's eyes and Wang Wenbin's heart. Wang Wenbin sat in a daze on the bus, unsure of how many stops had passed before he noticed the rain subsiding and the scenery outside becoming clear again. Snapping out of it, he got off at a random stop and transferred to 2 more buses before finally arriving at the train station. During Spring Festival travel season, the train station was the ultimate testament to China's massive population. After queuing for entry, going through security checks, and navigating the bustling crowds, Wang Wenbin boarded his train just in time for its midnight departure. He hadn't managed to get a sleeper ticket and would have to endure an 18-hour journey in a hard seat, but at least he had a ticket and was on his way home. Shortly after the train started moving, Wang Wenbin's phone rang. It was Zhang Zini calling. It was past 1 a.m., and she was still awake. Hello? What's wrong? Why are you calling so late? Wang Wenbin asked. Wenbin, your shop is closed for the holidays, right? Zhang Zini's voice sounded strained. Yeah, closed yesterday. Why? Have you been crying? Wang Wenbin noticed something off in her tone. Let's go to Tibet, okay? Zhang Zini said, her voice trembling. Tibet? What's going on? What happened? Why do you suddenly want to go to Tibet? Wang Wenbin was taken aback. Nothing happened. I just want to go somewhere and clear my mind. I've always wanted to do a road trip to Tibet. It's been my lifelong dream. But I'm scared to go alone. You don't have anything to do during the holidays, and staying here alone will only make you feel worse. Come with me to Tibet, okay? Let's drive there together, Zhang Xingyi pleaded, her voice cracking. Wang Wenbin frowned. I'm on the train. The train? Where are you going? Home. Back to my hometown. There was a long silence on the other end before Zhang Xingyi finally said, Take care on your trip. Enjoy the new year with your dad. Give him my regards. Are you sure you're okay? Did something happen? No, really. I'm just bored and wanted to take a trip. I've always wanted to drive to Tibet. People say the scenery is beautiful. But it's fine. If you're busy, we'll go another time. Don't worry about it. I'll hang up now. Bye. Wang Wenbin hesitated, frowning deeply. Okay, bye. Zhang Xingyi hung up. Wang Wenbin's instincts told him that Zhang Xingyi was acting unusually, and that something was wrong. But since she wouldn't say anything, he didn't push further. He sat by the train window, staring out at the pitch-black night. No one could tell what he was thinking. The train journey lasted 18 hours, and Wang Wenbin didn't close his eyes for even a moment. He couldn't sleep, his mind involuntarily replaying countless memories. The last time he took a train home was for last year's New Year, but so much had happened over the past year, and few of those memories brought him any joy. By the evening of the second day, Wang Wenbin arrived at his destination. Eager to get home, he didn't linger in the city. He hired a taxi and headed straight to his village. The taxi drove for over an hour before reaching the entrance of Wang Wenbin's village. It was late, and the driver refused to venture off the main road into the dark, narrow village paths. Wang Wenbin had no choice but to get out at the edge of the county road and walk to his house, his backpack slung over his shoulder, the sound of barking dogs accompanying him as he made his way to the farthest end of the village where his home was. After 20 minutes of walking, Wang Wenbin arrived at the familiar site of his family home. The yard and the rooftop were just as he remembered them, but there wasn't a single light on inside the house. He checked the time, -9 p.m. It was quite late by village standards, and Wang Wenbin assumed his father must have already gone to bed. He knocked on the wooden gate outside the courtyard, but no matter how hard he knocked, there was no response. Growing anxious, Wang Wenbin decided to climb over the side wall into the yard, a familiar maneuver from his younger days. Once inside the house, he searched every corner, but his father was nowhere to be found. Panic began to set in. Where could he have gone so late at night? Feeling as if he had lost his soul, Wang Wenbin rushed out and ran to his neighbor's house, banging on their door. "Oh, isn't this Xiao Bin? You're back!" The neighbor's aunt greeted him in surprise. "Yes, auntie, I just got back. Do you know where my dad is? I've looked all over the house but I can't find him," Wang Wenbin asked, visibly worried. "Oh, your dad? He's probably at Dr. Yang's place. He's been spending time there these past few days," the aunt replied. Dr. Yang was the village's barefoot doctor who ran a small clinic. "Is he sick? What's wrong? Is it serious?" Wang Wenbin's worry deepened. "That I don't know, but it shouldn't be serious. Just this afternoon, your dad told me to save 2 big fish from the pond for him tomorrow. He said you might come back for the new year, and you'd want to eat fish. Though I did notice he was limping a bit, maybe his foot hurts," the neighbor replied. Hearing this, Wang Wenbin's eyes nearly welled up with tears. Ever since he was little, he had loved eating fish. Thanking the neighbor, Wang Wenbin quickly made his way to the village clinic. The clinic was an old structure that had been around for decades. Wang Wenbin remembered visiting it as a child for colds and vaccinations. The building remained the same, though the elder Dr. Yang had since been replaced by his son, the younger Dr. Yang. When Wang Wenbin reached the clinic, he saw its half-open door swaying in the wind. Warm light spilled out from inside. Pushing open the door, Wang Wenbin stepped into the small clinic. His father was seated on a bamboo chair, seemingly asleep, his arm connected to an IV drip. A basin of glowing charcoal embers sat nearby, radiating warmth, an old rural method of heating. Wang Wenbin's gaze landed on his father's white hair and deeply lined face. He looked like a man in his 70s, though he wasn't yet 60. Years of relentless toil had aged him prematurely. Wang Wenbin's chest tightened. His eyes grew moist as he approached his father standing before him. "Dad," he called softly. His father opened his eyes, startled to see Wang Wenbin standing there. For a moment he was speechless, his expression a mixture of surprise and disbelief. But his face quickly turned cold. "Why did you come back? Who told you to come back?" his father asked icily, turning his face away. "Dad, what's wrong? Where does it hurt? What's the illness?" Wang Wenbin squatted down and asked. "My business is none of your concern. Go back to where you came from," his father replied coldly. Wang Wenbin had long grown used to his father's harsh attitude. Knowing he wouldn't get answers from him, Wang Wenbin walked into the inner room to find Dr. Yang. Offering the doctor a cigarette, he asked Dr. Yang, "What's wrong with my dad?" "Your dad?" He said he fell while carrying something, tumbling from the upper field ridge to the lower one. His foot got hurt pretty badly, but it doesn't seem to have broken any bones. He's been coming here for IV treatments for 3 days now, and it's gotten a bit better. Still, given his age, it'll probably take half a month to fully recover. Nothing serious, though, just some pain and difficulty walking. But you should remind your dad not to overdo it. He's not young anymore, and his health isn't great. He should avoid heavy lifting, especially carrying loads. If he falls again, it might not end so well." "You got lucky this time," Dr. Yang explained. "How much does it cost?" Wang Wenbin asked. 3 days of IV treatments and some medication. 230 yuan in total. Your dad was even complaining about the price earlier, saying I was overcharging. He said it's outrageous for a rural clinic to charge this much. "Xiao Bin, tell me, does this seem expensive to you? You're back from the city, 3 days of IV treatment and medicine for this amount, is it really too much?" Dr. Yang asked, sounding exasperated. "It's not expensive, not at all. My dad's just like that, don't take it personally," Wang Wenbin replied quickly. No, I'm just saying. Everyone knows your dad, he's a highly respected elder in the village. Even if he scolds me, I wouldn't dare argue back," Dr. Yang said with a laugh. Wang Wenbin quickly took out the money to pay the bill. When Wang Wenbin came back out, he saw his father glancing toward the room as if checking on him. But as soon as their eyes met, his father straightened up and turned his face away. "Does it hurt? Is it very painful?" Wang Wenbin asked, standing by his father's side. "I told you who asked you to come back. Didn't I tell you before? From now on, this house has nothing to do with you. I don't have a son like you. So why did you come back?" his father demanded. Wang Wenbin didn't respond. He pulled a chair over and sat beside his father, picking up the fire tongs to stir the charcoal in the brazier to make it burn brighter. The temperature in the mountains was much colder than outside, especially at night. It was freezing in the mornings, with ice forming everywhere. And this was in the south. "Why didn't you call me when you got hurt?" Wang Wenbin picked up a piece of charcoal with the tongs, took a cigarette from his pocket, and lit it with the glowing coal as he asked his father, "What's the point of telling you? Even if I died, it'd have nothing to do with you." His father scolded him harshly again, then said, "Hand me that cigarette. I left mine at home." "You're on an IV drip. Don't smoke." Although Wang Wenbin advised against it, he still took out a cigarette and handed it to his father. He knew his father's temper. If he didn't hand it over, he'd likely get hit. After passing the cigarette, Wang Wenbin lit it for his father with a lighter. The two of them sat there smoking silently, facing each other. That's how it was between men. No matter how much emotion they felt, they didn't know how to express it, keeping everything bottled up inside. "Have you been causing trouble at work again?" his father suddenly asked. "Why do you say that? Why else would you come back? If you're not working hard and earning money, what are you doing here? What about all the debt? How are you going to pay it off?" his father interrogated. "Dad, I've already paid off all the debts. The money I owed to relatives and friends, it's all cleared," Wang Wenbin replied. "All 30-some thousand? Completely paid off?" his father asked, surprised. "Yes, all of it," Wang Wenbin nodded. After 2 years of hard work, he had finally managed to clear all his debts. Of course, he didn't mention the large sum he still owed Zhang Xinyi. "You little brat. Have you been doing something illegal out there?" "Of course not. How could I do anything illegal?" "Then how could you make over 30,000 in 2 years? What exactly are you doing? What kind of money is that easy to make?" "I work from dawn till dusk all year and barely make 2 or 3,000. Dad, I've been running 2 small restaurants over there. Business has been pretty good, so I've managed to make enough to pay off the debt," Wang Wenbin explained honestly. "Running restaurants makes that much money?" "Yes, and it's not even anything special. It's just that making money outside is a bit easier than it is here." Hearing this, his father didn't say anything more. He took large drags on his cigarette. "Then why did you come back? If you've got your own business, why not stay there and run it properly? Why come back here? Are you giving up on it?" his father pressed. "Dad, my 2 restaurants are near a university town, catering to students. The universities are on break for the winter holidays, so there's no business right now. That's why I closed them for the new year and came home," Wang Wenbin explained again, knowing his father's fiery temper. If he didn't explain properly, he might actually get hit. As they talked, the IV drip finished. Wang Wenbin quickly called Dr. Yang to remove the needle. "Your foot hurts. Let me carry you home," Wang Wenbin offered. "I'm not crippled yet," his father retorted, grabbing a wooden cane beside him and struggling to his feet. Leaning on the cane, he hobbled toward the door. "Can't help it, Wang Shu's temper is something we don't dare mess with. He won't even let us help him up. Insists on doing it himself," Dr. Yang said to Wang Wenbin with a helpless smile. Watching his father limp along with the cane, Wang Wenbin couldn't stand it any longer. He walked over, crouched in front of him, and without a word, lifted his father onto his back, carrying him toward home. "You little brat. Put me down. I'm not crippled. I can walk on my own. What are you doing carrying me? What if people see? How embarrassing," his father barked from his back. "I'm your son. Carrying you is my duty. What's there to be embarrassed about? Letting someone your age hobble around on a cane, that's what's embarrassing," Wang Wenbin shot back, his frustration showing. If it had been in the past, talking back like this would have earned him a beating. Both father and son had fiery tempers, and confrontations between them were common. But today, after Wang Wenbin's retort, his father didn't get angry. Instead, he fell silent, allowing himself to be carried. After walking some distance, his father finally said, "All right, that's enough. Put me down. I can walk. It's not that serious." Wang Wenbin was sweating under his coat from the effort. His father, though older, was still sturdy and tall. Given Wang Wenbin's height of over 6 feet, it was clear where he got it from. His father weighed over 140 pounds, and carrying him for several minutes was no small task. Even so, Wang Wenbin gritted his teeth and didn't put him down. "You've been drinking," Wang Wenbin remarked, catching a whiff of alcohol. "I had some drinks at your Uncle Liu's place earlier tonight. His youngest grandson turned 1 today, so he invited me over for a couple of drinks." "That's his youngest. The older ones are already in preschool in town. His eldest son is about your age, isn't he? Or is he a couple of years younger?" his father asked. 2 years younger, Wang Wenbin replied after thinking for a moment. "That's right. You're already 27 this year. By traditional age, you're 28, his father sighed deeply. Though his father still seemed cold toward him, Wang Wenbin could sense that the old man's anger had subsided significantly. If he were still truly furious, he would have hit him long ago. Tomorrow go buy some incense and paper money, and visit your mother's grave, his father said after another sigh. Alright, Wang Wenbin nodded. He had planned to do that without needing to be told. Alright, we're almost home. Put me down, his father insisted as they neared the house. Your foot hurts. I'll carry you inside. You have the key? I. Put me down, his father demanded. Wang Wenbin had no choice but to carefully set him down. His father opened the gate to the yard, and leaning on his cane, made his way inside without letting Wang Wenbin help him. Once inside, his father switched on the light, and the familiar smell of home greeted Wang Wenbin immediately. Although the house was simple, it was spotless and neatly organized, reflecting his father's character clean and upright. Have you eaten? His father asked after settling in. No, not yet, Wang Wenbin admitted, his stomach growling in hunger. It was already 10 o'clock at night. Sit down and rest for a while. I'll make you something to eat, his father said, heading toward the kitchen, leaning on his cane. Let me do it, Dad. Your leg's not in good shape, Wang Wenbin quickly offered, trying to stop him. What's wrong with my leg? It's not broken. What do you even know about cooking? You haven't been home for years. Do you even know where the rice is? Go sit down, his father scolded as he hobbled into the kitchen. Watching his father limp stubbornly into the kitchen to cook for him, Wang Wenbin felt his eyes sting with tears. His father had never spoken a kind word to him, but Wang Wenbin could feel the deep affection behind his actions. I'll tend the fire, Wang Wenbin said, worried his father might fall. He followed him into the kitchen and sat by the stove to keep the fire going. When his father opened the cupboard to reveal only a small bowl of leftover cabbage from lunch and half a bowl of pickled vegetables, Wang Wenbin's heart clenched painfully. His father had lived a life of extreme frugality. When Wang Wenbin was a child, his father had worked tirelessly to support his education. After Wang Wenbin graduated, his father kept working and saving to help him get married. Even after the engagement with Zhu Min fell through, his father continued to work himself to the bone to help pay off his debts. His father had never said anything, but Wang Wenbin could see it all clearly. There's no fresh food at home. We'll just eat something simple tonight. Go grab a stool and fetch that cured meat hanging from the beam, his father instructed, glancing at a piece of preserved meat hanging overhead. Wang Wenbin recognized the piece of cured meat. It had been hanging there since last year's spring festival. A whole year had passed, and it was still there. With a mix of gratitude and heartache, Wang Wenbin fetched a stool, climbed up, and took down the cured meat, handing it to his father. His father began slicing it up. Although his father hadn't smiled once since Wang Wenbin returned, his movements betrayed his good mood. The two of them worked in silence, his father frying the dishes while Wang Wenbin tended the fire. Neither spoke a word, but the flickering red flames brought a sense of warmth to the home that Wang Wenbin hadn't felt in Shanghai. He relished this feeling. 3 dishes were soon ready, 1 with cured meat, 2 with homegrown vegetables, and a bowl of pickled vegetables from their family stock. Pour 2 cups of wine. Drink with me, his father instructed as he set the food on the table. You just had an IV. You shouldn't drink, Wang Wenbin replied. Stop babbling. I've been drinking my whole life and nothing's ever happened. What, you're not even willing to share a drink with your old man now? Alright, I'll get it, Wang Wenbin said, shaking his head. He fetched 2 bowls and scooped some homemade rice wine from the family's wine jar. Since you're back for the new year, tomorrow go buy some cigarettes and liquor, and visit your aunt and your mother's family. Your aunt and your mother's side have helped us a lot since your mom passed. Also, if you're staying past the new year, visit all the relatives who lent us money, even if you've already repaid them. Bring some gifts. People should value relationships and know how to be grateful, his father said while sipping his wine. His words carried the tone of a lifelong educator, something Wang Wenbin had been used to since he was a child. Got it. I'll visit them tomorrow after going to the market, Wang Wenbin replied, nodding as he took a gulp of wine. His ability to drink wasn't innate, it was something his father had trained into him from a young age. Wait a moment, his father said, as though remembering something. He stood up, limped into another room, and soon returned with a red booklet in hand. Take this, he said, handing the booklet to Wang Wenbin. Wang Wenbin glanced at it. It was a bank book. Why are you giving me this? Wang Wenbin asked, puzzled. There's a little over 50,000 yuan in here. It's money I've saved these past 2 years from farming, planting sorghum, growing vegetables, and doing odd jobs like building houses. I was planning to give it to you to help pay off your debts, but since you've already settled them, take it now. Tomorrow, use my ID to withdraw the money at the bank. Buy some New Year's supplies, get plenty of meat and other goods. Also, buy some cigarettes and liquor for those relatives who've helped us. Use what's left for your business. It might not be much, but it can help. I don't need it, Dad. I have money, Wang Wenbin said, trying to refuse. What? Now you're making so much that my little bit of money isn't good enough for you? No, that's not what I meant. Take it. What would I even use this money for? Bring it to the grave with me. You could use it to buy better food, nicer things. Just take it. I'm telling you to take it, so stop arguing. Save it up, buy yourself a house and get married. You're not getting any younger, and you don't want to see our family line end, do you? His father scolded, his voice rising. Faced with this, Wang Wenbin couldn't argue anymore. He obediently tucked the bankbook away. How's it going with that girl? Have you made progress? If it's working out, you should get married, his father asked suddenly. Wang Wenbin froze for a moment, then cautiously asked, which girl? You're talking about that girl I was seeing in Shanghai this year? His father asked, looking up. Wang Wenbin frowned, assuming his father was referring to Zhu Wei. But what puzzled him was how his father even knew about it. Dad, how do you know about that? Wang Wenbin asked. He hadn't told anyone in his family. His father took a sip of his wine, bit into a piece of pickled vegetable, and said, 2 or 3 months ago, around 3 months back, Yi Xiumin came here. Wang Wenbin was so shocked his jaw almost dropped. Yi Xiumin came to our house? He asked again, incredulous. Yes. Wang Wenbin was utterly stunned. Why did she come here? She knelt 3 times to me, then went up to the mountain to pay her respects to your mother, knelt there too, and burned incense. She even brought me a lot of gifts, said she was here to apologize. The child was very sincere. I tried to send her away, but she wouldn't leave. Then she explained why she left back then. She said she didn't betray or abandon you. She just didn't want to give up a great opportunity for professional advancement at her workplace. She did it for the future, for a better life for the two of you. Is that true? His father asked. Wang Wenbin took a sip of his wine, lit a cigarette without realizing it, and nodded. Give me one, his father said. You're still recovering, you shouldn't smoke, Wang Wenbin said, though he handed his father a cigarette anyway and lit it for him. I believed her, his father continued. She came here twice. I've gotten a sense of what kind of person she is. I don't believe she's that kind of woman. A young lady came all this way, I couldn't bear to treat her too harshly. What's past is past, and there's no point holding grudges forever. I even kept her for lunch, she insisted on helping out in the kitchen. She said she had spent 3 years in the US, and just returned, but you hate her now. She said you've already moved on and found someone new. She asked me not to tell you she had been here when she left. Now, tell me honestly, what's your relationship with her now? And what's going on with this other woman? How far have things gotten? His father asked, putting down his wine bowl. Wang Wenbin took a few puffs of his cigarette before answering. Dad, it's over between Zhu Min and me. She's gone to Beijing, and we're not even friends anymore. We've completely cut ties. And what about this other girl? We broke up too, Wang Wenbin said with difficulty. His father opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end he said nothing. Instead, he took a big gulp of wine. Wang Wenbin could see the disappointment on his father's face. It was evident. In this rural village, having a child by the age of 20 was normal, and being over 25 without being married or having children was considered shameful. People here believed that only failures couldn't find a wife by 25. Wang Wenbin was already 27 to 28 by local reckoning. At his age, people's children were already in elementary school. For his father's generation, carrying on the family line was more important than anything. Even though his father didn't say it, Wang Wenbin could feel his urgency and disappointment. He felt a twinge of guilt. He wanted to settle down too, what 27-year-old didn't. But life just didn't go his way. As they sat there, Wang Wenbin's phone rang. He glanced at the screen, it was Zhang Zini. At this time of night, it couldn't be anyone else. Wang Wenbin stole a look at his father. His father acted as if he hadn't heard, taking big swigs of his rice wine and chewing on pickled vegetables. He hadn't even touched the cured meat dish. Hello, what is it? Wang Wenbin asked after picking up. I miss you, Zhang Xingxini's slightly choked voice came through the phone. Wang Wenbin was startled. He didn't know if his father could hear her, but he saw his father glance at him briefly. Wang Wenbin quickly got up, phone in hand, and walked outside. What's going on? He asked. Nothing, I just miss you. What are you doing? Are you home yet? Zhang Xini asked. Yeah, I'm home now, Wang Wenbin replied. I miss you. Can I come visit your home? Zhang Xini asked. My home? Where? Wang Wenbin was confused. I mean your hometown. Would you welcome me if I came to visit? Jiang Xini said expectantly. Wang Wenbin was so startled that he quickly replied, What nonsense is this? Are you crazy? Do you know how far it is? I know. I don't know the exact location, but I know which city your hometown is in. I checked online 2 hours by plane to the provincial capital, then 3 hours by car to your place. It's not that simple. Do you even know how hard it is to get tickets this time of year? Wang Wenbin said, trying to find excuses. Don't worry about that. I can handle it. Plane tickets, train tickets, it's not a problem, Zhang Xingyi said confidently. This is a remote mountain village. You'd have to take a bus from the provincial capital to the city, then another bus to the county, transfer to the town, and finally hire a tricycle or motorcycle to reach the village. It's very complicated, you wouldn't even know where to go, Wang Wenbin explained, trying to make it sound as troublesome as possible. Oh, then I'll just drive there myself. I calculated it, it'd take about 20 hours by car. Not too far, Zhang Xingyi replied nonchalantly. What kind of joke is this? Don't even think about it. Do you know how dangerous it is to drive alone? And with your driving skills, it's just asking for trouble. Plus, it's Spring Festival travel season, do you know how bad the traffic is on the highways right now? By the time you'd get here, I might already be on my way back to Shanghai. Don't mess around. And another thing, it's almost New Year. Aren't you staying home to celebrate? How are you going to explain to your parents if you run off? If you leave, won't your parents be panicked and search all over for you? So don't cause trouble, okay? Also, what would you even do here? My place is in the middle of nowhere. The kind of place where the toilets are just grass huts. When it rains, it leaks, and when the wind blows, it's chilly on your backside, with bugs crawling everywhere. Could you really handle that? Stop it. So disgusting, Zhang Xingyi said with a shudder. See? You're already grossed out just hearing about it. How could you possibly handle it if you were actually here? Wang Wenbin finally let out a relieved sigh. You just don't want me to come, Zhang Xingyi said, a little disgruntled. It's not that I don't want you to come, it's just really inappropriate for you to. I'm single, you're single, and if you're here with me during the new year, what would my family think? What would the neighbors say? People love to gossip, you know. Besides, it's the new year, a time for family reunions. I've traveled all this way home for it, and you're talking about leaving your family behind. How do you think your parents would feel about that? Don't let them down, okay? They're the ones who let me down, Zhang Zhangzini said suddenly, her tone heavy with emotion. Huh? What happened? Did something happen? Wang Wenbin asked in surprise. Nothing. Wenbin, I just really want to see your hometown. I want to see the place where you were born and raised. I bet it's a beautiful, peaceful village surrounded by mountains and rivers. And I want to meet your dad. I want to see the man who raised such an outstanding son. Wow, that's some flattery there. I've got goosebumps now, Wang Wenbin joked, trying to deflect. Maybe someday, when there's a better opportunity, I'll bring you here to experience village life. But it's really not the right time now, okay? Alright, stop fussing. Go get some rest. I've been on the train for dozens of hours and haven't had any sleep. I'm really tired, so I'm heading to bed now. Bye. Fine. Bye. Get some rest, Zhang Xini said reluctantly. After hanging up the call, Wang Wenbin let out a deep breath, relieved that he'd managed to talk her out of coming. He walked back into the house, where his father was still sitting, drinking alone. The pickled vegetables were all gone, but he hadn't touched the cured meat. Dad, why are you only eating pickled vegetables? Why aren't you eating the cured meat? Wang Wenbin asked as he sat down, picking up a piece of cured meat with his chopsticks. Old age. Can't chew it anymore. You eat it. You young people have good teeth, his father replied. Hearing this, Wang Wenbin's chopsticks froze mid-air. Before his father said that, he'd assumed the old man just didn't like cured meat. But now, he suddenly understood everything. He lowered his head, his eyes welling up uncontrollably. What's wrong with you? Are you crazy? Crying out of nowhere, his father scolded, glaring at him. No, I'm not crying. The wind outside was strong and some dust got in my eyes, Wang Wenbin said, wiping at his tears. Finish the cured meat tonight. It won't taste as good tomorrow, his father said, shoveling the meat into Wang Wenbin's bowl. Looking at the pile of cured meat in his bowl, Wang Wenbin suddenly lost all appetite. But he still forced himself to eat it all, chewing mechanically. He didn't dare offer any meat back to his father, he knew that would only make him angry. The two men didn't talk much during the meal. After finishing, his father struggled to stand and began tidying up. Without a word, Wang Wenbin took the dishes from his father's hands and carried them to the kitchen. He boiled some water to wash the dishes and, After cleaning up, brought a basin of hot water into the room. His father was sitting by the brazier, listening to a tape of Beijing opera on an old cassette player that Wang Wenbin had persuaded him to buy back when he was in high school. The warm glow of the brazier lit up the room more than the dim light bulb overhead. His father sat there with his eyes closed, swaying to the opera, tapping his hand on the chair's arm in time with the music. Wang Wenbin placed the basin of hot water at his father's feet and reached out to take off his father's shoes. His father instinctively pulled his feet away. "What are you doing? Let me wash your feet. It'll warm you up and help your circulation," Wang Wenbin said as he squatted down. "Leave it there. I can do it myself. I'm not an old man of 70 or 80 yet. I know how to wash my own feet. Why would you do it?" "That's gross," his father grumbled, trying to take off his shoes. "You're my dad. Why shouldn't I wash your feet? You raised me, worked hard your whole life, and scrimped and saved for me. Washing your feet is the least I can do," Wang Wenbin said, his stubborn streak showing as he grabbed his father's feet, removed his shoes and socks, and placed them in the basin. For a moment, his father's eyes glistened. Under the dim light and the flickering flames of the brazier, the room was filled with the scratchy sounds of the Beijing opera tape. One verse stretched on endlessly in a high-pitched wail. The two men, one sitting and one squatting, remained silent. The atmosphere was awkward, but also warm. For Wang Wenbin, it was a rare moment of happiness, a feeling he hadn't experienced in all his years of drifting in Shanghai. His father, he knew, must have felt the same. Early the next morning, Wang Wenbin got up, thinking he had woken up early enough. However, his father was already up and had prepared breakfast for him. After breakfast, Wang Wenbin took a ride on his cousin's motorcycle to the town. The icy wind made the trip almost unbearable, but that was the normal mode of transportation in the village, and people had grown used to it. When he reached the town, the festive atmosphere of the new year had already enveloped the streets. Wang Wenbin bought a lot of food: pork, beef, lamb, and more, not just for the new year but also to stock up at home. With the food in the house, his father would have to eat it. No matter how frugal he was otherwise, it would spoil. After buying enough provisions for the holiday, he also purchased good quality cigarettes and alcohol for his father, whose only hobbies in life were smoking and drinking, though he had rarely indulged in anything of high quality. Finally, Wang Wenbin bought a large color TV and a washing machine. The old TV at home was broken, and he added a DVD player along with a stack of DVDs featuring traditional operas, knowing his father would love them. He arranged for the appliance store owner to deliver the items with a tricycle and rode back home with them. When they arrived, his father scolded him fiercely for wasting money, almost to the point of raising his hand to hit him. However, since the store owner refused to take the items back, his father had no choice but to accept them. When he saw the operas playing on the new TV, he couldn't help but smile, though he continued to scold Wang Wenbin for being wasteful. Over the next few days, Wang Wenbin borrowed his cousin's motorcycle to visit relatives. During the New Year period, it was customary in their village to visit friends and family. Wang Wenbin personally visited all the elders and relatives who had helped him and his family in the past. Since his family was large, these visits stretched over several days. He was often plied with drinks and ended up tipsy more often than not. The most frequent question he was asked was whether he had found a girlfriend. When they heard he hadn't, many relatives tried to set him up with someone, but Wang Wenbin politely declined. He was deeply resistant to arranged introductions. Wang Wenbin stayed at home until the 6th day of the new year. He had a train ticket for the 8th day but had to leave on the 7th. When he came home, he had splurged on a taxi to get directly from the city to the village, but there were no taxis available for his return journey. He would need to first ride a motorcycle to the town, take a bus to the county seat, and then a minibus to the city, a journey that would take most of the day. To ensure he made his train on time, he planned to spend the night in the city on the 7th. On the evening of the 6th, as Wang Wenbin was packing his bag, his father walked in carrying 2 bags, one with cured meat and the other with cured fish. These were local specialties and Wang Wenbin's childhood favorites. His father didn't make these himself, he had specifically bought them from others over the past few days. Wang Wenbin wanted to tell his father that he didn't cook and wouldn't be able to eat them, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. He accepted the bags, knowing full well how inconvenient it would be to carry them through multiple train transfers. After packing, the two of them sat watching TV together. The TV played traditional operas, but Wang Wenbin couldn't tell what style it was. A brazier glowed in front of them, and the two men sat on either side, smoking. "Dad, why don't you come to Shanghai with me?" Wang Wenbin finally asked after a long silence. He had been turning this idea over in his mind for days. If his father agreed, Wang Wenbin planned to rent a bigger, Better apartment in Shanghai, no matter the cost. What would I do there? I've spent my life farming. Are you going to give me land to farm there? His father replied, rejecting the idea outright. Dad, listen to me. Mom's gone, and it's just the two of us. When I leave, you'll be all alone. You're getting older, and I'd be worried about leaving you here. What if you get sick or hurt? There wouldn't even be anyone around to take care of you. If you come with me, you won't need to do anything. Your son might not be rich, but I'm not so broke that I need you to work for me. Let's live together and take care of each other. I'm not going. I'm in great health. This time I just wasn't careful and fell. I'll be more cautious in the future. I'm not about to keel over anytime soon. And what would I do there with nothing to do? Doing nothing makes people sick. It brings on all sorts of problems. I can't sit still. Besides, I'd have no one to talk to there. I'd die of boredom. Young people like you have your own lives. What would I even do except burden you? I'm perfectly fine here. I've never left, and now that I'm older, I'm not about to start. When I die, I want to die here. Don't bring this up again, his father said firmly. Wang Wenbin sighed, knowing how stubborn his father could be. If you won't come, then promise me this: don't do any more heavy work. Don't farm the fields anymore, just grow a small vegetable patch for yourself. Spend your time chatting and having a drink with Uncle Ear instead, but don't overdo it. I'm 27, almost 28. It's time for me to take care of you. From now on, I'll send you 3,000 yuan a month. Buy more meat and stop skimping. Eat whatever you want, and if you need more money, just ask me. But no more hard labor. Don't give me that nonsense. Why would I need your money? Don't send me anything, you hear? Do you think you're made of money? Have you bought a house yet? Gotten married? Every one of those things costs money. You're almost 28, and you have no plans for any of this. All you do is waste money. I've heard from the young people coming back from the cities that houses are ridiculously expensive there, and you can't get married without one. Plus, raising a kid takes even more money. If you don't save, what woman would marry you? I don't need you to take care of me, and I certainly don't want to burden you, his father said, growing angry. Then don't, Dad. Alright, enough. Let me tell you something, son. Your mom and I only had you. From the time you were small, we poured everything into raising you. Other families' kids were sent out to work after middle school to make money. But your mom and I broke our backs to keep you in school, to let you study all the way to university. Back then, everyone in the village laughed at us, said we were foolish. But your mom and I never thought so. We just wanted you to get a good education, go to a good university, and leave this poor place to live a better life in the big city. Sure, I won't deny that I had some vanity, hoping you'd become successful, make me proud, and let me show off in front of the villagers. But more than that, your mom and I wanted you to live a good life, the kind of happiness they talk about on TV. But what is a happy life? It's working steadily, having a family, living peacefully without worrying about food or clothing, eating heartily during the day and sleeping soundly at night. That's happiness. There are things a father shouldn't have to say, but since your mom is gone, I have to say them. You're 27 now, turning 28 soon. Before you know it, you'll be 30. When you meet the right woman, you should settle down and marry her. Stop wasting time. If you keep wandering aimlessly, your life will slip away before you know it. No matter how much money you earn, it's just paper. A home is what truly matters. You need to build a home, do you understand? His father spoke earnestly, his tone calm, even carrying a hint of pleading. This was the first time Wang Wenbin had ever heard his father speak so calmly about his life. Wang Wenbin took a deep drag on his cigarette, and finally nodded. His father's words touched him deeply, reflecting a lifetime of simple, grounded values. Early the next morning, Wang Wenbin left. He carried his backpack and an extra woven bag filled with cured meat, fish, and peanuts, all items his father had prepared for him. He didn't let his father see him off. Although his father's leg had mostly healed, walking was still a bit painful. Wang Wenbin walked alone for over 20 minutes to the village entrance, where he waited for a passing motorcycle or tricycle to take him to town. Before leaving, he secretly slipped the savings passbook his father had given him back into the hidden compartment of the wardrobe, untouched. Not only did he not withdraw any money, but he also deposited an additional 30,000 yuan. He also left 5,000 yuan in cash in the wardrobe's inner drawer for his father's daily expenses, knowing his father rarely went to the bank unless he needed to deposit earnings from selling crops. From the village to the town, then to the county, and finally to the city, Wang Wenbin's journey was a chaotic shuffle among crowds. Spring festival travel was infamous for its overcrowding. In the city, he found a small motel to spend the night before boarding the train to Shanghai the next day. By the time he arrived at Shanghai Station on the morning of the 9th day of the Lunar New Year, he was utterly exhausted. Wang Wenbin, with his backpack slung over his shoulder and a woven bag emblazoned with XX feet in hand, exited the station. As he headed toward the bus stop, someone tapped his shoulder. A figure leapt into his view. It was Zhang Xini. Her appearance was entirely different from usual. She wore a professional outfit that caught Wang Wenbin off guard. She looked stunning, a completely different kind of beauty, and he couldn't help but stare. Truly, beautiful people look good in anything. What's wrong? Don't recognize me? Do I look good? Zhang Xini blushed as she noticed Wang Wenbin staring, but she seemed more delighted than embarrassed. She twirled in front of him. Wang Wenbin's face reddened, embarrassed to have been caught staring. He cleared his throat awkwardly and asked, "What are you doing here? How did you know I'd be arriving now?" "You told me you'd be here this morning, so I looked up the train schedules from your hometown. There was only one arriving today, so I checked the exact time and came to wait for you." "Why bother waiting for me?" "To welcome you back, of course. And this is our first meeting this year, so I wanted to wish you a happy new year," Zhang Xini said cheerfully. "You make it sound like I'm some old man. Didn't you start working at your dad's company? Shouldn't you be at work today?" Wang Wenbin asked. "I am working." "Then why are you here? Who dares to stop me if I want to leave? I only promised my dad I'd work at the company, not that I'd take it seriously. Sitting in an office all day reading reports is driving me insane. Don't look at me like that I took the day off, okay? I'm not someone who breaks the rules. Since I promised my dad I'd work, I'll do it properly. I just knew you'd be back today, so I took a day off to pick you up. By the way, I thought you'd bring lots of luggage." "What's that bag? It's so ugly," Zhang Xini said, eyeing the woven bag. "Let's go. Don't block the traffic here. Spring Festival crowds are bad enough, and with you standing here looking so pretty, you'll cause a jam. The police might even arrest you for disrupting public order." "Where's your car?" Wang Wenbin said, as he started toward the parking lot. "Do I really look pretty in this outfit? You like uniforms, huh? How about I wear this every day just for you?" Zhang Xini teased as she followed him. Wang Wenbin flushed even redder and joked, "Sure, I also like nurse uniforms and flight attendant uniforms. Why don't you wear them in turns?" "Really? But I don't have any nurse or flight attendant uniforms. Where would I get them?" Zhang Xini asked earnestly. "Buy them online. They're everywhere," Wang Wenbin replied, playing along. "Really? Okay, I'll buy some later," Zhang Xini nodded as if seriously considering it. Wang Wenbin nearly choked, coughing to cover his laugh. "I was joking. Let's go quickly. You're blocking the way." Wang Wenbin loaded his woven bag into the front trunk of Zhang Xini's sports car. She explained that her family's butler had taken her Porsche, so she had to drive her old sports car instead. The sight of Wang Wenbin placing a feed sack into a flashy sports car drew curious stares from passers-by. Many started taking photos, prompting Wang Wenbin to hastily shut the trunk and hop into the car. "Drive quickly," he urged Zhang Xini. "Let's get out of here before we make the news tomorrow." "Where's your car? I haven't seen you driving it lately," Zhang Xini asked as she drove, suddenly remembering to bring it up. "I sold it," Wang Wenbin replied, not wanting to explain further. Talking about it inevitably brought up memories of Zhishu Wei, a topic he preferred to avoid. "What? Why? Are you short on money?" Zhang Xini asked, concerned. "No, not at all. I just don't need a car. I live so close to my shops, why bother? Walking is good exercise." "Oh, that makes sense." Zhang Xini nodded. "How long have you been working now?" Wang Wenbin asked, attempting to steer the conversation in a different direction. "I started on the 5th day of the new year, so it's been almost a week. How are you finding it?" "It's unbearable, absolute torture." "That bad? What could possibly make work so torturous for you?" "No one's giving you trouble, are they?" Wang Wenbin chuckled. "It's precisely because no one gives me trouble that I feel uncomfortable. I hate it. Everyone I meet either puts on a fake smile or looks sycophantic, flattering and brown-nosing me. It's so superficial, without any warmth or sincerity. I don't even have anyone to talk to there." "That's understandable. You're the boss's daughter. You're not just royalty, you're practically the crown princess. Who would dare to upset you? That's human nature, and you'll have to adapt to it. Society is like this. Would you prefer a boss constantly finding fault with you and giving you a hard time instead of people buttering you up?" Wang Wenbin laughed. "That's not what I mean. It just feels so fake and insincere. I feel like I don't even exist. On top of that, I'm not used to it. I spend all day staring at reports and documents, and I hate that stuff. But I don't want people thinking I'm just a spoiled incompetent rich kid, so I force myself to study hard. The problem is, I'm not interested in any of it. It's miserable. Do you understand how that feels? Zhang Xinyi struggled to articulate her frustration. It's like someone giving you a durian when you hate it, insisting it's expensive and delicious, and they went out of their way to get it for you. You can't refuse, so you force yourself to eat it, feeling sick the whole time, and then have to pretend it was great, Wang Wenbin joked, bursting into laughter. Yes, exactly like that. Zhang Xinyi eagerly nodded in agreement. What position did your dad give you? Surely he didn't make you start at the bottom? Assistant to the general manager, Zhang Xinyi replied. Assistant to the general manager. Wang Wenbin couldn't help but chuckle. He knew that Zhang Xinyi's role as assistant was a title with a far different implication from his own experience with such positions. Hers was clearly a symbolic role befitting a crown princess. I'm just shadowing a few vice presidents to learn the ropes. Honestly, I don't even know what my job is. So, when you called me feeling upset and wanting to go to XZ, was this the reason? Wang Wenbin asked with a smile. No. Zhang Xinyi shook her head before continuing. Before the new year, my dad talked to me. He wants me to marry into the Lai family. Marry into the Lai family? What do you mean? Wang Wenbin asked, puzzled. The Lai family, have you heard of them? Via Group. Their chairman, Li Dengming, is ranked among the top 10 richest people in the country. In Shanghai, he's a major figure. My dad wants to ally with their family through marriage, Zhang Xinyi said, her tone cooling noticeably. For the first time, Wang Wenbin saw a harshness in her usually kind and innocent eyes. The news shocked Wang Wenbin, stirring a mix of emotions. Your dad wants you to marry into their family? Wang Wenbin asked cautiously after a pause. My dad and Li Dengming both seem interested in the idea. They want to establish ties through marriage, Zhang Xinyi replied. Hearing this, Wang Wenbin was stunned. It was hard to believe that in the 21st century, especially in a cosmopolitan city like Shanghai, and among such wealthy families, arranged marriages could still exist. Even in his rural hometown, such practices were a thing of the past. Did your dad ask for your opinion? Do you know the person you're supposed to marry? Have you met them? What's your impression? Wang Wenbin asked. Zhang Xinyi sneered. I don't even know his name, let alone anything else. Even if I did, I would never agree. I've told you before, I love you. You're the only person I'll ever love, and if I can't marry you, I'd rather die than marry anyone else, Zhang Xinyi said, her tone passionate and defiant. Wang Wenbin fell silent. He knew it was best to avoid expressing any opinion on this matter. What did you say to your dad? He asked. I told him exactly what I just told you. Wang Wenbin's eyes widened. You told your dad you love me? Yes. I told him I love you, that you're the only person in my heart, and that I'll never marry anyone but you. Zhang Xinyi nodded firmly. Wang Wenbin felt a chill run down his spine. While he didn't approve of Zhang Xinyi's parents arranging her marriage, he also didn't want to be entangled in her family affairs, as they had nothing to do with him. How did your dad respond? What do you think? He was furious and said it wasn't up to me, then walked away and stopped talking to me. Wang Wenbin, do you think this is ridiculous? That my marriage is something I have no say in? Sometimes I feel like I'm living in a feudal dynasty, Zhang Xinyi said, her eyes glistening. For the first time, her voice carried an icy bitterness. Wang Wenbin wanted to comfort her, but he didn't know what to say. Anything he said might be taken the wrong way, and he didn't want to get further involved. Don't be upset. Maybe your dad was just saying that. My dad scolded me when I went back home too, he said, trying to lighten the mood. What did he scold you for? Zhang Xinyi asked curiously. For being useless and unable to find a wife. Kids in my village who are younger than me already have kids in elementary school, but I can't even get a wife. Don't you think that's unfair? Marriage isn't like picking vegetables at a market, it's all about timing and fate. But at the end of the day, his scolding comes from a place of love, right? Your dad probably feels the same. He sees that you're getting older and don't have a boyfriend, so he's trying to help. Don't worry, he won't force you to marry anyone. Times have changed, and your parents are worldly people. They'll come around. Wang Wenbin tried to console her by sharing his own experience. Is your dad forcing you to get married? Zhang Xinyi asked. I'm already 27, still living in a rural village. Of course he's pressuring me. The fact that he didn't beat me this time is already a blessing, Wang Wenbin replied. Then, how about I marry you? What do you think? That way your dad wouldn't scold you anymore, Zhang Xinyi said, turning to look at Wang Wenbin with a playful smile. Keep your eyes on the road. Focus while driving, okay? Don't look around, it's dangerous, Wang Wenbin said with an awkward cough, clearly trying to change the subject. You're just trying to change the topic, Zhang Zini muttered, her displeasure evident, though she kept her eyes on the road. This isn't about changing the topic. It's about how your joke doesn't even make sense, Wang Wenbin countered. I'm not joking. I'm serious. If you agree, I'll marry you right now. I'll even go home, sneak out my household registration book, and we can do it, Zhang Xinyi said resolutely. Wang Wenbin broke out in a cold sweat and replied, Come on, Xinyi, didn't we agree we're just friends? Have you ever seen friends get married? From the moment I met you, I've always thought of you as a younger sister, a poor college student, nothing more. I never considered anything romantic between us. Then I fell for Xu Wei, so thoughts about you never crossed my mind. Over time I just saw you as a friend. It's too familiar, it'd be like crossing a line I can't even imagine, he explained, racking his brain to find the words to dissuade her. Then stop thinking of me as a friend. Start seeing me as a regular woman instead. Let's pretend today is the first day we've met. We can get to know each other all over again. Hi, Wang Wenbin. It's nice to meet you. My name is Zhang Zini. I like you very much. I hope to be your girlfriend, marry you, and spend the rest of my life with you, Zhang Zini declared, her tone sincere. What are you even saying? That's nonsense. Meeting someone again isn't something you can just decide, Wang Wenbin said, exasperated. And so the game of cat and mouse continued. Zhang Zini was the persistent cat chasing Wang Wenbin, the reluctant mouse, who darted around trying to escape. After a night of rest, Wang Wenbin's routine quickly returned to its busy rhythm. His snack shop reopened, followed shortly by his barbecue restaurant. Drawing on his experience from the previous year, Wang Wenbin implemented changes in the management and operations of both shops. He firmly believed that constant adjustment and innovation were essential for improvement. His life settled into a quiet rhythm, so quiet that at times he found it meaningless. During the day he worked. At night, unlike before, he started cooking at home. This was thanks to the kitchen setup Zhang Zini had bought him last year, and the bag of local specialties his father had prepared. Cooking provided him something to do in the empty house, adding warmth to the cold, solitary evenings. However, his newfound habit had an unintended consequence. Zhang Zini started dropping by almost every evening to join him for dinner. She now lived the 9-to-5 lifestyle and genuinely seemed to be taking her job seriously, often showing up visibly exhausted. At first, Wang Wenbin resisted Zhang Zhangyi's frequent visits. Her parents had already warned him not to get too close to her, and he didn't want any trouble. Plus, after Zhang Zini's blunt declaration of love to her father, Wang Wenbin felt it was even more important to maintain boundaries. But Zhang Xini was like a stubborn piece of adhesive. No matter how he tried to shoo her away, she kept coming back. Eventually, he gave up. Her parents never came looking for trouble, and the issue faded from his mind. Despite his reservations, deep down Wang Wenbin appreciated her presence. His solitude often became suffocating, and Zhang Zini's company dispelled the haunting loneliness. Yet whenever she didn't show up, he found himself missing her, and had to remind himself not to develop feelings. It was too risky. Wang Wenbin threw himself into his work, and both shops thrived. The business maintained the momentum from last year, especially after he streamlined their online ordering services. The results were remarkable, and his two shops generated over 200,000 yuan in monthly profit, a figure that set him apart on the entire street. 3 months passed in calm monotony, and Wang Wenbin felt he had finally moved on from the heartbreak of Xu Wei. He lived like a monk with no desires, finding peace in his routine. One day, Wang Wenbin was in his office settling payments with suppliers when the door burst open. Zhang Xini walked in, her eyes brimming with tears. What's wrong? Wang Wenbin stood up, alarmed. Zhang Xini walked toward him, staring blankly before saying, Wang Wenbin, let's elope. When Zhang Xini said those words, Wang Wenbin's eyes widened in disbelief. He thought he must have misheard. How could she even mention something like elopement? Not only was Wang Wenbin stunned, but even the two suppliers sitting in his office waiting to settle accounts were shocked. The word elopement was something they'd only ever heard in TV dramas. This was the first time they'd encountered someone actually saying it in real life. Boss Wang will come back tomorrow. The two suppliers exchanged glances, stood up, and quickly left the office without waiting for Wang Wenbin to respond. They even closed the door behind them on their way out. What nonsense are you talking about? What's going on? Did something happen? Wang Wenbin immediately asked Zhang Zini. Wenbin, let's elope please. Take me away anywhere. Take me back to your hometown. We can leave quietly so they can't find us. I've already prepared everything. This card has over 5 million yuan in it, enough for us to live on for a lifetime in your hometown. Let's go right now. Please? Zhang Xingyi grabbed Wang Wenbin's hand, crying as she pleaded. The more Wang Wenbin listened, the more alarmed he became. Wait, just tell me what's going on. What happened to make you think about eloping? My father has finalized my marriage arrangement with the Li family. Even the engagement date has been set. Wenbin, take me away. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. I don't want to marry into the Li family. I just want to marry you. Really, as long as I'm with you. I don't care what kind of life we live. Please, take me away, Zhang Xingyi begged, holding tightly onto Wang Wenbin's hand and looking at him with tearful, hopeful eyes. Wang Wenbin frowned deeply. Zhang Xingyi noticed his silence and seemed to understand something. She stared at him blankly, her tears momentarily halting. Take me away, please, she pleaded again. Xingyi, I can't take you away, Wang Wenbin said, shaking his head. Why not? Because I have no reason to, Wang Wenbin replied. Besides, I don't think running away is the right solution. Don't choose such an extreme option unless there's truly no other way. They're your parents, and you're their only daughter. From my interactions with them, I can tell they love you very much. If you truly don't want to marry into the Li family, they won't force you. And let's be honest, in today's society, no one can legally force you to marry someone you don't want to, Wang Wenbin added. You say that because you don't understand this circle. In this world, people like me don't have the freedom to choose who we marry. Even if a few exceptions exist, they're extremely rare. Check online how many daughters of wealthy families marry ordinary men. Do you really think they won't force me to marry into the Li family? Do you honestly believe that if I refuse, they can't somehow make it happen? Zhang Xingyi asked bitterly. Wenbin, are you naive, or am I? Wang Wenbin was speechless. She was right, he had been too naive, thinking with the logic of an ordinary person. He couldn't comprehend the power and influence of those at the top of the pyramid. Looking at Zhang Xingyi, Wang Wenbin realized how much she had matured. Take me away. I don't want to marry into the Li family. I only want to be with you. No matter where we go or what kind of life we live, I'll have no regrets as long as I'm with you. Please take me away, Zhang Xingyi pleaded again, tears streaming down her face. Wang Wenbin remained silent. He couldn't bring himself to agree to her request. Xingyi, listen to me. Let's not act rashly. We can sit down and think this through. There has to be another way, Wang Wenbin said, trying to choose his words carefully. There's no time, and there's no other way. Take me away. Eloping is the only option. Or, do you really not care if I end up marrying someone else? Zhang Xingyi asked, tears glistening in her eyes. Wang Wenbin opened his mouth several times but couldn't find the words to say. Finally he spoke in a low voice. Xingyi, if you don't want to marry into the Li family, of course, I don't want you to. I hope you can marry someone you love and willingly choose. But that person can't be me. After saying this, Wang Wenbin deliberately turned his head away. He couldn't bear to see the disappointment in her eyes. Zhang Xingyi stood there in stunned silence. Her tears stopped, and she stared at Wang Wenbin, motionless. After a long time she nodded and said softly, I understand now. I see. With that, she turned and ran out of the office. Wang Wenbin stood still, not turning around. He knew she had left, but he didn't go after her. Standing alone in his office, he lit a cigarette. A sudden, unexplainable frustration bubbled up inside him. He grabbed the ashtray from the table and smashed it onto the ground, shattering it into pieces. The act brought him a slight sense of relief. He couldn't understand why he felt so guilty. This matter had nothing to do with him, and he didn't think he had done anything wrong. Yet, deep down, he felt like he had committed an unforgivable sin, as if he had wronged Zhang Xingyi and failed her. That guilt was the source of his turmoil. Zhang Xingyi ran out and didn't contact Wang Wenbin again, as though she had disappeared completely. Wang Wenbin didn't try to reach out to her either. His rationality told him he couldn't seek her out and shouldn't give her any hope. He knew very well that no matter what his feelings were for Zhang Xingyi, they had no future together. Even if they tried, it wouldn't last, nor would they be happy. Besides, he truly didn't harbor romantic feelings for her deep down. He had always seen Zhang Xingyi as a younger sister. Even though Wang Wenbin hadn't contacted Zhang Xingyi, he had been feeling restless and uneasy these days. His discomfort came from within a gnawing guilt toward Zhang Xingyi. The feeling of remorse tormented him, making it difficult for him to sleep at night. He didn't want to involve himself in the matter for several reasons. First, he couldn't give Zhang Xingyi anything. Without an answer for her, he had no right to interfere in her marriage. Second, it was a family matter, and he was an outsider, it wasn't his place to meddle. Moreover, who could predict the outcome of a marriage? What if Zhang Xinyi ended up happy with the Li family? What if his interference ruined something that might have been good for her? Lastly, he knew his place. He was acutely aware of the vast gulf between himself and the influential Zhang and Li families. There was nothing he could do. Wang Wenbin quietly focused on his two small restaurants, continuing his solitary lifestyle. Without Zhang Xinyi's presence, he returned to his days of solitude. Although he felt deeply unsettled, he forced himself to appear calm and indifferent, as though nothing had happened and nothing mattered. This, however, was far more agonizing than when Zhu Min had left or when Zhu Wei's husband had returned. Those events had been like a sharp knife, precise, swift and clean. They left clear wounds that bled immediately but healed in time. The situation with Zhang Xinyi, however, was like being slowly cut with a dull blade. Each slice wasn't as sharp or painful, but the relentless sawing over time created a festering wound more drawn out and torturous than a single strike. One day, after settling the previous month's wages for his employees and paying off his suppliers, Wang Wenbin reviewed his finances. He realized he now had 900,000 yuan in savings. Seeing this number, he smiled, feeling an immense sense of relief. He had finally saved enough to repay Zhang Xinyi. The debt to Zhang Xinyi had always weighed heavily on him. Although she had never once brought up the topic, he felt ashamed every time he faced her. Her mother's words from long ago still echoed in his mind, leaving a lasting sting. He had been determined to repay the money as quickly as possible, which had been a significant driving force behind his tireless efforts to run his business. That day, after finishing his work and inspecting his restaurant during its busiest hours, Wang Wenbin prepared to leave. As he walked out, he pulled out his phone, intending to call Zhang Xinyi and invite her to dinner so he could repay her. Just as he was about to dial, his phone rang. It was Zhang Xinyi calling. Ever since their last encounter, she hadn't reached out to him once, as if they had severed ties completely. Wang Wenbin knew he had deeply hurt her, and this had weighed heavily on him. He hadn't expected her to call him today. "Hello," Wang Wenbin answered quickly. "What are you doing? Are you busy?" Zhang Xinyi asked. Wang Wenbin could tell from her tone that she wasn't in the best mood. "I just got off work. Not busy. I was about to call you to invite you to dinner, and then you called," Wang Wenbin replied with a laugh. "Perfect timing. I'm at the XXX International Hotel, in the XXX Banquet Hall. Come over, let's eat together," Zhang Xinyi said. Wang Wenbin paused. "The XXX International Hotel? Yes, I'll wait for you here. Isn't that place a bit too fancy? I was planning to invite you to eat at my place. Just come. I'll explain when you're here. Call me when you arrive. Bye." Zhang Xinyi ended the call before Wang Wenbin could say more. In the background, he had heard voices. "Seriously? The XXX International Hotel? That's not a place just anyone goes to. What's she up to now, asking me to meet her there?" Wang Wenbin muttered to himself. He hesitated but decided not to overthink it. After all, he had intended to meet her to repay her money. Leaving the backstreet, he flagged down a taxi and headed for the hotel. Arriving at the Grand Hotel, Wang Wenbin felt like a fish out of water. He awkwardly found his way to the banquet hall Zhang Xinyi had mentioned. However, upon reaching the door, he noticed it was closed, and two tall, suited men stood guard outside. The sight of them made Wang Wenbin uneasy. Glancing at the nameplate on the door, he confirmed this was the right place. He hesitated for a moment, looking at the two men before deciding to push the door open. Just as he reached for the door, one of the men stepped forward to block him. "This is a private event. You can't enter," the man said firmly. Wang Wenbin frowned in confusion. As he stood there wondering what was going on, two hotel staff members quickly approached him. "Sir, may I ask which hall you're looking for?" one of them asked. "Is this it?" "This is the hall my friend told me about," Wang Wenbin said. "Sir, are you sure this is the place? Perhaps you should confirm with your friend again?" the staff member asked. "What's going on here? What's happening?" "There are guests dining inside, and for safety reasons, they have their own security measures. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. Perhaps you should confirm again?" the staff member explained formally to Wang Wenbin. With this explanation, Wang Wenbin immediately understood. Someone important was dining inside, and the security guards at the entrance were their bodyguards, preventing anyone from entering. Wang Wenbin glanced at the two bodyguards again, then took out his phone and dialed Zhang Xinyi. "Hello, are you here?" Zhang Xinyi asked softly. "I'm here, at the entrance of the hall you mentioned, but there are two people stopping me from going in. Wait a moment, I'll come out to get you." With that, Zhang Xinyi hung up. Shortly afterward, the door opened from the inside, and Zhang Xinyi came out. "This is my friend," Zhang Xinyi said to the two bodyguards before turning to Wang Wenbin. "Come in quickly." feeling puzzled. Wang Wenbin followed Zhang Zhangzini inside. As they walked, he asked, "What's going on? Why did you call me here? And why do you need bodyguards just to eat?" "They're not my bodyguards, nor my family's," Zhang Zini replied. "Huh? Then whose are they?" Full of questions, Wang Wenbin followed Zhang Zini. Beyond the entrance was a long corridor with some hotel staff stationed along it. After passing through another passageway, they arrived at another large door, where 4 more bodyguards stood. When Zhang Zini approached, the bodyguards opened the door. "Come in," Zhang Zini said to Wang Wenbin at the door. Wang Wenbin hesitated but was about to step inside when Zhang Zini suddenly grabbed his arm and walked in with him. As they entered, Wang Wenbin instinctively tried to pull his arm free, but Zhang Zini held on tightly. Before he could break free, they had already entered together, arm in arm. Inside was an opulent hall with a massive table in the center, around which several people were seated. Wang Wenbin recognized 2 of them, Zhang Zhangyi's father and mother. Beside them sat a man around the same age as her father, accompanied by a woman in her 30s dressed elegantly, exuding a wealthy demeanor. Next to the woman sat another man, also in his 30s. Wang Wenbin immediately recognized the man who was the same age as Zhang Zhini's father. He had seen him frequently on TV and in the news. Li Dengming, chairman of Weya Group and a billionaire. As Wang Wenbin entered, everyone at the table turned their attention to him. Seeing the group, Wang Wenbin froze, his mind going blank. He had no idea what was happening. Likewise, the people at the table stared at Wang Wenbin and Zhang Zini. When they saw Zhang Zini holding Wang Wenbin's arm, their expressions varied. Zhang Zini's father looked furious, and her mother appeared anxious and uneasy. After a few seconds of mental shutdown, Wang Wenbin suddenly understood what was going on. He realized that Zhang Zini had dragged him into some scheme. Once he figured it out, he quickly tried to free his arm from her grasp. However, Zhang Zini, as if anticipating this, clung tightly to him. Looking at the people at the table, she said, "Dad, Mom, Uncle, Auntie, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Wang Wenbin." "Xinyi, what nonsense are you talking about?" This is Zhang Xinyi's mother stood up hurriedly, trying to interject. However, before she could finish, Zhang Mingyang cut her off. "Xinyi, don't joke around in front of Uncle Lai. Mr. Lai, kids like to mess around. This young man is her driver. He's already married and has children," Zhang Mingyang said with a forced smile, glaring at Zhang Zini. "Dad, I'm not joking. Uncle Li, this is not my driver. I don't have a driver. This is my boyfriend. I love him, and he loves me. We're truly in love," Zhang Zini said firmly, looking directly at Li Dengming. "Are you out of your mind? Stop talking nonsense." Zhang Mingyang stood up abruptly, his face flushed with anger. "Mr. Zhang, don't get so worked up. Sit down, Li Dengming said with a smile, pulling the furious Zhang Mingyang back into his seat. He added, "Don't be angry, we've all been young before, it's understandable. Thank you for your hospitality today, Mr. Zhang. I need to head back to BJ soon. Things have been quite busy, and I have a meeting in BJ tomorrow. We've had a wonderful meal, but I must take my leave now. Next time I hope to invite you and your wife to visit my estate," Li Dengming said to Zhang Mingyang. After some polite exchanges, Zhang Mingyang and his wife escorted Li Dengming and his family out. Throughout the farewell, no one paid any attention to Wang Wenbin and Zhang Zhangyi, who stood by holding hands, as if they were invisible. Once the guests had left, Wang Wenbin forcefully freed his arm from Zhang Zini's grip. "So this is the meal you invited me to?" Wang Wenbin asked coldly. "I'm sorry, Wenbin. I had no other choice. You saw what just happened," Zhang Zini began to explain, but before she could finish, the door burst open violently. Zhang Mingyang stormed in, his face full of anger, with Zhang Zini's mother close behind. Walking up to Zhang Zini, Zhang Mingyang didn't give her or Wang Wenbin a chance to react. He suddenly raised his hand and slapped Zhang Zini hard across the face. The slap landed heavily, almost knocking Zhang Zini to the ground. Wang Wenbin was shocked and instinctively wanted to help her, but Zhang Zini's mother got to her first. "What are you doing? Are you crazy? Why are you hitting your daughter?" Zhang Zhangyi's mother angrily confronted Zhang Mingyang while helping Zhang Zhangyi. She then anxiously touched Zhang Zhangyi's face, asking, "Does it hurt? Do we need to go to the hospital?" Zhang Xini shook her head, pushed her mother away gently, and stood back up to face Zhang Mingyang. "Why shouldn't I hit her? She's spoiled and completely ignorant of her place. You've been indulging her since she was a child," Zhang Mingyang said through gritted teeth. "Zhang Xingyi, do you really think we're doing this just for my business? I admit that your marriage to the Lai family would benefit our company, but you need to understand Zhang Mingyang, have more than enough money for this life and the next. I don't need to please anyone. No matter how ambitious I am, I would never sell my daughter for personal gain. Do you think I arranged this marriage for myself? It's for you. Do you understand what marrying into the Lai family means? It means a lifetime of wealth and prosperity, not just money, but social status, political capital, and true happiness. Even if I'm considering the company's future, the company will ultimately belong to you. Isn't this for your benefit? Zhang Xingyi, you humiliated me today and ruined my reputation. Are you satisfied? Do you think you've accomplished something by sabotaging this marriage? You're too naive. This marriage is set in stone. Whether you accept it or not, it will happen. You don't have a choice. You can be willful about other things, but I will not let you mess around with this. In 10 years, you'll realize how foolish you were today, Zhang Mingyang continued, pointing at Zhang Xingyi. Then Zhang Mingyang turned his gaze to Wang Wenbin, his tone icy. Wang, this is a family matter. What are you doing here? Since when is it your place to meddle? Out of respect for the fact that you once saved her life, I won't hold today's events against you. But consider this a warning from now on. You are not allowed to have any contact with her. If you do, don't blame me for being ruthless. Get out. He pointed to the door, his expression as cold as his words. Wang Wenbin's face turned red with anger, his fists clenched tightly. He was furious. After a moment, Wang Wenbin nodded and gritted his teeth. Mr. Zhang, before I leave, there are some things I need to make clear. First, I had no intention of interfering in your family's affairs. I didn't know you were here today, let alone that the Lai family was involved. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. Second, there's nothing romantic between me and your daughter. At most, we're just ordinary friends. Third, I apologize. Whether intentional or not, I disrupted your meal today. That's my fault, and I sincerely apologize. With that, Wang Wenbin turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he stopped, turned back, and said to Zhang Mingyang, if you truly love your daughter, you should give her the freedom to choose her own marriage. Only she knows what happiness means to her. What you think is happiness may not be what she wants. Even if her choice turns out not to bring happiness, at least it would have been her own decision. She might regret it, but she won't have any lingering resentment. Life is short, and no matter how smooth or straight the path you choose for her, she still has to walk it herself. If she doesn't like the scenery along the way, what's the point of the journey? And who do you think you are to lecture me? Zhang Mingyang glared at Wang Wenbin coldly. Wang Wenbin nodded again. I'm not trying to lecture you, nor do I have the right to. Think of me as a dog barking aimlessly. Uncle, aunt, in front of Zhang Xingyi, I promise you this from this moment on, I will have no contact with her. If I break this promise, may I meet a terrible end. Zhang Xingyi, life is full of challenges and difficulties. How you face them is up to you. You have to make your own choices, no one else can make them for you. I've made my promise, you heard it. If you don't want to put me in a position where I'm seen as untrustworthy and dishonorable, let's go our separate ways. From the beginning, I told you we are not from the same world. Being together, even as friends, will only bring trouble and pain. With that, Wang Wenbin turned and headed for the door. After a few steps, he stopped again, pulled out a bank card, and placed it on the table in front of Zhang Mingyang. This is the 900,000 yuan I borrowed from Zhang Xingyi to start my shop. It's all here. I came today to return it. Since I won't be in contact with her again, I can't transfer it directly to her. Please find someone to withdraw it. The password is XXXXXX. Sorry for the trouble. He placed the card down and was about to leave when Zhang Xingyi's mother picked up the card, threw it on the ground, and said, take your money and get out. I hope you keep your promise and never contact Zhang Xingyi again. If today's events ruin her happiness for the rest of her life, I'll make sure you meet a terrible end. Mom, you Zhang Xingyi was furious. Wang Wenbin laughed bitterly after hearing her mother's words. He bent down, picked up the card, and put it back in his pocket. Then, without another word, he walked out. Wait, Wenbin? I'm sorry. Zhang Xingyi cried and tried to chase after him, but Zhang Mingyang grabbed her arm and shouted, stay right here. From now on, aside from work and home, you're not going anywhere. Wang Wenbin didn't know what happened next. He was already outside, walking away from the hotel. Leaving the XXX Grand Hotel, Wang Wenbin felt a mixture of anger and sorrow. He went to a bus stop, sat down, and lit a cigarette to calm himself. After 2 cigarettes, he chuckled bitterly, the sound filled with self-pity. Then he hailed a taxi and went home. Back at home, he cooked a simple meal: cabbage and cured meat. The meat was from his hometown. something he had been saving for a special occasion. He sat alone, eating without appetite. Afterward, he went downstairs to get 2 beers and drank slowly by himself. He wanted to talk to someone, but in this city he felt incredibly lonely. There wasn't a single person he could talk to. After some thought, Wang Wenbin decided to call Ni Ziki. Since Ni Ziki had left, Wang Wenbin and she had rarely talked on the phone. They only exchanged a few brief words on WeChat occasionally. Being in different places, there wasn't much reason to stay in frequent contact. "Hello Binzi, what made you think of me all of a sudden?" Ni Ziki answered with a cheerful tone. "Nothing much, just that it's been a while since I've seen you, and I miss you," Wang Wenbin replied with a slight smile. "Nonsense. I know you. Something must have happened, right? Otherwise you wouldn't be calling me." "Nothing's wrong. If I had to say something, it's just that I wanted someone to talk to. You've all left, and now I don't even have anyone to chat with here." "What happened? Did you have a fight with your girlfriend?" Ni Ziki keenly picked up on the situation. Wang Wenbin hadn't intended to say anything, but since Ni Ziki had guessed it, he didn't deny it. "Yeah, we broke up." "Broke up? Why?" "There's no specific reason. It's just like you told me before, we're not compatible. So, we had to go our separate ways," Wang Wenbin replied. "Feeling heartbroken?" "Kind of, but it's fine. It's been a while now, and I've gotten over it." "Wenbin, I don't mean to sound heartless, but maybe breaking up was for the best. 2 people who are together need to share the same values and life goals. Your life experiences are completely different, and now you're in entirely different social strata. Even your aspirations for the future are worlds apart. I never thought you 2 could truly be happy together. Maybe things worked out in the beginning, but over time problems were bound to arise. If that's the case, breaking up might be the right thing." Wang Wenbin fell silent for a moment, then nodded to himself. "Yes, now that I think about it, you're right. We weren't really suited for each other. Wenbin, I still think that you and Jumin are the perfect match. You 2 practically grew up together and have been through so much. You've loved each other for so many years, and you know each other inside and out. You 2 would be the happiest together," Ni Ziki said earnestly. "Come on, that's all in the past. She's probably married by now." "Let's not talk about it," Wang Wenbin replied with a chuckle. "Married my foot," Ni Ziki snapped. "She didn't end up with that guy?" Wang Wenbin asked. "Let's leave it at that. You already know deep down. I promised her I wouldn't tell you anything about her. But I'll say this, Binzi, honestly, you and Jumin are the best fit. After going in circles, you'll eventually realize who's truly right for you." Wang Wenbin chuckled, dismissing Ni Ziki's words as something he wouldn't take too seriously. "Enough about her. What about you? How are you doing?" Wang Wenbin changed the topic. "Me? I'm fine. Living a comfortable and relaxed life without big ambitions," Ni Ziki said with a smile. "Where are you working?" "I took 2 months off after coming back, and then my dad pulled some strings with a friend to get me a job at a local supermarket chain's headquarters. I'm in management. Maybe it's because of my degree and my experience working in a big international company in Shanghai. But my boss values me. After 6 months, they made me deputy general manager. Of course, that's also thanks to my incredible abilities," she said with a playful laugh. "Listen to you. Acting all proud. How much do you make a month, deputy general manager?" Wang Wenbin was genuinely happy to hear Ni Ziki laughing so freely. It meant she was doing well. A little over 10,000 a month. With bonuses and other benefits, it's about 200,000 yuan a year. Compared to Shanghai, it's not much. But for a company in a small county, this is excellent. It's already considered a high salary here, standard for a senior white-collar worker, you know? The best part is being close to home, with little work pressure. All my relatives and friends are here. After work I can go shopping, eat out, watch movies with friends, or visit family and bum meals off them. Sometimes I play mahjong. Life is comfortable. Wenbin, I finally understand why people post online about wanting to escape big cities like Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou. If you have big dreams, those cities are the place to be. But there's no love or life there, just ambition. Escaping those cities might mean losing your dreams, but at least you lose the stress too. You finally get to live like a person. Wang Wenbin listened quietly and smiled. As long as Ni Ziki was doing well, he felt at peace. "Have you started dating again?" Wang Wenbin asked. After a brief silence, Ni Ziki replied slowly, "No, and I don't plan to for now. There's a saying that it takes 100 days to recover from a serious injury. What I went through was more than that, I nearly died. I'm not completely disillusioned with love, but for now, I'm scared. Maybe when the wounds have healed, I'll consider it. If I do find someone, it'll probably just be someone local." I'll settle down and live a peaceful, quiet life. That's what life is about. Heart-pounding love is for young people. I'm too old for it. The two talked for a long time. After hanging up, Wang Wenbin drank his beer while thinking about what Ni Ziki had said. It resonated with him deeply. This city felt like a monster, devouring people's dreams and beliefs. Most people living here barely seemed human anymore. After this call with Ni Ziki, Wang Wenbin felt even more tired of the city. The next morning, before heading to the store, Wang Wenbin went to the bank. He asked for a record of transactions from his account, and found the transfer Zhang Xinyi had secretly made to his card last year 20,000 yuan. Using the account information, Wang Wenbin transferred the full 900,000 yuan back to her. This cleared his debt to Zhang Xinyi completely. As for Zhang Xinyi, his feelings were complicated. He liked her, couldn't bear to let go, but also resented her. Just like he had said to her yesterday, life's path must be walked by oneself. Choices should be one's own. The issues Zhang Xinyi was facing now were things he couldn't help with and shouldn't intervene in. However, Wang Wenbin believed that if Zhang Xinyi truly didn't want to marry, she could find a way out. No one could force her as long as she had enough courage. But these matters no longer concerned him. He had already endured enough humiliation for Zhang Xinyi. As Wang Wenbin walked from the bank to his store, his phone rang. It was Yang Hong. Hello? What's up? Boss. Where are you? I'm almost at the store. What's going on? People from the Health Bureau are here, along with the fire department. The Industry and Commerce Bureau was just here too, Yang Hong said anxiously. Wang Wenbin was momentarily stunned and then asked, all these departments at once? Is this a routine inspection? Didn't we handle all the necessary paperwork? I'm not sure. They're inspecting the place now. But it doesn't look good, Yang Hong replied. Okay. I'm on my way, Wang Wenbin said, quickly hanging up and hurrying to the store. He practically ran to the store, but when he got there, he saw Yang Hong and a few employees standing outside. The main entrance was closed and sealed with multiple official notices from the Health Bureau, the Industry and Commerce Bureau, and the Fire Department. Wang Wenbin knew exactly what these seals meant. He had seen them on other businesses before. However, this was the first time he'd seen seals from 3 separate departments on the same store. What? What happened? Wang Wenbin stammered as he asked Yang Hong. The store's been shut down. They're requiring us to make corrections. Here are the notices from the 3 departments, Yang Hong said, handing Wang Wenbin 3 documents stamped with red seals. The documents listed the reasons for the closure and demanded corrections be made within a certain time frame. If the corrections were not completed, the business license would be revoked. Why? Haven't we always followed the rules and met the requirements? All our permits are in order, Wang Wenbin exclaimed, finding the situation unbelievable. The fire department says our fire safety measures are inadequate. The Industry and Commerce Bureau claims our paperwork is incomplete. As for the Health Bureau, they had a laundry list of issues. I can't even remember them all. In short, they say we're not compliant, so they sealed the store and demanded corrections. Only after passing a re-inspection can we reopen. If we fail to meet the deadline, the store will be permanently shut down. What do we do, boss? I've never encountered anything like this before, Yang Hong said, clearly flustered. Just then, Wang Wenbin's phone rang again. It was Xiao Guo. Seeing the name, Wang Wenbin immediately felt a sense of foreboding but still answered the call. Xiao Guo. What's the matter? Boss, our other store was also shut down by government officials, Xiao Guo said, his tone urgent. Have they left? They just left. They inspected the place, put up the seals, and left. That was quick. What do we do now? Xiao Guo asked. Wang Wenbin didn't respond immediately. He lit a cigarette, took a drag, and then said, here's what we'll do. Xiao Guo, inform the staff at that store that they have the day off today. Tell them they'll still be paid for today. After you've handled everything, come over to the snack shop. I'll be waiting for you here. All right, Xiao Guo replied before hanging up. Wang Wenbin turned to Yang Hong. Do the same here. Notify all the staff that they have the day off. Wages will be paid as usual, no one will lose out. Yang Hong nodded and began making phone calls. Meanwhile, Wang Wenbin called all the suppliers, informing them that the store was temporarily closed and asking them not to deliver goods that day. Afterward, Wang Wenbin stood outside the store, smoking cigarette after cigarette as he tried to make sense of the situation. Everything had happened too suddenly and seemed suspiciously coordinated. A while later, Xiao Guo arrived. Wang Wenbin led Xiao Guo and Yang Hong into the store through a small side door usually used for garbage disposal. Now, it was the only accessible entrance. Once inside, Wang Wenbin took them to his office. The three of them sat in silence, fully aware of the seriousness of the situation. Wang Wenbin sat in his chair, smoking quietly. After a long pause, he finally spoke. First, tell me honestly, do we have any major violations in the store? I can assure you that the hygiene in the store has always met your standards. There are absolutely no issues there. As for the industry and commerce or fire safety departments, I can't say for sure, but as far as I know, there shouldn't be any problems. They've inspected us before, multiple times, and found nothing wrong. Why is there an issue now? Yang Hong replied. I find it strange too, Xiao Guo added quickly. I've worked in the restaurant business for years and managed several places. I know how things work in this industry. To say any small eatery fully complies with every regulation is impossible. If we followed every rule to the letter, no one would make any money. That said, we've already done more than most. Usually these departments turn a blind eye to minor issues. It's unheard of for them to shut us down outright instead of issuing fines or requiring corrections, Yang Hong continued. Exactly. And all three departments came at the same time? It's too odd. Plus, the inspection was ridiculously fast. They just walked around, took a few photos, and sealed the place. The whole process took 10 minutes, and they barely said a word, Xiao Guo said, nodding in agreement. Wang Wenbin listened silently, smoking as he processed their words. Xiao Guo, on your way here, did you see them inspect any other stores? Wang Wenbin asked. No, they drove straight to our store, sealed it, and left. They didn't go to any other stores. Hearing this, Wang Wenbin fell silent again, still sitting and smoking deep in thought. Boss, I feel like they're targeting us specifically. Out of all the stores, they only inspected the two you own. And on top of that, it was multiple departments working together, directly shutting us down. Did you offend someone? Yang Hong asked cautiously, looking at Wang Wenbin. Wang Wenbin fell silent again after hearing this. After a long pause, he smiled and said to Yang Hong and Xiao Guo, all right, I'll handle this matter. For now, you both have been working non-stop this past year without much rest. Take this opportunity as a short holiday and get some rest. Don't worry, your wages will be paid in full. Go home, and I'll let you know if anything comes up. Yang Hong and Xiao Guo exchanged a look, then nodded and left Wang Wenbin's office. Wang Wenbin sat in his office, lost in thought, trying to piece together the whole situation. Over the next 2 days, Wang Wenbin ran from one government office to another, trying to figure out what was going on and how to fix it. These two stores were his life's work, his hope, and the last bit of dignity he had left in this city. However, after 3 days of effort, no one gave him a clear answer. He faced cold stares everywhere he went, bouncing between different leaders, only to achieve nothing. By this point, Wang Wenbin was convinced of what Yang Hong had said. This was deliberate. Someone was targeting him, and it had to be someone powerful. After some careful thought, Wang Wenbin felt he already knew who it was. These past few days, Wang Wenbin had barely slept. The seriousness of the situation kept him awake. The career he had worked so hard to build over more than a year was about to collapse. He felt wronged, resentful, and furious. That morning, with dark circles under his eyes, Wang Wenbin went downstairs, had breakfast, and decided to go to Ruiwa Group. He needed to confront Zhang Mingyang. He wanted an explanation, anything to stop his life's work from being crushed unjustly. When Wang Wenbin arrived at Ruiwa Group, he didn't even get past the front gate, let alone see Zhang Mingyang. After waiting all day, by the afternoon, Wang Wenbin had come to terms with the reality of the situation. He now understood why Zhang Mingyang had done this. For the first time, Wang Wenbin fully grasped the meaning behind Zhang Mingyang's words. If someone wanted to crush him, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Just as Wang Wenbin was sinking into despair, his phone rang. The number was unfamiliar. Hello, who is this? Wang Wenbin asked. Is this Mr. Wang? Yes, I'm Wang Wenbin. Who's calling? Mr. Wang, I'm interested in your two stores. I'd like to meet and discuss this with you, the man on the other end said. Wang Wenbin froze for a moment, but quickly pieced some things together. He realized that someone was finally coming to give him an explanation. All right, I've been waiting for you for a few days. Name a place, and I'll come to you, the man said. Half an hour from now at my store. You should already know where it is, Wang Wenbin said flatly. All right, see you in half an hour, the man replied before hanging up. Wang Wenbin took a taxi to his snack shop. Not long after, a Mercedes pulled up in front of the store. 3 men in suits stepped out, led by a middle-aged man with glasses who had a scholarly appearance. Mr. Wang, nice to meet you. We just spoke on the phone, the man said warmly, extending his hand to Wang Wenbin. Wang Wenbin gave him a cold look but didn't shake his hand. Let's talk inside. Use the back door, the front door's sealed by your people, he said bluntly. The middle-aged man withdrew his hand without missing a beat, and, with a smile, said, "Sure, Mr. Wang, please lead the way." Wang Wenbin led the group through the back entrance and into his office. After sitting down, the middle-aged man seated himself across from Wang Wenbin, maintaining his polite smile as he looked at him. "Let's get straight to the point. What do you want?" Wang Wenbin asked, skipping any pleasantries. If not for his self-control, he would have already thrown a punch. "It's simple. We'd like you to transfer ownership of your 2 stores to us." "That's what I'm here to discuss today," the man said. "Transfer ownership?" Wang Wenbin was momentarily surprised. "Yes, transfer ownership. Everything in these 2 stores." Wang Wenbin thought carefully and began to understand the situation. "What are the terms?" he asked. "We'll handle everything at market value. You won't be shortchanged. We've already evaluated your 2 stores. Your barbecue restaurant would typically have a transfer fee of around 80,000 yuan. Considering the good business you do, we're offering 100,000 yuan. The equipment in the store is valued at another 100,000 yuan, and you've prepaid 2 months of rent, so we're adding another 100,000 yuan. In total, that's 300,000 yuan for the barbecue shop. As for this snack shop, we're offering a transfer fee of 150,000 yuan. The equipment is worth 200,000 yuan, and you have 1 month of prepaid rent worth 100,000 yuan. That totals 450,000 yuan for this store. Altogether, we're offering 750,000 yuan for both stores. You take the money, walk away, and everything inside the stores becomes ours. What do you think, Mr. Wang? What if I don't agree? Wang Wenbin asked with a bitter smile. You're a smart man, Mr. Wang. But I assure you, this is a fair deal. We're offering market rates. This is a reasonable transaction, the man replied, still smiling. A fair price? Do you even know business? What you're offering is just the cost of what I invested into these stores. That's the base value. You're treating this as if the stores are going bankrupt, but are they? My barbecue restaurant alone wouldn't go for less than 200,000 yuan in transfer fees. The snack shop wouldn't go for less than 500,000 yuan. Do you know how to calculate profits? These 2 stores bring me 250,000 yuan in monthly net profits. Even after accounting for seasonal downtimes, the annual net profit is over 2 million yuan. And now you're offering me 750,000 yuan and calling it a fair price? Wang Wenbin shouted angrily, slamming his hand on the table. His rage was palpable. Yes, we're aware of all that, the middle-aged man replied. But the higher-ups gave strict instructions not to give you too much money, just enough to make staying in Shanghai unsustainable. I have no choice in this. You should understand, if we don't take your stores, in 2 more months, they won't even be worth 750,000 yuan. Add your equipment and assets, and they still won't sell for 500,000 yuan. Also, you should realize that we're only offering this sum because you once saved the young lady of our family. This 750,000 yuan is a gesture of goodwill on her behalf. You should be grateful. So I should thank them, is that it? Wang Wenbin replied, gritting his teeth and letting out a cold laugh. There's no need for that, the man said. Let's not waste time on unnecessary talk. Here's the contract. Sign it, and it'll take effect immediately. Give me your bank account details, and the money will be in your account within 10 minutes. Go ahead, Mr. Wang, sign it. And if I don't sign? Wang Wenbin asked coldly. If you don't sign? We won't force you. It's entirely your choice. But I believe you're a smart man. If you sign, you'll walk away with 750,000 yuan. If you don't, you might only get 500,000, or even less, maybe 300,000 or 200,000. I'm sure you wouldn't want to throw away money out of pride. There's no need to fight with money. Just sign it, the man said persuasively. Mr. Wang, he continued. I'm over 10 years older than you, and I've been where you are now. Let me share some life advice. The world doesn't always operate on fairness or reason. At its core, society is still survival of the fittest, just with rules. If you're not strong enough, you'll inevitably become prey. Sometimes you have to accept reality and bow to life, because that's how life is. Anger is the most useless emotion in the world. People need self-awareness to live better lives. Don't fight against yourself, understand? The man's tone was calm and sincere. Hearing this, Wang Wenbin burst out laughing. After a while he nodded and said, As much as I want to punch you, I can't deny that what you just said makes a lot of sense. I've been where you are, the man said. I've faced worse situations than yours many times. Anyone living in this city has. Don't blame the heavens or others, focus on living your life. Now, sign it. Wang Wenbin laughed again, then picked up the pen and signed the contract. As he did so, he felt like life was violating him once again. All the humiliation, anger, and helplessness welled up inside him. But he knew it was pointless. Just as the man had said, society at its core is still survival of the fittest. Life felt like a violation. And if you can't resist, you might as well try to enjoy it. That was something Wang Wenbin had once said to comfort Zhang Xini. But now he found himself in the position of the violated. Good. You're a smart man, Mr. Wang, and you've made the right choice. I believe you won't remain an ordinary person for long. Write down your bank account information, and the money will be transferred within 10 minutes, the man said with a smile, taking back the signed contract. Wang Wenbin gritted his teeth, took out a piece of paper, and wrote down his bank details. Process the transfer, the man said, handing the paper to one of his associates. By the way, Mr. Wang, the man added, I have some advice for you. I suggest you leave this city and settle elsewhere. From now on, you won't be able to find work here or earn a single penny. Without money, how will you live? Do you think 750,000 yuan is enough to sustain you here for a lifetime? Staying might also bring you more troubles and frustrations. The more serious consequences, I won't elaborate on. You're a smart man, you understand what I mean. So, my advice is to leave this place as soon as possible. There's no point in fighting against yourself. Wang Wenbin, of course, understood the meaning behind the man's words. Clenching his teeth, he replied coldly, Is that a threat? No. Not a threat, just advice, the man said, shaking his head. Understand, Mr. Wang, for people like you, they don't need to resort to threats. Ha! Exactly. Wang Wenbin said with a bitter laugh. Crushing me is as easy as squashing an ant for them. There's no need for threats. With just a minor move, they've destroyed the career I worked so hard to build over the past year. My stores, worth at least 2 million yuan, have been reduced to 750,000 yuan, and I have no choice but to accept. Glad you understand, the man said with a smile. You should know they didn't want to harm you. If they did, I wouldn't be sitting here, and you wouldn't be sitting here either. All they want is for you to leave Shanghai. You've refused to leave, so they had no choice but to take action. So this is my fault? Wang Wenbin asked with a mocking smile. In a way, yes, the man replied bluntly. Fine, I get it. Tell your bosses they don't need to push me anymore. I'll leave. I'll leave as soon as possible. I'll never set foot in this city again. They can rest easy, Wang Wenbin said coldly. Good. That's what we wanted to hear. My job here is done, the man said with a hearty laugh. The money has been transferred, one of the associates reported. Wang Wenbin checked his phone and saw that the money was indeed in his account. Mr. Wang, you can leave now. Oh, and leave the keys to the stores, the man said. Wang Wenbin nodded, stood up, and tossed the keys onto the table. Then he strode out of what was once his office, exiting the snack shop through the back door. Standing outside the shop, Wang Wenbin stared blankly at the sign for a long time. Then he walked to the barbecue restaurant and stood there, gazing at it just as blankly before finally leaving. When Wang Wenbin got home, he lay on his bed and stayed there from noon until night, and then until the next morning, staring at the ceiling in a daze. He felt like he had lost everything: love, friends, and his career. Now, he had nothing. He was a complete failure, at least in this city. A few years ago he would never have endured such humiliation. He would have fought back against anyone, no matter their power, even if it meant death. But now, he no longer had that courage. Life's harshness had gradually worn down his edges, making him more rational, realistic, and mature. What is growth? Growth, perhaps, is waking up the next morning, no matter how much you cried the night before, and finding the city still bustling with traffic. Growth is the process of silencing your cries. After experiencing enough, no matter how heartbreaking the event, you stop shedding tears. That's maturity.
Hi guys, your opinion means a lot to me. I'm working on improving the stories to make them more interesting for you. Please leave a comment and let me know what you liked about this story. Your feedback helps me get better and create content that you'll enjoy. Your feedback is very important to me. Thank you for your support and attention. If you enjoyed this story, I can't wait to share its continuation with you.